Chapter 25 of Fenton's Quest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Fenton's Quest by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 25. Missing Again. Gilbert Fenton was very glad to have made his escape from Lidford at last, for his mind was full of anxiety about Marian. Again and again he had argued with himself upon the folly and uselessness of this anxiety. She, for whose interests he was so troubled, was safe enough, no doubt, protected by a husband who was most likely a man of the world, and quite as able to protect her as Gilbert himself could be. He told himself this, but still the restless, uneasy sense that he was neglecting his duty, that he was false to the promise made to old Jacob Nowell, tormented and perplexed him. He felt that he ought to be doing something, that he had no right to remain in ignorance of the progress of Marian's affairs, that he should be at hand to frustrate any attempt at knavery on the part of the lawyer, to be sure that the old man's wealth suffered no diminution before it reached the hands of his heiress. Gilbert Fenton felt that his promise to the dead bound him to these things, and felt at the same time the weakness of his own position with relation to Marian. By what right could he interfere with the conduct of her affairs? What claim could he assert to defend her interests? Who would listen to any romantic notion about a promise made to the dead? He went to Queen Anne's Court upon the night of his return to London. The silversmith's shop looked exactly the same as when he had first seen it, the gas burning dimly, the tarnished old salvers and tankards gleaming duskily in the faint light, with all manner of purple and greenish hues. Mr. Tulliver was in his little den at the back of the shop, and emerged with his usual rapidity at the ringing of the door-bell. "Oh, it's you, is it, sir?" he asked in an indifferent, half insolent tone. "What can I do for you this evening?" "Is your late master's granddaughter, Mrs. Holbrook, here?" Gilbert asked. "No. Mrs. Holbrook went away on the morning after my master's death. I told you that when you were here last." "I am quite aware of that, but I thought it likely Mrs. Holbrook might return here with her husband to take possession of the property, which I suppose you know now belongs to her." "Yes, I know all about that, but she hasn't come yet to take possession. She doesn't seem in such a desperate hurry about it. I daresay she knows that things are safe enough. Medler, the lawyer, is not the kind of party to be cheated out of sixpence. He has taken an inventory of every article in the place, and the weight and value of every article. Your friend Mrs. Holbrook needn't be afraid. I suppose she's some relation of yours, by the by, sir, judging from the interest you seem to take in her affairs." "Yes," Gilbert said, not caring to answer this question directly, "I do take a warm interest in Mrs. Holbrook's affairs, and I am very anxious to see her placed in undisputed possession of her late grandfather's property." "I should think her husband would see after that," Mr. Tulliver remarked with a sneer. Gilbert left the court after having asked a few questions about Jacob Nowell's funeral. The old man had been buried at Kensal Green, followed to the grave only by the devoted Tulliver, Mr. Medler, and the local surgeon who had attended him in his last illness. He had lived a lonely, friendless life, holding himself aloof from his fellow creatures, and there were neither neighbours nor friends to lament his ending. The vagabond boys of the neighbourhood had clustered round the door to witness the last dismal ceremony of Mr. Nowell's existence, and had hung about the shop front for some time after the funeral cortege had departed, peering down curiously into the darksome area, and speculating upon the hoards of wealth which the old miser had hidden away in coal cellars and dust-bins, under the stone flags of the scullery, or in the crannies of the dilapidated walls. There were no bounds to the imagination of these street Arabs, who had been in the habit of yelping and whooping at the old man's heels when he took his infrequent walks abroad, assailing him with derisive epithets alluding to his miserly propensities. Amongst the elders of the court there was a little talk about the dead man, and probable disposal of his property, with a good deal of argument and laying down of the law on the part of the graver and wiser members of that community. Some people affecting to know to a sixpence the amount of Jacob Nowell's savings, others accrediting him with the possession of fabulous riches, and all being unanimous in the idea that the old man's heir or heirs, as the case might be, would speedily scatter his long hoarded treasures. Many of these people could remember the silversmith's prodigal son, but none among them were aware of that gentleman's return. They wondered a good deal as to whether he was still living, and whether the money had been left to him or to that pretty young woman who had appeared in the last days of the old man's life, no one knowing whence she had come. There was nothing to be gained from questioning Luke Tulliver, the court knew of old experience. The most mysterious dungeons of the Spanish Inquisition, the secret chambers under the Leads of Venice, were not closer or deeper than the mind of that young man. The court had been inclined to think that Luke Tulliver would come into all his master's money, and opinion inclined that way even yet, seeing that Mr. Tulliver still held his ground in the shop, and that no strangers had been seen to enter the place since the funeral. From Queen Anne's Court, Gilbert Fenton went on to the gloomy street where Mr. Medler had his office and abode. It was not an hour for a professional visit, but Gilbert found the lawyer still hard at work at his desk, under the lurid light of a dirty-looking battered old oil lamp, which left the corners of the dingy wainscoted room in profound obscurity. He looked up from his papers with some show of surprise on hearing Mr. Fenton's name announced by the slipshod maid of all work who had admitted the late visitor, Mr. Medler's solitary clerk having departed to his own dwelling some hours before. "I must ask you to excuse this untimely call, Mr. Medler," Gilbert said politely, "but the fact of the matter is, I'm a little anxious about my friend Mrs. Holbrook and her affairs, and I thought you the most likely person to give me some information about them. I should have called in business hours, but I have only just returned from the country, and did not care to delay my inquiries until to-morrow. I have just come from Queen Anne's Court, and am rather surprised to find that neither Mrs. Holbrook nor her husband has been there. You have heard or seen from them since the funeral, I suppose?" "No, Mr. Fenton, I have neither seen nor heard from them. I wrote a formal letter to Mrs. Holbrook, setting out the contents of the will, but there has been no answer as yet." "Strange, is it not?" Gilbert exclaimed with an anxious look. "Well, yes, it is certainly not the usual course of proceeding. However, there is time enough yet. The funeral has not been over much by more than a week. The property is perfectly safe, you know." "Of course. But is it not the less extraordinary that Mr. Holbrook should hang back in this manner? I shall go down to Hampshire the first thing to-morrow and see Mrs. Holbrook." Muttered the lawyer. "I can't say that I see any necessity for that, but of course you know best." Fenton did not start for Hampshire early the next morning by the same train in which Marian had travelled after her grandfather's death. It was still quite early in the day when he found himself at Malsham, that quiet comfortable little market town where he had first discovered a clue to the abode of his lost love. He went to the hotel and hired a fly to take him to Crosber, where he left the vehicle at the old inn, preferring to walk on to the Grange. It was a bright November day, with pale yellow sunlight shining on the level fields, and distant hills that rose beyond them crowned with a scanty fringe of firs, that stood out black and sharp against the clear autumn sky. It was a cheerful day, and a solitary bird was singing here and there, as if beguiled by that pleasant warmth and sunshine into the fond belief that winter was still far off, and the glory of fields and woods not yet departed. Gilbert's spirits rose in some degree under the influence of that late brightness and sweet rustic calm. If he might be Marian's friend and brother, her devoted counsellor, her untiring servant, it seemed to him that he could be content, that he could live on from year to year moderately happy in the occasional delight of her society, rewarded for his devotion by a few kind words now and then, a letter, a friendly smile, rewarded still more richly by her perfect trust in him. These thoughts were in his mind to-day as he went along the lonely country lane leading to the Grange, thoughts which seemed inspired by the tranquil landscape and peaceful autumn day, thoughts which were full of the purest love and charity. Yes, even for his unknown rival, even if that rival should prove to be the one man in all this world from whom a deep wrong would seem most bitter. "What am I, that I should measure the force of his temptation?" he said to himself, "or the strength of his resistance? Let me be sure that he loves my darling as truly as I love her, that the chief object of his life has been and will be her happiness, and then let me put away all selfish vindictive thoughts, and fall quietly into the background of my dear one's life, content to be her brother and her friend." The Grange looked unchanged in its sombre lonely aspect. The chrysanthemums were all withered by this time, and there were no flowers in the old fashioned garden. The bell was answered by the same woman who had admitted him before, and who made no parley about letting him in this time. "My young missus said I was to be sure and let her know if you came, sir," she said. "She's very anxious to see you." "Your young mistress? Do you mean Miss Holbrook?" "No, sir, Miss Carley, master's daughter." "Indeed, I remember the young lady. I shall be very happy to see her if she has anything to say to me. But it is Mrs. Holbrook I have come to see. Is she at home, I suppose?" "Oh dear, no, sir. Mrs. Holbrook has left, without a word of notice. Gone nobody knows where. That's what has made our young missus fret about it so." "Mrs. Holbrook has left!" exclaimed Gilbert, in blank amazement. "When?" "It's been more than a week ago now, sir." "And do none of you know why she went away, or where she is gone?" "No more than the dead, sir. But you'd better see Miss Carley. She'll be able to tell you all about it." The woman led him into the house, and to the room in which he had seen Marian. There was no fire here to day, and the room had a desolate, unoccupied look, though the sun was shining cheerfully on the old fashioned, many paned windows. There were a few books, which Gilbert remembered as Marian's literary treasures, neatly arranged on a rickety old chiffonier by the fireplace, and the desk and work basket which he had seen on his previous visit. He was half bewildered by what the woman had told him, and his heart beat tumultuously as he stood by the empty hearth, waiting for Ellen Carley's coming. It seemed to him as if the girl never would come. The ticking of an old 8-day clock in the hall had a ghastly sound in the dead silence of the house, and an industrious mouse made itself distinctly heard behind the wainscot. At last a light, rapid footstep came tripping across the hall, and Ellen Carley entered the room. She was looking rather paler than when Gilbert had seen her last, and that the bright face was very grave. "For heaven's sake, tell me what this means, Miss Carley," Gilbert began eagerly. "Your servant tells me that Mrs. Holbrook has left you, in some mysterious way, I imagine, from what the woman said. Oh, sir, I am so glad you have come here. I should have written to you if I had known where to address the letter. Yes, sir, she has gone, that sweet dear young creature, and I fear some harm has come to her." The girl burst into tears, and for some minutes could say no more. "Pray be calm," Gilbert said gently, "and tell me all you can about this business. How did Mrs. Holbrook leave this place? And why do you suspect that any harm has befallen her?" "There is every reason to think so, sir. Is it like her to leave us without a word of notice, knowing, as she must have known, the unhappiness she would cause to me, who love her so well, by such a step? She knew how I loved her. I think she had scarcely a secret from me." "If you will only tell me the manner of her departure," Gilbert said rather impatiently. Yes, sir, I'm coming to that directly. She seemed happier after she had come back from London, poor dear, and she had told me that her grandfather had left her money, and that she was likely to become quite a rich woman. The thought of this gave her so much pleasure, not for her own sake, but for her husband's, whose cares and difficulties would all come to an end now, she told me. She had been back only a few days when I left home for a day and a night to see my aunt, an old woman and a constant invalid, who lives at Malsham. I had to put off going to her for a long time, for I didn't care about leaving Mrs. Holbrook, but I had to go at last, my aunt thinking it hard that I couldn't spare time to spend a day with her, and tidy up her house a bit, and see to the girl that waits upon her, poor helpless thing. So I started off before noon one day, after telling Mrs. Holbrook where I was going, and when I hoped to be back. She was in very good spirits that morning, for she expected her husband next day. "I have told him nothing about the good fortune that has come to me, Nelly," she said. "I have only written to him, begging him to return as quickly as possible, and he will be here to morrow by the afternoon express. Mr. Holbrook is a great walker, and generally walks from Malsham here by a shorter way than the high road, across some fields and by the river bank. His wife always used to go part of the way to meet him, when she knew he was coming. I know she meant to go and meet him this time. The way is very lonely, and I have often felt fidgety about her going alone, but she hadn't a bit of fear, and I didn't like to offer to go with her, feeling sure that Mr. Holbrook would be vexed by seeing me at such a time. Well, sir, I had arranged very comfortably, so that she should miss nothing by my being away, and I bade her good-bye, and started off to walk to Malsham. I can't tell you how hard it seemed to me to leave her, for it was the first time we had been parted for so much as a day since she came to the Grange. I thought of her all the while I was at my aunt's, who has very fidgety ways, poor old lady, and isn't a pleasant person to be with. I felt quite a fever of impatience to get home again, and was very glad when a neighbour's spring cart dropped me at the end of the lane, and I saw the grey old chimneys above the tops of the trees. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon when I got home. Father was at tea in the oak parlour where we take our meals, and the house was as quiet as a grave. I came straight to this room, but it was empty, and when I called Martha, she told me Mrs. Holbrook had gone out at 1 o'clock in the day, and had not been home since, though she was expected back to dinner at 3. She had been away 3 hours then, and at a time when I knew she could not expect Mr. Holbrook, unless she had received a fresh letter from him to say that he was coming by an earlier train than usual. I asked Martha if there had been any letters for Mrs. Holbrook that day, and she told me yes, there had been one by the morning post. It was no use asking Martha what kind of letter it looked, and whether it was from Mr. Holbrook, for the poor ignorant creature can neither read nor write, and one handwriting is the same as another for her. Mrs. Holbrook had told her nothing as to where she was going, only saying that she would be back in an hour or two. Martha let her out at the gate, and watched her take her way towards the river bank, and seeing this, made sure she was going to meet her husband. Well, sir, 5 o'clock struck, and Mrs. Holbrook had not come home. I began to feel seriously uneasy about her. I told my father so, but he took the matter lightly enough at first, saying it was no business of ours, and that Mrs. Holbrook was just as well able to take care of herself as any one else. But after 5 o'clock I couldn't rest a minute longer, so I put on my bonnet and shawl and went down by the river bank, after sending one of the farm labourers to look for my poor dear in the opposite direction. It's a very lonely walk at the best of times, though a few of the country folks do go down that way between Malsham and Crosber on market days. There's scarcely a house to be seen for miles, except Wyncombe farmhouse, Stephen Whitelaw's place, which lies a little way back from the river bank, about a mile from here. Besides that, a solitary cottage here and there, you won't see a sign of human life for 4 or 5 miles. Anybody might be pushed into the river and made away with in broad daylight, and no one need be the wiser. The loneliness of the place struck me with an awful fear that afternoon, and from that moment I began to think I should never see Mrs. Holbrook again. What of her husband? He was expected on this particular afternoon, you say? He was, sir, but he didn't come till the next day. It was almost dark when I went to the river bank. I walked for about 3 miles and a half, to a gate that opened into the fields by which Mr. Holbrook came across from Malsham. I knew his wife never went farther than this gate, but used to wait for him here, if she happened to be the first to reach it. I hurried along, half running all the way, and calling aloud to Mrs. Holbrook every now and then with all my might. But there was no answer. Some men in a boat loaded with hay stopped to ask me what was the matter, but they could tell me nothing. They were coming from Malsham, and had seen no one along the bank. I called at Mr. Whitelaw's as I came back, not with much hope that I should hear anything. But what could I do but make inquiries anywhere and everywhere? I was almost wild with fright by this time. They could tell me nothing at Wyncombe Farm. Stephen Whitelaw was alone in the kitchen, smoking his pipe by a great fire. He hadn't been out all day, he told me, and none of his people had seen or heard anything out of the common. As to any harm having come to Mrs. Holbrook by the river bank, he said he didn't think that was possible, for his men had been at work in the fields near the river all afternoon, and must have seen or heard if there had been anything wrong. There was some kind of comfort in this, and I left the farm with my mind a little higher than it had been when I went there. I knew that Stephen Whitelaw was no friend to Mrs. Holbrook, that he had a kind of grudge against her, because she had been on someone else's side in something. Ellen Carley blushed as she came to this part of her story, and then it went on rather hurriedly to hide her confusion. He didn't like her, sir, you see. I knew this, but I didn't think it possible he could deceive me in a matter of life and death. So I came home, hoping to find Mrs. Holbrook there before me. But there were no signs of her nor her husband either, though I had fully expected to see him. Even father owned that some things looked bad now, and he let me send every man about the place, some one way and some another, to hunt for my poor darling. I went to Crosber myself, though it was getting late by this time, and made inquiries of every creature I knew in the village, but it was all no good. No one had seen anything of the lady I was looking for. "And the husband?" Gilbert asked again. "What of him?" "He came the next day at the usual hour, after we had been astir all night, and the farm labourers had been far and wide looking for Mrs. Holbrook. I never saw anyone seem so shocked and horrified as he did when we told him how his wife had been missing for more than 24 hours. He is not a gentleman to show his feeling much at ordinary times, and he was quiet enough in the midst of his alarm, but he turned as white as death, and I never saw the natural colour come back to his face all the time he was down here." "How long did he stay?" "He only left yesterday. He was travelling about the country all the time, coming back here of a night to sleep, and with the hope that we might have heard something in his absence. The river was dragged for 3 days, but thank God nothing came of that. Mr. Holbrook set the Malsham police to work, not that they were much good, I think, but he wouldn't leave a stone unturned, and now I believe he has gone to London to get help from the police there. But, oh, sir, I can't make it out, and I've lain awake night after night thinking of it, and puzzling my head about it, until all sorts of dreadful fancies come into my mind." "What fancies?" "Oh, sir, I scarcely dare tell you, but I loved that sweet young lady so well, that I have been as watchful and jealous in all things that concerned her as if she had been my own sister. I have thought sometimes that her husband had grown tired of her, that, however dearly he may have loved her at first, as I suppose he did, his love had worn out little by little, and he felt her a burden to him. What other reason could there be for him to keep her hidden away in this dull place, month after month, when he must have seen that her youth and beauty and gaiety of heart were slowly vanishing away, if he had eyes to see anything?" "But, good heavens!" Gilbert exclaimed, startled by the sudden horror of the idea which Helen Carley's words suggested, "you surely do not imagine that Marianne's husband had any part in her disappearance, that he would be capable of—" "I don't know what to think, sir," the girl answered, interrupting him. "I know that I have never liked Mr. Holbrook, never liked or trusted him from the first, though he has been civil enough and kind enough in his own distant way to me. That dear young lady could not disappear off the face of the earth, as it seems she has done, without the evil work of someone. As to her leaving this place of her own free will, without a word of warning to her husband or to me, that I am sure that she would never dream of doing. No, sir, there has been foul play of some kind, and I am afraid I shall never see that dear face again." The girl said this with an air of conviction that sent a deadly chill to Gilbert Fenton's heart. It seemed to him in this moment of supreme anguish as if all his trouble of the past, all his vague fears and anxieties about the woman he loved, had been the foreshadowing of this evil to come. He had a blank, helpless feeling, a dismal sense of his own weakness, which for the moment mastered him. Against any ordinary calamity he would have held himself bravely enough, with the natural strength of an ardent, hopeful character; but against this mysterious catastrophe courage and manhood could avail nothing. She was gone, the fragile, helpless creature he had pledged himself to protect; gone from all who knew her, leaving not the faintest clue of her fate. Could he doubt that this energetic, warm-hearted girl was right, and that some foul deed had been done, of which Marian Holbrook was the victim? "If she lives, I will find her," he said at last, after a long pause, in which he sat in a gloomy silence, with his eyes fixed upon the ground, meditating the circumstances of Marian's disappearance. "Living or dead, I will find her. It shall be the business of my life from this hour. All my serious thoughts have been of her from the moment in which I first knew her. They will be doubly hers henceforward." "How good and true you are!" Ellen Carley exclaimed admiringly. "And how you must have loved her! I guessed when you were here last that it was you to whom she was engaged before her marriage, and told her as much. But she would not acknowledge that I was right. Oh, how I wish she had kept faith with you! How much happier she might have been as your wife!" "People have different notions of happiness, you see, Miss Carley," Gilbert answered with a bitter smile. "Yes, you were right. It was I who was to have been Marian Nowell's husband, whose every hope of the future was bound up in her. But all that is past. Whatever bitterness I felt against her at first, I do not think I was ever very bitter, has passed away. I am nothing now but her friend, her steadfast and constant friend." "Thank heaven that she has such a friend," Ellen said earnestly. "And you will make it your business to look for her, sir?" "The chief object of my life from this hour." "And you will try to discover whether her husband is really true, or whether the search he has made for her has been a blind to hide his own guilt?" "What grounds have you for supposing his guilt possible?" asked Gilbert. "There are crimes too detestable for credibility, and this would be such a one. You may imagine that I have no friendly feelings towards this man. Yet I cannot for an instant conceive him capable of harming a hair of his wife's head." "Because you have not brooded upon this business as I have, sir, for hours and hours together, until the smallest things seem to have an awful meaning. I have thought of every word and every look of Mr. Holbrook's in the past, and all my thoughts have pointed one way. I believe that he was tired of his sweet young wife, that his marriage was a burden and a trouble to him somehow, that it had arisen out of an impulse that had passed away. All this might be, and yet the man be innocent. He might be, yes, sir. It's a hard thing, perhaps, to even think him guilty for a moment, but it is so difficult to account in any common way for Mrs. Holbrook's disappearance. If there had been a murder done," the girl stuttered as she said the words, "a common murder, such as one hears of in lonely country places, surely it must have come to light before this, after the search that has been made all round about. But it would have been easy enough for Mr. Holbrook to decoy his wife away to London or anywhere else. She could have gone anywhere with him at a moment's notice. She obeyed him implicitly in everything." "But why should he have taken her away from this place in a secret manner?" asked Gilbert. "He was free to remove her openly, and when you describe him as taking an amount of trouble in his search for her, which might have been so easily avoided, had he acted with ordinary prudence and caution. Say that he wanted to keep the secret of his marriage from the world in which he lives, and to place his wife in even a more secluded spot than this, which scarcely seems possible. What could have been easier for him than to take her away when and where he pleased? No one here would have any right to question his actions." Ellen Carley shook her head doubtfully. "I don't know, sir," she answered slowly. "I dare say my fancies are very foolish. They may have come, perhaps, out of thinking about this so much, till my brain has got addled, as one may say. But it flashed upon me all of a sudden one night, as Mr. Holbrook was standing in our parlour talking about his wife, it flashed upon me that he was in the secret of her disappearance, and that he was only acting with us in his pretence of anxiety and all that. I fancied there was a guilty look in his face, somehow." "Did you tell him about his wife's good fortune, the money left by her grandfather?" "I did, sir. I thought it right to tell him everything I could about my poor dear young lady's journey to London. She had told him of that in her letters, it seemed, but not about the money. She had been keeping that back for the pleasure of telling him with her own lips, and seeing his face light up, she said to me, when he heard the good news. I asked him about the letter which had come in the morning of the day she disappeared, and whether it was from him; but he said no, he had not written, counting upon being with his wife that evening. It was only at the last moment he was prevented coming." "You have looked for that letter, I suppose?" "Oh, yes, sir. I searched, and Mr. Holbrook too, in every direction, but the letter wasn't to be found. He seemed very vexed about it, and very anxious to find it. We could not but think that Mrs. Holbrook had gone to meet some one that day, and that the letter had something to do with her going out. I am sure she would not have gone beyond the garden and the meadow for pleasure alone. She had never been outside the gate without me, except when she went to meet her husband." "Strange," muttered Gilbert. He was wondering about that letter. What could have been the lure which had beguiled Marian away from the house that day? What except a letter from her husband? It seemed hardly probable that she would have gone to meet any one but him, or that any one else would have appointed a meeting on the river bank. The fact that she had gone out at an earlier hour than the time at which she had been in the habit of meeting her husband when he came from the Malsham station went some way to prove that the letter had influenced her movements. Gilbert thought of the fortune which had been left to Marian, and which gave her existence a new value, perhaps exposed her to new dangers. Her husband's interests were involved in her life. Her death, should she die childless, must needs deprive him of all advantage from Jacob Nowell's death. The only person to profit from such an event would be Percival Nowell, but he was far away, Gilbert believed, and completely ignorant of his reversionary interest in his father's property. There was Medler the attorney, a man whom Gilbert had distrusted from the first. It was just possible that the letter had been from him, yet most improbable that he should have asked Mrs. Holbrook to meet him out of doors, instead of coming to her at the Grange, or that she should have acceded to such a request, had he made it. The whole affair was encompassed with mystery, and Gilbert Fenton's heart sank as he contemplated the task that lay before him. "I shall spend a day or two in this neighbourhood before I return to town," he said to Ellen Carley presently. "There are inquiries that I should like to make with my own lips. I shall be only going over old ground, I dare say, but it will be some satisfaction to me to do it for myself. Can you give me house room here for a night or two, or shall I put up at Crosber?" "I'm sure father would be very happy to accommodate you here, sir. We have plenty of room now, too much for my taste. The house seems like a wilderness now that Mrs. Holbrook is gone." "Thanks, I shall be very glad to sleep here. There is just the chance that you may have some news for me, or I for you." "Ah, sir, it is only a very poor chance, I'm afraid," the girl answered hopelessly. She went with Gilbert to the gate, and watched him as he walked away towards the river. His first impulse was to follow the path which Marian had taken that day, and to see for himself what manner of place it was from which she had so mysteriously vanished. End of chapter 25. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. Chapter 26 of Fenton's Request. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Fenton's Quest by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 26. In Bondage. Adela Branston found life very dreary in the splendid gloom of her townhouse. She would have infinitely preferred the villa near Maidenhead for the place of her occupation, had it not been for the fact that in London she was nearer John Saltram, and that any moment of any day might bring him to her side. The days passed, however, empty, useless days, frittered away in frivolous occupations, or wasted in melancholy idleness, and John Saltram did not come, or came so rarely that the only effect of his visits was to keep up the fever and restlessness of the widow's mind. She had fancied that life would be so bright for her when the day of her freedom came, that she would reap so rich a harvest of happiness as a reward for the sacrifice which she had made in marrying old Michael Branston, and enduring his peevishness and ill health with tolerable good humour during the half dozen years of their wedded life. She had fancied this, and now her release had come to her, and it was worthless in her sight, because the one man she cared for had proved himself cold and indifferent. In spite of his coldness, however, she told herself that he loved her from the earliest period of their acquaintance. She was a poor weak little woman, the veriest spoilt child of fortune, and she clung to this belief with a fond foolish persistence, a blind devoted obstinacy, against which the arguments of Mrs. Pallinson were utterly vain, although that lady devoted a great deal of time and energy to the agreeable duty which she called opening dear Adela's eyes about that dissipated good-for-nothing Mr. Saltram. To a correct view of this subject, Adela Branston's eyes were not to be opened in any wise. She was wilfully, resolutely blind, clinging to the hope that this cruel neglect on John Saltram's part arose only from his delicacy of feeling, and tender care for her reputation. "But oh, how I wish that he would come to me!" she said to herself again and again, as those slow dreary days went by, burdened and weighed down by the oppressive society of Mrs. Pallinson, as well as her own sad thoughts. "My husband has been dead ever so long now, and what need have we to study the opinion of the world so much? Of course I wouldn't marry him till a year or more after poor Michael's death. But I should like to see him often, to be sure that he still cares for me as he used to care. Yes, I am sure he used, in the dear old days at Maidenhead. Why doesn't he come to me? He knows that I love him. He must know that I have no brighter hope than to make him master of my fortune. And yet he goes on in those dismal Temple chambers, toiling at his literary work as if he had not a thought in the world beyond earning so many pounds a week." This was the perpetual drift of Mrs. Branston's meditations, and in the absence of any sign or token of regard from John Saltram, all Mrs. Pallinson's attempts to amuse her, all the fascinations and accomplishments of the elegant Theobald, were thrown away upon unreceptive soil. There were not many amusements open to a London public at that dull season of the year, except the theatres, and for those places of entertainment Mrs. Pallinson cherished with a shuddering aversion. But there were occasional morning and evening recitals or concerts, where the music for the most part was of a classical and recondite character, feasts of melody, at which long buried and forgotten sonatas of Gluck or Bach or Cembini were introduced to a discriminating public for the first time; and to these Mrs. Pallinson and Theobald conducted poor Adela Branston, whose musical proclivities had never yet soared into higher regions than those occupied by the sparkling joyous genius of Rossini, and to whom the revived sonatas, or the familiar old established gems of classical art, were as unintelligible as so much Hebrew or Syriac. Perhaps they were not much more delightful to Mrs. Pallinson, but that worthy matron had a profound veneration for the conventionalities of life, and these classical matinees and recitals seemed to her exactly the correct sort of thing for the amusement of a young widow whose husband had not very long ago been consigned to the tomb. So poor Adela was dragged hither and thither to gloomy concert rooms, where the winter's cold light made the performers look pale and wan, or to aristocratic drawing rooms graciously lent to some favoured pianist by their distinguished owners; and so, harassed and weary, but lacking spirit to oppose her own feeble inclinations to the overpowering force of Mrs. Pallinson's will, the helpless little widow went submissively wherever they chose to take her, tormented all the while by the thought of John Saltram's coldness, and wondering when this cruel time of probation would be at an end, and he would show himself her devoted slave once more. It was very weak and foolish to think of him like this, no doubt, undignified and unwomanly, perhaps. But Adela Branston was little more than a child in knowledge of the world, and John Saltram was the only man who had ever touched her heart. She stood quite alone in the world too, lonely with all her wealth, and there was no one to share her affection with this man, who acquired so complete an influence over her. She endured the dreary course of her days patiently enough for a considerable time, not knowing any means whereby she might release herself from the society of her kinswoman, or put an end to the indefatigable attentions of the popular Maida Hill doctor. She would have gladly offered Mrs. Pallinson a liberal allowance out of her fortune to buy that lady off, and be her own mistress once more, free to act and think for herself, had she dared to make such a degrading proposition to a person of Mrs. Pallinson's dignity. But she could not venture to do this, and she felt that no one but John Saltram, in the character of her future husband, could release her from the state of bondage into which she had weakly suffered herself to fall. In the meantime she defended the man she loved with unflinching spirit, resolutely refusing to have her eyes opened to the worthlessness of his character, and boldly declaring her disbelief of those sad accounts which Theobald affected to have heard from well-informed acquaintances of his own, respecting the follies and dissipations of Mr. Saltram's career, his debts, his love of gambling, his dealings with money-lenders, and other foibles common to the rake's progress. It was rather a hard battle for the lonely woman to fight, but she had fortune on her side, and at the worst her kinsfolk treated her with a certain deference, even while they were doing their utmost to worry her into an untimely grave. If little flatteries and perpetual indulgence in small matters, such as a foolish nurse might give to a spoilt child, could have made Adela happy, she had certainly no reason to complain, for in this matter Mrs. Pallinson was the most devoted and affectionate of companions. If her darling Adela looked a little paler than usual, or confessed to suffering from a headache, or owned to being nervous or out of spirits, Mrs. Pallinson's anxiety knew no bounds, and Theobald was summoned from Maida Hill without a minute's delay, much to poor Adela's annoyance. Indeed, she grew in time to deny the headaches and the low spirits or the nervousness resolutely, rather than bring upon herself a visitation from Mr. Theobald Pallinson. And in spite all of this care and indulgence, she felt herself prisoner in her own house somehow, more dependent than the humblest servant in that spacious mansion, and she looked out helplessly and hopelessly for some friend through whose courageous help she might recover her freedom. Perhaps she only thought of one companion as at all likely to come to her rescue. Indeed, her mind had scarcely room for more than one image, which occupied her thoughts at all times. Her captivity had lasted for a period which seemed a very long time, though it was short enough when computed by the ordinary standard of weeks and months, when a circumstance occurred which gave her a brief interval of liberty. Mr. Pallinson fell a victim to some slight attack of low fever, and his mother, who was really most devoted to this paragon of a son, retired from the citadel in Cavendish Square for a few days in order to nurse him. It was not that the surgeon's illness was in any way dangerous, but the mother could not trust her darling to the care of strangers and hirelings. Adela Branston seemed to breathe more freely in that brief holiday. Relieved from Mrs. Pallinson's dismal presence, a life appeared brighter and pleasanter all at once. A faint colour came back to the pale cheeks, and the widow was even beguiled into laughter by some uncomplimentary observations which her confidential maid ventured upon with reference to the absent lady. "I am sure the house itself seems lighter and more cheerful without her, ma'am," said this young person, who was of a vivacious temperament, and upon whom the dowager's habitual dreariness had been a heavy affliction. "And you're looking all the better already for not being worried by her." "Berners, you must really not say such things," Mrs. Branston exclaimed reproachfully. "You ought to know that my cousin is most kind and thoughtful, and does everything for the best." "Oh, of course, ma'am; but some people's best is not quite as bad as other people's worst," the maid answered sharply. "And as to kindness and thoughtfulness, Mrs. Pallinson is a great deal too kind and thoughtful, I think; for her kindness and thoughtfulness won't allow you a moment's rest. And then, as if somebody couldn't see through her schemes of that precious son of hers, with his finicking affected ways." And at this point the vivacious Berners gave a little imitation of Theobald Pallinson, with which liberty Adela pretended to be very much offended, laughing at the performance nevertheless. Mrs. Branston passed the first day of her freedom in luxurious idleness. It was such an inexpressible relief not to hear the perpetual click of Mrs. Pallinson's needle travelling in and out of the canvas, as that irreproachable matron sat at her embroidery frame, on which a group of spaniels, after Sir Edwin Landseer, were slowly growing into the fluffy life of Berlin wool. A still greater relief not to be called upon to respond appropriately to the dull platitudes which formed the lady's usual conversation, when she was not abusing John Saltram, or sounding the praises of her beloved son. The day was a long one for Adela, in spite of the pleasant sense of freedom, for she had begun the morning with the thought of what a delightful thing it would be if some happy accident should bring Mr. Saltram to Cavendish Square on this particular day; and having once started with this idea, she found herself counting the hours and half hours with impatient watchfulness until the orthodox time for visiting was quite over, and she could no longer beguile herself with the hope that he would come. She wanted so much to see him alone. Since her husband's death they had only met in the presence of Mrs. Pallinson, beneath the all-pervading eye, and within perpetual earshot of that oppressive matron. Adela fancied that if they could only meet for a brief 1 hour face to face, without the restraint of that foreign presence, all misunderstanding would be at an end between them, and John Saltram's affection for her, which she believed with a fond credulity, would reveal itself in all its truth and fulness. "I daresay it's my cousin Pallinson who has kept him away from me all this time," Adela said to herself with a very patient feeling about her cousin Pallinson. "I know how intolerant he is of any one he dislikes, and no doubt he has taken a dislike to her. She has done everything to provoke it, indeed by her coldness and rudeness to him." That day went by, and the second and third day of the dowager's absence, but there was no sign of John Saltram. Adela thought of writing to ask him to come to her, but that seemed such a desperate step. She could not think how she could word the letter, or how she could give it to one of the servants to post. No, she would contrive to post it herself, if she did bring herself to write. And then she thought of a still more desperate step. What if she were to call upon Mr. Saltram at his Temple chambers? It would be a most unwarrantable thing for her to do, of course, an act which would cause Mrs. Pallinson's hair to stand on end in virtuous horror, could it by any means come to her knowledge. But Adela did not intend that that should ever be known to Mrs. Pallinson; and about the opinion of the world in the abstract, Mrs. Branston told herself that she cared very little. What was the use of being a rich widow if she was to be hedged in by the restrictions which encompass the steps of an unwedded damsel just in the beginning of life? Emboldened by the absence of her dowager kinswoman, Mrs. Branston felt herself independent, free to do a foolish thing, and ready to abide the hazard of her folly. So upon the fourth day of her freedom, despairing any visit from John Saltram, Adela Branston ordered the solemn-looking butler to send for a cab, much to the surprise of that portly individual. "Josephs has been round asking about the carriage, mum," he said, in a kind of suggestive way; "whether you'd please to want the brooch or the brougham, and whether you'd drive before or after luncheon." "I shall not want the carriage this morning. Send for a cab, if you please, Parker. I'm going into the city, and I don't care about taking the horses there." His mistress was a kind little woman enough, but such extreme consideration for the equine comfort is hardly a feminine attribute, and Mr. Parker was puzzled. He told Josephs the coachman as much when he had dispatched an underling to fetch the cleanest four-wheeler procurable at an adjacent stand. "She's a going to her bankers, I suppose," he said meditatively. "Going to make some new investments, perhaps. Women are always a fidgeting and chopping and changing with their money." Mrs. Branston kept the cab waiting for half an hour, according to the fairest reckoning. She was very particular about her toilette that morning, and inclined to be discontented with the sombre plainness of her widow's garb, and to fancy that the delicate border of white crape around her girlish face made her look pale, not to say sallow. She came downstairs at last, however, looking very graceful and pretty in her trailing morning robes and fashionable crape bonnet, in which the profoundest depth of woe was made to express itself with a due regard to elegance. She came down to the homely hackney vehicle attended by the obsequious Berners, whose curiosity was naturally excited by this solitary expedition. "Where shall I tell the man to drive to, mum?" the butler asked with the cab door in his hand. Mrs. Branston felt herself blushing, and hesitated a little before she replied. "The Union Bank, Chancery Lane. Tell him to go by the Strand and Temple Bar." "I can't think what's come to my mistress," Miss Berners remarked as the cab drove off. "Catch me driving in one of those nasty vulgar four-wheel cabs, if I had a couple of carriages and a couple of pairs of horses at my disposal. There's some style about a hansom, but I never could abide those creepy crawly four-wheelers." "I admire your taste, Miss Berners, and a dashing young woman like you is a credit to a hansom," replied Mr. Parker gallantly. "But there's no accounting for the vagaries of the female sex, and I fancy somehow Mrs. B. didn't want any of us to know where she was going. She coloured up so when I asked her for the direction. You may depend there's something up, Jane Berners. She's going to see some poor relation, perhaps, Mile End or Kentish Town way, and was ashamed to give the address." "I don't believe she has any relations except old Mother Pallinson and her son," Miss Berners answered; and thereupon the handmaiden withdrew to her own regions with a discontented air, as one who had been that day cheated out of her legitimate rights. End of chapter 26. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. Chapter 27 of Fenton's Request. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Fenton's Quest by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 27. Only a Woman. The cabman did not hurry his tall raw-boned steed, and the drive to Temple Bar seemed a very long one to Adela Branston, whose mind was disturbed by the consciousness that she was doing a foolish thing. Many times during the journey she was on the point of stopping the man and telling him to drive back to Cavendish Square, but in spite of these moments of doubt and vacillation she suffered the vehicle to proceed, and only stopped the man when they were close to Temple Bar. Here she told him where she wanted to go, upon which he plunged down an obscure side street and stopped at one of the entrances to the temple. Here Mrs. Branston alighted, and had to inquire her way to Mr. Saltram's chambers. She was so unaccustomed to be out alone that this expedition seemed something almost awful to her when she found herself helpless and solitary in that strange locality. She had fancied that the cab would drive straight to Mr. Saltram's door. The busy lawyers flitting across those grave courts and passages turned to glance curiously at the pretty little widow. She had the air of a person not used to being on foot and unattended, a kind of aerial butterfly air, as of one who belonged to the useless and ornamental class of society. utterly different from the appearance of such humble female pedestrians as were wont to make the courts and alleys of the Temple a short cut in their toilsome journeys to and fro. Happily a porter appeared, who was able to direct her to Mr. Saltram's chambers, and civilly offered to escort her there, for which service she rewarded him half a crown, instead of the sixpence which he expected as his maximum recompense. She was so glad to have reached the shelter of the dark staircase in safety. The men whom she had met had frightened her by their bold admiring stares, and yet she was pleased to think that she was looking pretty. The porter did not leave her until she had been admitted by Mr. Saltram's boy, and then retired, promising to be in the way to see her back to her carriage. How the poor little thing trembled when she found herself on the threshold of that unfamiliar door! What a horrible dingy lobby it was! And how she pitied John Saltram for having to live in such a place! He was at home, and alone, the boy told her. Would she please to send her card? No, Mrs. Branston declined to send in her card. The boy could say that a lady wished to see Mr. Saltram. The truth was, she wanted to surprise this man, to see how her unlooked-for presence would affect him. She fancied herself loved by him, poor soul, and that she would be able to read some evidence of his joy at seeing her in this unexpected manner. The boy went in to his master and announced the advent of a lady, the first he had ever seen in those dismal premises. John Saltram started up from his desk and came with a hurried step to the door, very pale and almost breathless. "A lady!" he gasped, then fell back a pace or two on seeing Adela, with a look which was very much like disappointment. "You're here, Mrs. Branston!" he exclaimed. You are the last person in the world I should have expected to see." Perhaps he felt there was a kind of rudeness in his speech, for he added hastily, and with a faint smile, "Of course I am not the less honoured by your visit." He moved a chair forward, the least dilapidated of the 3 or 4 which formed his scanty stock, and placed it near the neglected fire, which he tried to revive a little by a judicious use of the poker. "You expected to see some one else, I think," Adela said, quite unable to hide her wounded feelings. She had seen the eagerness in his pale face when he came to the door, and the disappointed look with which he had recognised her. "Scarcely, but I expected to receive news of some one else." "Some one you are very anxious to hear about, I should imagine, from your manner just now," said Adela, who could not forbear pressing the question a little. "Yes, Mrs. Branston, some one about whom I am anxious, a relation, in short." She looked at him with a puzzled air. She had never heard him talk of his relations, and indeed supposed that he stood almost alone in the world. But there was no reason that it should be so, except his silence on the subject. She watched him for some moments in silence, as he stood leaning against the opposite angle of the chimney-piece, waiting for her to speak. He was looking very ill, much changed since she had seen him last, haggard and worn, with the air of a man who had not slept properly for many nights. There was an absent, far-away look in his eyes, and Adela Branston felt all at once that her presence was nothing to him, that this desperate step which she had taken had no more effect upon him than the modest event of everyday life; in a word, that he did not love her. A cold, death-like feeling came over her as she thought of this. She had set her heart upon this man's love, and had indeed some justification for supposing that it was hers. It seemed to her that life was useless, worse than useless, odious and unendurable, without it. But even while she was thinking this, with a cold blank misery in her heart, she had to invent some excuse for this unseemly visit. "I have waited so anxiously for you to call," she said at last, in a nervous, hesitating way, "and I begin to fear that you must be ill, and I wish to consult you about the management of my affairs. My lawyers worry me so with questions which I don't know how to answer, and I have so few friends in the world whom I can trust except you. So at last I screwed up my courage to call upon you." "I am deeply honoured by your confidence, Mrs. Branston," John Saltram answered, looking at her gravely with those weary, haggard eyes, with the air of a man who brings his thoughts back to common life from some faraway region with an effort. "If my advice or assistance can be of any use to you, they are completely at your service. What is this business about which your solicitor bothers you?" "I'll explain that to you directly," Adela answered, taking some letters from her pocket book. "How good you are! I knew that you would help me. But tell me first why you have never been to Cavendish Square in all this long time. I fear I was right. You have been ill, have you not?" "Not exactly ill, but very much worried and overworked." A light dawned on Adela Branston's troubled mind. She began to think that Mr. Saltram's strange absent manner, his apparent indifference to her presence, might arise from preoccupation, caused by those pecuniary difficulties from which the Pallinsons declared him so constant a sufferer. Yes, she told herself, it was trouble of this kind that oppressed him, that had banished him from her all this time. He was too generous to repair his shattered fortunes by means of her money. He was too proud to confess his fallen state. A tender pity took possession of her. All that was most sentimental in her nature was awakened by the idea of John Saltram's generosity. What was the use of her fortune, if she could not employ it for the relief of the man she loved? "You are so kind to me, Mr. Saltram," she faltered, after a troubled pause, "so ready to help me in my perplexities. I only wish you would allow me to be of some use to you in yours. If you have any perplexities, and I suppose everybody has, of some kind or another, I should be so proud if you would give me your confidence, so proud and happy." Her voice trembled a little as she said this, looking up at him all the while with soft confiding blue eyes, the fair delicate face looking its prettiest in the coquettish widow's headgear. A man must have been harder of heart than John Saltram who could remain unmoved by a tenderness so evident. This man was touched, and deeply. The pale, careworn face grew more troubled. The firmly moulded lips quivered ever so little, as he looked down at the widow's pleading countenance, and then he turned his head aside with a sudden half impatient movement. "My dear Mrs. Branston, you are too good to me. I am unworthy, I am in every way unworthy of your kindness." "You are not unworthy, and that is no answer to my question, only an excuse to put me off. We are such old friends, Mr. Saltram, you might trust me. You own that you have been worried, overworked, worried about money matters, perhaps. I know that gentlemen are generally subject to that kind of annoyance, and you know how rich I am, how little employment I have for my money, though you can never imagine how worthless and useless it seems to me. Why won't you trust me? Why won't you let me be your banker?" She blushed crimson as she made this offer, dreading that the man she loved would turn upon her fiercely in a passion of offended pride. She sat before him trembling, dreading the might of his indignation. But there was no sign of anger in John Saltram's face when he looked round at her, only grief and an expression that was like pity. "The offer is like you," he said, with suppressed feeling. "But the worries of which I spoke just now are not money troubles. I do not pretend to deny that my affairs are embarrassed, and have been for so long that entanglement has become their normal state. But if they were ever so much more desperate, I could not afford to trade upon your generosity. No, Mrs. Branston, that is just the very last thing in this world that I could consent to do." "It is very cruel of you to say that," Adela answered, with tears gathering in her clear blue eyes, and with a little childish look of vexation, which would have seemed infinitely charming in the eyes of a man who loved her. "There can be no reason for your saying this, except that you do not think me worthy of your confidence, that you despise me too much to treat me like a friend. If I were that Mr. Fenton now, whom you care for so much, you would not treat me like this. I never borrowed a sixpence from Gilbert Fenton in my life, though I know that his purse is always open to me. But friendship is apt to end when money transactions begin. Believe me, I feel your goodness, Mrs. Branston, your womanly generosity; but it is my own unworthiness that comes between me and your kindness. I can accept nothing from you but the sympathy which it is your nature to give to all who need it. I do indeed sympathize with you, but it seems so hard that you will not consent to make some use of all that money which is lying idle. It would make me so happy if I could think it were useful to you, but I dare not say any more. I have said too much already, perhaps. Only I hope you will not think very badly of me for having acted on impulse in this way." "Think badly of you! My dear kind soul, what can I think, except that you are one of the most generous of women?" "And what about these other troubles, Mr. Saltram, which have no relation to money matters? You will not give me your confidence?" "There is nothing that I can confide in you, Mrs. Branston. There are others involved in the matter of which I spoke. I am not free to talk about it." Poor Adela felt herself repulsed at every point. It seemed very hard. Had she been mistaken about this man all the time? Mistaken and deluded in those happy days during her husband's lifetime, when he had been so constant a visitor at the riverside villa, and had seemed exactly what a man might seem who cherished a tenderness which he dared not reveal in the present, but which in a brighter future might blossom into the full blown flower of love. "And now about your own affairs, my dear Mrs. Branston," John Saltram said, with a forced cheerfulness, drawing up his chair to the table, and assuming a businesslike manner. "These tiresome letters of your lawyer's. Let me see what use I can be in the matter." Adela Branston produced the letters with a rather absent air. They were letters about very insignificant affairs: the renewal of a lease or two, the reinvestment of a sum of money that had been lent on a mortgage and had fallen in lately, transactions that scarcely called for the employment of Mr. Saltram's intellectual powers; but he gave them very serious attention nevertheless, well aware all the time that this business consultation was only the widow's excuse for her visit. And while she seemed to be listening to his advice, her eyes were wandering around the room all the time, noting the dust and confusion, the soda water bottles huddled in one corner, the pile of books heaped in a careless manner in another, the half empty brandy bottle between a couple of stone ink jars on the mantelpiece. She was thinking what a dreary place it was, and that there was a stamp of decay and ruin somehow upon the man who occupied it. And she loved him so well, and would have given all the world to have redeemed his life. It is doubtful whether Adela Branston heard one syllable of that counsel which Mr. Saltram administered so gravely. Her mind was full of the failure of this desperate step which she had taken. He seemed farther from her now than before they had met, obstinately averse to profit by her friendship, cold and cruel. "You will come and dine with us very soon, I hope," she said, as she rose to go. "My cousin, Mrs. Pallinson, will be home in a day or two. She has been nursing her son for the last few days, but he is much better, and I expect her back immediately. We shall be so pleased to see you. You will name an early day, won't you? Monday, shall we say, or Sunday? You can't plead business on Sunday." "My dear Mrs. Branston, I really am not well enough for visiting." "But dining with us does not come under the head of visiting. We will be quite alone, if you wish it. I shall be hurt if you refuse to come." "If you put it that way, I cannot refuse; but I fear you will find me wretched company." "I am not afraid of that. And now I must ask you to forgive me for having wasted so much of your time, before I say good morning." "There has been no time of mine wasted. I have learned to know your generous heart even better than I knew it before, and I think I always knew that it was a noble one. Believe me, I am not ungrateful or indifferent to so much goodness." He accompanied her downstairs and through the courts and passages to the place where she had left the cab, in spite of the ticket porter, who was hanging about, ready to act as escort. He saw her safely seated in the hackney vehicle, and then walked slowly back to his chambers, thinking over the interview which had just concluded. "Poor little soul," he said to himself softly, "dear little soul. There are men who would go to the end of the world for a woman like that. Yes, if she had not a sixpence. And to think that I, who thought myself so strong in the wisdom of the world, should have let such a prize slip through my fingers. For what? For a fancy, for a caprice that has brought confusion and shame upon me, disappointment and regret." He breathed a profound sigh. From first to last life had been more or less disappointment to this man. He had lived alone, lived for himself, despising the ambitious aims and lofty hopes of other men, thinking the best prizes this world can give scarcely worth that long struggle which is so apt to end in failure. Perfect success is so rare a result, it seemed to him. He made a rough calculation of his chances in any given line when he was still fresh from college, and finding the figures against him, he gave up all thoughts of doing great things. By and by, when his creditors grew pressing and it was necessary for him to earn money in some way, he found that it was no trouble to him to write. So he wrote with a spasmodic kind of industry, but of 40 horsepower when he chose to exercise it. For a long time he had no thought of winning name or fame in literature. It was only of late it had dawned upon him that he had wasted labour and talent, out of which a wiser man would have created for himself a reputation, and that reputation is worth something, if only as a means of making money. This conviction once arrived at, he had worked hard at a book which he thought must needs make some impression upon the world, whenever he could afford time to complete it. In the meanwhile, his current work occupied so much of his life that he was fain to lay the magnum opus aside every now and then, and still needed a month or two of quiet labour. End of chapter 27. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. Chapter 28 of Fenton's Request. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Fenton's Quest by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 28. At Fault. Gilbert Fenton took up his abode at the dilapidated old inn at Crosber, thinking that he might be freer there than at the Grange. A dismal place of sojourn under the brightest circumstances, but unspeakably dreary for him who had only the saddest thoughts for his companions. He wanted to be on the spot, to be close at hand to hear tidings of the missing girl, and he also wanted to be here in the event of John Holbrook's return, to come face to face with this man, if possible, and to solve that question which had sorely perplexed him of late, the mystery that hung about the man who had wronged him. He consulted Ellen Carley as to the probability of Mr. Holbrook's return. The girl seemed to think it very unlikely that Marian's husband would ever again appear at the Grange. His last departure had appeared like a final one. He had paid every sixpence he owed in the neighbourhood, and had been liberal in his donations to the servants and hangers-on of the place. Marian's belongings he had left to Ellen Carley's care, telling her to pack them and keep them in readiness for being forwarded to any address he might send. But his own books and papers he had carefully removed. "Had he many books here?" Gilbert asked. "Not many," the girl answered, "but he was a very studious gentleman. He spent almost all of his time shut up in his own room reading and writing." "Indeed." In this respect the habits of the unknown corresponded exactly with those of John Saltram. Gilbert Fenton's heart beat a little quicker at the thought that he was coming nearer by a step to the solution of that question which was always uppermost in his mind now. "Do you know if he wrote books, if he was what is called a literary man, living by his pen?" he asked presently. "I don't know. I never heard his wife say so. But Mrs. Holbrook was always reserved about him and his history. I think he had forbidden her to talk about his affairs. I know I used to fancy it was a dull life for her, poor soul, sitting in his room hour after hour, working while he wrote. He used not to allow her to be with him at all at first, but little by little she persuaded him to let her sit with him, promising not to disturb him by so much as a word, and she never did. She seemed quite happy when she was with him, contented, and proud to think that her presence was no hindrance to him." "And you think he loved her, don't you?" "At first, yes; but I think a kind of weariness came over him afterwards, and that she saw it, and almost broke her heart about it. She was so simple and innocent, poor darling, it wasn't easy for her to hide anything she felt." Gilbert asked the bailiff's daughter to describe Mr. Holbrook to him, as she had done more than once before. But this time he questioned her closely, and contrived that her description of this man's outward semblance should be especially minute and careful. Yes, the picture which arose before him as Ellen Carley spoke was the picture of John Saltram. The description seemed in every way particular to apply to the face and figure of his chosen friend, But then all such verbal pictures are at best vague and shadowy, and Gilbert knew that he carried that one image in his mind, and would be apt unconsciously to twist the girl's words into that one shape. He asked if any picture or photograph of Mr. Holbrook had been left at the Grange, and Ellen Carley told him no. She had never seen a portrait of Marian's husband. He was therefore fain to be content with the description which seemed so exactly to fit the friend he loved, the friend to whom he had clung with a deeper, stronger feeling since this miserable suspicion had taken root in his mind. "I think I could have forgiven him if he had come between us in a bold and open way," he said to himself, brooding over this harassing doubt of his friend. "Yes, I think I could have forgiven him, in spite of the bitterness of losing her. But to steal her from me with cowardly, treacherous secrecy, to hide my treasure in an obscure corner, and then grow weary of her, and blight her fair young life with his coldness. Can I forgive him these things? Can all the memory of the past plead with me for him when I think of these things? O God, grant me that I am mistaken, that it is some other man who has done this, and not John Saltram, not the man I have loved and honoured for 15 years of my life!" But his suspicions were not to be put away, not to be driven out of his mind, let him argue against them as he might. He resolved, therefore, that as soon as he should have made every effort, and taken every possible means towards the recovery of the missing girl, he would make it his business next to bring this thing home to John Saltram, or quit him forever. It is needless to dwell upon that weary work, which seemed destined to result in nothing but disappointment. The local constabulary and the London police alike exerted all their powers to obtain some trace of Marian Holbrook's lost footsteps, but no clue to the painful mystery was to be found. From the moment when she vanished from the eyes of the servant woman watching her departure from the Grange gate, she seemed to have disappeared altogether from the sight of mankind. If by some witchcraft she had melted into the dim autumnal mist that hung about the river bank, she could not have left less trace, or vanished more mysteriously than she had done. The local constabulary gave in very soon, in spite of Gilbert Fenton's handsome payment in the present, and noble promises of reward in the future. The local constabulary were honest and uninventive. They shook their heads gloomily, and said, "Drowned." "But the river has been dragged," Gilbert cried eagerly, "and there has been nothing found." He shuddered at the thought of that which might have been hauled to shore in the foul weedy net. The face he loved, changed, disfigured, awful, the damp clinging hair. "Holes," replied the chief of the local constabulary sententiously. "There's holes in that there river where you might hide half a dozen drowned men, and never hope to find 'em, no more than if they was at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. Lord bless your heart, sir, you Londoners don't know what a river is, in a manner of speaking," added the man, who was most likely unacquainted with the existence of the Thames, compared with which noble stream his sluggish Hampshire river was the veriest ditch. "I've known a many poor creature drowned in that river, and never one of 'em to come to light. Not that the river was dragged for them. Their friends weren't of the dragging class, they weren't." The London police were more hopeful and more delusive. They were always hearing of some young lady newly arrived at some neighbouring town or village, who seemed to answer exactly to the description of Mrs. Holbrook. And behold, when Gilbert Fenton hurried off post haste to the village or town, and presented himself before the lady in question, he found for the most part that she was 10 years older than Marian, and was as utterly unlike her as it was possible for one Englishwoman to be unlike another. He possessed a portrait of the missing girl, a carefully finished photograph, which had been given to him in the brief happy time when she was his promised wife, and he caused this image to be multiplied and distributed wherever the search of Marian was being made. He neglected no possible means by which he might hope to obtain tidings, advertising continually, in town and country, and varying his advertisements in such a manner as to ensure attention either from the object of his inquiries or any one acquainted with her. But all his trouble was in vain. No reply, or what was worse, worthless and delusive replies, came to his advertisements. The London police, who had pretended to be so hopeful at first, began to despair in a visible manner, having put all their machinery into play, and failed to obtain even the most insignificant result. They were fain to confess at last that they could only come to a pretty much the same conclusion as arrived at by their inferiors, the rustic officials, and agreed that in all probability the river hid the secret of Marian Holbrook's fate. She had been the victim of either crime or accident, who could say which? The former seemed more likely, as she had vanished in broad daylight, when it was scarcely possible that her footsteps could go astray, while in that lonely neighbourhood a crime was never impossible. "She had a watch and chain, I suppose?" the officer inquired. "Ladies will wear 'em." Gilbert ascertained from Ellen Carley that Marian had always worn her watch and chain, had worn them when she left the Grange for the last time. She had a few other trinkets too, which she wore habitually, quaint old-fashioned things of some value. How well Gilbert remembered those little family treasures, which she had exhibited to him at Captain Sedgwick's bidding. "Ah," muttered the officer when he heard this, "quite enough to cost her her life, if she met one of your ugly customers. I've known a murder committed for the sake of a 3 and 6pence in my time, and pushing a young woman into a river don't count for murder among that sort of people. You see, someone may come by and fish her out again, so it can't well be more than manslaughter." A dull horror came over Gilbert Fenton as he heard these professional speculations. But at the worst he could not bring himself to believe that these men were right, and that the woman he loved had been the victim of some obscure wretch's greed, slain in broad daylight for the sake of a few pounds' worth of jewellery. When everything had been done that was possible to be done in that part of the country, Mr. Fenton went back to London, but not before he had become very familiar with the household of the Grange. From the first he had liked and trusted Ellen Carley, deeply touched by her fidelity to Marian. He made a point of dropping in at the Grange every evening, when not away from Crosber, following up some delusive track started by his metropolitan counsellors. He always went there with a faint hope that Ellen Carley might have something to tell him, and with a vague notion that John Holbrook might return unexpectedly, and that they two might meet in the old farmhouse. But Mr. Holbrook did not reappear, nor had Ellen any tidings of her evening visitor, though she thought of little else than Marian, and never let a day pass without making some small effort to obtain a clue to that mystery which now seemed so hopeless. Gilbert grew to be quite at home in the little wainscoted parlour at the Grange, smoking his cigar there nightly in a tranquil contemplative mood, while Mr. Carley puffed vigorously at his long clay pipe. There was a special charm for him in the place that had so long been Marian's home. He felt nearer to her somehow under that roof, and as if he must needs be on the right road to some discovery. The bailiff, although prone to silence, seemed to derive considerable gratification from Mr. Fenton's visits, and talked to that gentleman with greater freedom than he was wont to display in his intercourse with mankind. Ellen was not always present during the whole of the evening, and in her presence the bailiff would unbosom himself to Gilbert on the subject of his daughter's undutiful conduct, telling him what a preposterous marriage the girl might make if she had only common sense enough to see her own interests in the right light, and wasn't the most obstinate self-willed hussy that ever set her own foolish whims and fancies against a father's wishes. "But a woman's fancies sometimes mean a very deep feeling, Mr. Carley," pleaded Gilbert, "and that worldly wise people call a good home is not always a happy one. It's a hard thing for a young woman to marry against her inclination." "Humph," muttered the bailiff in a surly tone. "It's a harder thing for her to marry a pauper, I should think, and to bring a regiment of children into the world, always wanting shoes and stockings. But you're a bachelor, you see, Mr. Fenton, and can't be expected to know what shoes and stockings are. Now there happens to be a friend of mine, a steady, respectable, middle-aged man, who worships the ground my girl walks on, and could make her mistress of as good a house as any within 20 miles of this, and give a home to her father in his old age, into the bargain. For I'm only a servant here, and it can't be expected that I am to go on toiling and slaving about this place for ever. I don't say but what I've saved a few pounds, but I haven't saved enough to keep me out of the workhouse." This seemed to Gilbert a rather selfish manner of looking at a daughter's matrimonial prospects, and he ventured to hint as much in a polite way, but the bailiff was immovable. "What a young woman wants is a good home," he said decisively. "Whether she has the sense to know it herself, or whether she hasn't, that's what she's got to look for in life." Gilbert had not spent many evenings at the Grange before he had the honour of being introduced to the estimable middle-aged suitor, whose claims Mr. Carley was always putting forth to his daughter. He saw Stephen Whitelaw, and that individual's colourless, expressionless countenance, redeemed from total blankness by only the cunning visible in the small grey eyes, impressed him with instant distrust and dislike. God forbid that frank warm-hearted girl should ever be sacrificed to such a fellow as this, he said to himself, as he sat on the opposite side of the hearth, smoking his cigar, and meditatively contemplating Mr. Whitelaw conversing in his slow, solemn fashion with the man who was so eager to be his father-in-law. In the course of that first evening of their acquaintance, Gilbert was surprised to see how often Stephen Whitelaw looked at him, with a strange, attentive expression, that had something furtive in it, some hidden meaning, as it seemed to him. Whenever Gilbert spoke, the farmer looked up at him, always with the same sharp, inquisitive glance, the same cunning twinkle in his small eyes. And every time he happened to look at Mr. Whitelaw during that evening, he found the watchful eyes turned towards him in the same unpleasant manner. The sensation caused by this kind of surveillance on the part of the farmer was so obnoxious to him, that at parting he took occasion to speak of it in a friendly way. "I fancy you and I must have met before to night, Mr. Whitelaw," he said, "or that you must have some notion to that effect. You've looked at me with an amount of interest my personal merits could scarcely call for." "No, no, sir," the farmer answered in his usual slow deliberate way. "It isn't that. I never set eyes on you before I came into this room to night. But you see, Ellen, she's interested in you, and I take an interest in any one she takes to. And we've all of us thought so much about your searching for that poor young lady that's missing, and taking such pains, and being so patient like where another would have given in at the first set off. So altogether you're a general object of interest, you see." Gilbert did not appear particularly flattered by this compliment. He received it at first with rather an angry look, and then, after a pause, was vexed with himself for having been annoyed by the man's clumsy expression of sympathy, for it was sympathy, no doubt, which Mr. Whitelaw wished to express. "It has been sad work so far," he said. "I suppose you can give me no hint, no kind of advice as to any step to be taken in the future." "Lord bless you, no, sir. Everything that could be done was done before you came here. Mr. Holbrook didn't leave a stone unturned. He did his duty as a man and a husband, sir. The poor young lady was drowned. There's no doubt about that." "I don't believe it," Gilbert said, with a quiet, resolute air, which seemed quite to startle Mr. Whitelaw. "You don't believe she was drowned? You mean to say you think she's alive, then?" he asked, with unusual sharpness and quickness of speech. "I have a firm conviction that she still lives, that, with God's blessing, I shall see her again." "Well, sir," Mr. Whitelaw replied, relapsing into his accustomed slowness, and rubbing his clumsy chin with his still clumsier hand, in a thoughtful manner, "of course it ain't my place to go against any gentleman's convictions, far from it. But if you see Mrs. Holbrook before the dead rise out of their graves, my name isn't Stephen Whitelaw. You may waste your time and your trouble, and you may spend your money as it was so much water, but set eyes upon that missing lady you never will. Take my word for it, or don't take my word for it, as you please." Gilbert wondered at the man's earnestness. Did he really feel some kind of benevolent interest in the fate of a helpless woman, or was it only a vulgar love of the marvellous and horrible that moved him? Gilbert leaned to the latter opinion, and was by no means inclined to give Stephen Whitelaw credit for any surplus of benevolence. He saw a good deal more of Ellen Carley's suitor in the course of his evening visits to the Grange, and had ample opportunity for observing Mr. Whitelaw's mode of courtship, which was by no means of the demonstrative order, consisting in a polite silence towards the object of his affections, broken only by one or two clumsy but florid compliments delivered in a deliberate but semi-jocose manner. The owner of Wycombe Farm had no idea of making hard work of his courtship. He had been angled for by so many damsels, and courted by so many fathers and mothers, that he fancied he had but to say a word when the time came, and the thing would be done. Any evidence of avoidance, indifference, or even dislike upon Ellen Carley's part troubled him in the smallest degree. He had heard people talk of young Randall's fancy for her, and of her liking for him, But he knew that her father meant to set his heel upon any nonsense of this kind, and he did not for a moment imagine it possible that any girl would resolutely oppose her father's will, and throw away such good fortune as he could offer her, to ride in her own chaise cart, and to wear a silk gown always on Sundays, to say nothing of a gold watch and chain. And Mr. Whitelaw meant to endow his bride with the ponderous old-fashioned timepiece and heavy brassy-looking cable which had belonged to his mother. End of chapter 28. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. Chapter 29 of Fenton's Quest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Fenton's Quest by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 29. Baffled, Not Beaten. The time came when Gilbert Fenton was fain to own to himself that there was no more to be done down in Hampshire. Professional science and his own efforts had been alike futile. If she whom he sought still lived, and he had never for a moment suffered himself to doubt this, it was more than likely she was far away from Gosper Grange, that there had been some motive for her sudden flight, unaccountable as that flight might seem in the absence of any clue to the mystery. Every means of inquiry being exhausted in Hampshire, there was nothing left to Gilbert but to return to London, that marvellous city, where there always seems the most hope of finding the lost, wide as the wilderness is. In London I shall have clever detectives always at my service, Gilbert thought. In London I may be able to solve the question of John Holbrook's identity. So, apart from the fact that his own affairs necessitated his prompt return to the great city, Gilbert had another motive for leaving the dull rural neighbourhood where he had wasted so many anxious hours, so much thought and care. For the rest, he knew that Ellen Carey would be faithful, always on the watch for any clue to the mystery of Marian Holbrook's fate, always ready to receive the wanderer with open arms, should any happy chance bring her back to the Grange. Assured of this, he felt less compunction in turning his back upon the spot where his lost love had vanished from the eyes of men. Before leaving, he gave Ellen a letter for Marian's husband, in the improbable event of that gentleman's reappearance at the Grange. A few simple earnest lines, entreating Mr. Holbrook to believe in the writer's faithful and brotherly affection for his wife, and to meet him in London on an early occasion, in order they might together concert fresh means for bringing about her restoration to her husband and home. He reminded Mr. Holbrook of his friendship for Captain Sedgewick, and that good man's confidence in him, and declared himself bound by his respect for the dead to be faithful to the living, faithful in all forgiveness of any wrong done him in the past. He went back to London cruelly depressed by the failure of his efforts, and with a blank dreary feeling that there was little more for him to do except to wait the working of Providence, with the faint hope that one of those happy accidents which sometimes bring about a desired result when all human endeavour seems to have been in vain, might throw a sudden light on Marian Holbrook's fate. During the whole of that homeward journey he brooded on those dark suspicions of Mr. Holbrook which Ellen Carey had let fall in their early interviews. He had checked the girl on these occasions, and had prevented the full utterance of her thoughts, generously indignant that any suspicion of foul play should attach to Marian's husband, and utterly incredulous of such a deep guilt as that at which the girl's hints pointed. But now that he was leaving Hampshire, he felt vexed with himself for not having urged her to speak freely, not having considered her suspicions, however preposterous those suspicions might have appeared to him. Marian's disappearance had taken a darker colour in his mind since that time. Granted that she had left the Grange of her own accord, having some special reason for leaving secretly, at whose bidding would she have so acted except her husband's? She who stood so utterly alone, without a friend in the world. But what possible motive could Mr. Holbrook have had for such an underhand course, for making a conspiracy and a mystery out of so simple a fact as the removal of his wife from a place whence he was free to remove her at any moment? Fair and honest motive for such a course there could be none. Was it possible, looking at the business from a darker point of view, to imagine any guilty reason for carrying out such a plot? If this man had wanted to bring about a lifelong severance between himself and his wife, to put her away somewhere, to keep her hidden from the eyes of the world. In plainer words, to get rid of her. Might not his pretence of losing her, this affectation of distress at her loss, be a safe way of accomplishing his purpose? Who else was interested in doing her wrong? Who else could have had sufficient power over her to beguile her away from her home? Pondering on these questions throughout all that weary journey across the wintry landscape of bare brown fields and leafless trees, Gilbert Fenton travelled Londonwards to the city which was so little of a home for him, but in which his life had seemed pleasant enough in its own commonplace fashion until that fatal summer evening when he first saw Marian Nowell's radiant face in the quiet church at Lidford. He scarcely stopped to eat or drink at the end of his journey, regaling himself only with a bottle of soda water, imperceptibly favoured with cognac by the hands of a ministering angel at the refreshment counter at the Waterloo station, and then hurrying on at once in a hansom to that dingy street in Soho, where Mr. Medler sat in his parlour, like the proverbial spider waiting for the advent of some too confiding fly. The lawyer was at home, and seemed in no way surprised to see Mr. Fenton. "I have come to see you about a bad business, Mr. Medler," Gilbert began, seating himself opposite the shabby-looking office table, with its covering of dusty faded baize, upon which there seemed to be always precisely the same array of papers in little bundles tied with red tape. "But first let me ask you a question. Have you heard from Mrs. Holbrook?" "Not a line." "And have you taken no further steps, no other means of communicating with her?" Gilbert asked. "Not yet. I think of sending my clerk down to Hampshire, or of going down myself, perhaps, in a day or two, if my business engagements will permit me." "Do you not consider the case rather an urgent one, Mr. Medler? I should have supposed that your curiosity would have been aroused by the absence of any reply to your letters, that you would have looked at the business in a more serious light than you appear to have done, that you would have taken alarm, in short." "Why should I do so?" the lawyer demanded carelessly. "It is Mrs. Holbrook's business to look after her affairs. The property is safe enough. She can administer to the will as soon as she pleases. I certainly wonder that the husband has not been a little sharper and more active in the business." "You have heard nothing from him, then, I presume?" "Nothing." Gilbert remembered what Ellen Carley had told him about Marian's keeping the secret of her newly acquired fortune from her husband until she should be able to tell it to him with her own lips, waiting for that happy moment with innocent girlish delight in the thought that he was to owe prosperity to her. It seemed evident, therefore, that Mr. Holbrook could know nothing of his wife's inheritance, nor of Mr. Medler's existence, supposing the lawyer's letter to have reached the Grange before Marian's disappearance, and to have been destroyed or carried away by her. He inquired the date of this letter, whereupon Mr. Medler referred to a letter book in which there was a facsimile of the document. It had been posted 3 days before Marian left the Grange. Gilbert now proceeded to inform Mr. Medler of his client's mysterious disappearance, and all of the useless effort that had been made to solve the mystery. The lawyer listened with an appearance of profound interest and astonishment, but made no remark till the story was quite finished. "You are right, Mr. Fenton," he said at last. "It is a bad business, very bad business. May I ask you what is the common opinion among the people in that part of the world, in the immediate neighbourhood of the event, as to this poor lady's fate?" "An opinion with which I cannot bring myself to agree, an opinion which I pray God may prove as unfounded as I believe it to be. It is generally thought that Mrs. Holbrook has fallen a victim to some common crime, that she was robbed and then thrown into the river." "The river has been dragged, I suppose?" "It has, but the people there seem to consider that no conclusive test." "Had Mrs. Holbrook anything valuable about her at the time of her disappearance?" "Her watch and chain and a few other trinkets." "There are scoundrels about the country who will commit the darkest crime for the smallest inducement. I confess the business has a rather black look, Mr. Fenton, and that I am inclined to concur with the country people." "An easy way of settling the question for those not vitally interested in the lady's fate," Gilbert answered bitterly. "The lady is my client, sir, and I am bound to feel a warm interest in her affairs," the lawyer said, with the lofty tone of a man whose finer feelings have been outraged. "The lady was once my promised wife, Mr. Medler," returned Gilbert, "and now stands to me in the place of a beloved and only sister. For me the mystery of her fate is an all-absorbing question, an enigma to the solution for which I mean to devote the rest of my life, if need be." "A wasted life, Mr. Fenton, and in the meantime that river down yonder may hide the only secret." "O God!" cried Gilbert passionately, "how eager every one is to make the end of this business! Even the men whom I paid and bribed to help me grew tired of their work, and abandoned all hope after the feeblest and most miserable attempts to earn their reward." "What can be done in such a case, Mr. Fenton?" demanded the lawyer, shrugging his shoulders with a deprecating air. "What can the police do more than you or I? They have only a little more experience, that's all. They have no recondite means of solving these social mysteries. You have advertised, of course?" "Yes, in many channels, with a certain amount of caution, but in such a manner as to ensure Mrs. Holbrook's identification, if she had fallen into the hands of any one willing to communicate with me, and to ensure her own attention were she free to act for herself." "It seems to me that everything has been done that can be done." "Not yet. The men whom I employed in Hampshire, they were recommended to me by the Scotland Yard authorities, certainly may not have been up to the mark. In any case, I shall try someone else. Do you know anything of the detective force?" Mr. Medler assumed an air of consideration, and then said, "No, he did not know the name of a single detective. His business did not bring him in contact with that class of people." He said this with the tone of a man whose practice was one of the loftiest and choicest kind, conveyancing perhaps, and the management of estates for the landed gentry, marriage settlements involving the disposition of large fortunes, and so on. Whereas Mr. Medler's business, lying chiefly among the criminal population, his path in life might have been supposed not to be very remote from the footsteps of eminent police officers. "I can get the information elsewhere," Gilbert said carelessly. "Believe me, I do not mean to let this matter drop." "My dear sir, if I might venture upon a word of friendly advice, not in a professional spirit, but as between man and man, I should warn you against wasting your time and fortune upon a useless pursuit. If Mrs. Holbrook has vanished from the world of her own free will, a thing that often happens, eccentric as it may be, she will reappear in good time of her own free will. If she has been the victim of a crime, that crime will no doubt come to light in due course, without any efforts of yours." "That is the common kind of advice, Mr. Medler," answered Gilbert. "Prudent counsel, no doubt, if a man could be content to take it, and well meant. But you see, I have loved this lady, love her still, and shall continue to love her till the end of my life. It is not possible for me to rest in ignorance of her fate." "Although she jilted you in favour of Mr. Holbrook?" suggested the lawyer with something of a sneer. "That wrong has been forgiven. Fate did not permit me to meet her husband. But I can be her friend and brother. She has need of some one to stand in that position, poor girl, for her lot is very lonely. And now I want you to explain the conditions of her grandfather's will. It is her father who would profit, I think, gathered from our last conversation, in the event of Marian's death." "In the event of her dying childless, yes, the father would take all." "Then he is really the only person who could profit by her death?" "Well, yes," replied the lawyer, with some slight hesitation. "Under her grandfather's will, yes, her father would take all. Of course, in the event of her father having died previously, the husband would come in as her heir at law. You see, it was not easy to exclude the husband altogether." "And do you believe that Mr. Nowell is still living claim to his inheritance?" "I believe so. The fancy the old man had some tidings of his son before the will was executed; that he in short heard of his having been met with not long ago over in America." "No doubt he will speedily put in an appearance now," said Gilbert bitterly, "now that there is a fortune to be gained by the assertion of his identity." Muttered the lawyer. "It would not be very easy for him to put his hand on sixpence of Jacob Nowell's money, in the absence of any proof of Mrs. Holbrook's death. There would be no end of appeals in the Court of Chancery, and after all manner of formulas he might obtain a decree that would lock up the property for 24 years. I doubt if the executor chose to stick to technicals, and the business got into Chancery, whether Percival Nowell would live long enough to profit by his father's will." "I am glad of that," said Gilbert. "I know the man to be a scoundrel, and I am very glad that he is unlikely to be a gainer in any misfortune that has befallen his daughter. Had it been otherwise, I should have been inclined to think that he had had some hand in this disappearance." The lawyer looked at Mr. Fenton with a sharp inquisitive glance. "You would imply that Percival Nowell may have made away with his daughter. You must have a very bad opinion of human nature, Mr. Fenton, to conceive anything so horrible." "My suspicions do not go quite so far as that," said Gilbert. "God forbid that it should be so. I have a firm belief that Marian Holbrook lives, but it is possible to get a person out of the way without the last worst crime of which mankind is capable." "It would seem more natural to suspect the husband than the father, I should imagine," Mr. Medler answered, after a thoughtful pause. "I cannot see that. The husband had nothing to gain by his wife's disappearance, and everything to lose. He might have supposed the father to be dead, and that he would step into the fortune. He might not know enough of the law properly to be aware of the difficulties attending a succession of that kind. There is a most extraordinary ignorance of the law of the land prevailing among well educated Englishmen. Or he may have been tired of his wife, and have seen his way to a more advantageous alliance. Men are not always satisfied with one wife these days, and a man who married in such a strange underhanded manner would be likely to have some hidden motive for secrecy." The suggestion was not without force for Gilbert Fenton. His face grew darker, and he was some time before he replied to Mr. Medler's remarks. That suspicion of late had been perpetually floating dimly in his brain. That vague distrust of his chosen friend, John Saltram, flashed upon him in this moment with a new distinctness. If this man, whom he had so loved and trusted, had betrayed him, had so utterly falsified his friend's estimate of his character, was it not easy enough to believe him capable of still deeper baseness, capable of growing weary of his stolen wife, and casting her off by some foul secret means in order to marry a richer woman? The marriage between John Holbrook and Marian Nowell had taken place several months before Michael Branston's death, at a time when perhaps Adela Branston's admirer had begun to despair of her release, and then fate had gone against him, and Mrs. Branston's fortune lay at his feet when it was too late. Thus, and thus only, could Gilbert Fenton account in any easy manner for John Saltram's avoidance of the Anglo Indian's widow. A little more than a year ago it had seemed as if the whole plan of his life was built upon a marriage with this woman, and now that she was free, and obviously willing to make him the master of her fortune, he recoiled from the position, unreasonably and unaccountably blind or indifferent to its advantages. "There shall be an end of these shapeless unspoken doubts," Gilbert said to himself. "I will see John Saltram to day, and there shall be an explanation between us. I will be his dupe and fool no longer. I will get at the truth somehow." Gilbert Fenton said very little more to the lawyer, who seemed by no means sorry to get rid of him, but at the door of the office he paused. "You did not tell me the names of the executors to Jacob Nowell's will," he said. "You didn't ask me the question," answered Mr. Medler curtly. "There is only one executor, myself." "Indeed! Mr. Nowell must have had a very high opinion of you to leave you so much power." "I don't know about power. Jacob Nowell knew me, and he didn't know many people. I don't say that he put any special confidence in me, for it was his habit to trust no one, his boast that he had trusted no one. But he was obliged to name someone for his executor, and he named me." "Shall you consider it your duty to seek out or advertise for Percival Nowell?" asked Gilbert. "I shall be in no hurry to do that, in the absence of any proof of his daughter's death. My first duty would be to look for her." "God grant you may be more fortunate than I have been. Here's my card, Mr. Medler. You will be so good as to let me have a line immediately at that address if you obtain any tidings of Miss Holbrook." "I will do so." End of chapter 29. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. Chapter 30 of Fenton's Request. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Fenton's Request by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 30. Stricken Down. A hansom carried Gilbert Fenton to the Temple without loss of time. There was a fierce hurry in his breast, a beat of fever which he had scarcely felt since the beginning of his troubles, for his lurking suspicion of his friend had gathered shape and strength all at once, and possessed his mind now to the exclusion of every other thought. He ran quickly up the stairs. The outer and inner doors of John Saltram's chambers were both ajar. Gilbert pushed them open and went in. The familiar sitting room looked just a little more dreary than usual. The litter of books and papers, inkstand and portfolio, was transferred to one of the side tables, and in its place, on the table where his friend had been accustomed to write, Gilbert saw a cluster of medicine bottles, a jug of toast and water, and a tray with a basin of lukewarm, greasy-looking beef tea. The door between the two rooms stood half open, and from the bedchamber within Gilbert heard a heavy, painful breathing of a sleeper. He went to the door and looked into the room. John Saltram was lying asleep, in an uneasy attitude, with both arms thrown over his head. His face had a haggard look that was made all the more ghastly by two vivid crimson spots upon his sunken cheeks. There were dark purple rings around his eyes, and his beard was more than a week's growth. "Ill," Gilbert muttered, looking aghast at this dreary picture, with strangely conflicting feelings of pity and anger in his breast. "Struck down at the very moment when I had determined to know the truth." The sick man tossed himself restlessly from side to side in his feverish sleep, changed his position 2 or 3 times with evident weariness and pain, and then opened his eyes and stared with a blank unseeing gaze at his friend. That look, without one ray of recognition, went to Gilbert's heart somehow. "O God, how fond I was of him!" he said to himself. "And if he has been a traitor, if he were to die like this before I have wrung the truth from him, to die, and I dare not cherish his memory, to be obliged to live out my life with this doubt of him, this doubt!" He had much reason to doubt 2 minutes afterwards, when John Saltram raised himself on his gaunt arm and looked piteously around the room. "Marian!" he called. "Marian!" "Yes," muttered Gilbert. "It is all true. He is calling his wife." The revelation scarcely seemed a surprise to him. Little by little that suspicion, so vague and dim at first, had gathered strength, and now that all his doubts received confirmation from those unconscious lips, it seemed to him as if he had known his friend's falsehood for a long time. "Marian, come here. Come, child, come," the sick man cried in feeble, imploring tones. "What are you afraid of me? Is this death? Am I dead and parted from her? Would anything else keep her from me when I call for her? The poor child that loved me so well? And I have wished myself free of her, God forgive me, wished myself free." The words were muttered in broken gasping fragments of sentences, but Gilbert heard them and understood them very easily. And then, after looking about the room, and looking full at Gilbert without seeing him, John Saltram fell back upon his tumbled pillows and closed his eyes. Gilbert heard a slipshod step in the outer room, and turning round, found himself face to face with the laundress, that mature and somewhat depressing matron whom he had sought out a little time before when he wanted to discover Mr. Saltram's whereabouts. This woman, upon seeing him, burst forth immediately into jubilation. "Oh, sir, what a providence it is that you have come!" she cried. "Poor dear gentleman, he has been that ill, and me not knowing what to do more than a baby, except in the way of sending for a doctor when I see how bad he was, and waiting on him myself day and night, which I have done faithful, and I am that worn out in consequence, that I shake like a haspen, and can't touch a bit of victuals. I had but just slipped round to the court while he was asleep, poor dear, to give my children their dinner. For it is a hard trial, sir, having a helpless young family depending upon one, and it would be but fair that all I have gone through should be considered. For though I says as it shouldn't, there isn't one of you hired nurses would do more, and I'm willing to continue of it, provisoed as I have some help at nights, and my trouble considered in my wages." "You need have no apprehension. You shall be paid for your trouble. Has he been long ill?" "Well, sir, he took the cold as were beginning of his illness a fortnight ago come next Thursday. You may remember, perhaps, as it came on awful wet in the afternoon, last Thursday week, and Mr. Saltram was out in the rain, and walked home in it, not being able to get a cab, I suppose, or perhaps not caring enough to get one, for he was always a careless gentleman in such respects, and came in wet through to the skin, and instead of changing his clothes, as a Christian would have done, just gives himself a shake like, as he might have been a Newfoundland dog that had been swimming, and sits down before the fire, which of course drawed out the steam from his things and made it worse, and writes away for dear life till 12 o'clock that night, having something particular to finish for them magazines, he says. And so when I come to tidy up a bit the last thing that night, I found him sitting at the table writing, and didn't take no more notice of me than a dog, which was his way, though never meant unkindly, quite the reverse." The laundress paused to draw breath, and to pour a dose of medicine from one of the bottles on the table. "Well, sir, the next day he had a violent cold, as you may suppose, and was low and languid like, but went on with his writing, and it weren't no good, asking him not. 'I want money, Mrs. Pratt,' he said. 'You can't tell how bad I want money, and these people pay me for my stuff as fast as I send it in.' The day after that he was a deal worse, and had a wandering way like, as if he didn't know what he was doing, and sat turning over his papers with one hand and leaning his head upon the other, and groaned so that it went through one like a knife to hear him. 'It's no use,' he said at last, 'it's no use,' and then went and threw himself down upon that bed, and has never got up since, poor dear gentleman. I went round to fetch a doctor out of Essex Street, finding as he was no better in the evening, and awful hot, and still more wandering like. Mr. Mew, by name, a very nice gentleman, which said it was rheumatic fever, and has been here twice a day ever since." "Has Mr. Saltram ever been in his right senses since that day?" Gilbert asked. "Oh, yes, sir. Off and on for the first week he was quite hisself at times, but for the last 3 days he hasn't known any one, and has talked and jabbered a deal, and has been dreadful restless." "Does the doctor call it a dangerous case?" "Well, sir, not to deceive you, he asked me if Mr. Saltram had any friends as I could send for, and I says no, not to my knowledge. For, says Mr. Mew, if he have any relations or friends near at hand, they ought to be told that he is in a bad way. And only this morning he said as how he should like to call in a physician, for the case was a bad one." "I see there is danger evidently," Gilbert said gravely. "I will wait and hear what the doctor says. He will come again to day, I suppose?" "Yes, sir, he's sure to come this evening." "Good. I will stay till the evening. I should like you to go round immediately to this Mr. Mew's house, and ask for the address of some skilled nurse, and then go on, in a cab if necessary, and fetch her." "I could do that, sir, of course. Not but I feel myself capable of nursing the poor dear gentleman." "You can't nurse him night and day, my good woman. Do what I tell you, and bring back a professional nurse as soon as you can. If Mr. Mew should be out, his people are likely to know the address of such a person." He gave the woman some silver and dispatched her, and then being alone sat down quietly in the sick room to think out the situation. Yes, there was no longer any doubt. That piteous appeal to Marian had settled the question. John Saltram, the friend whom he loved, was the traitor. John Saltram had stolen his promised wife, had come between him and his fair happy future, and had kept the secret of his guilt in a dastardly spirit that made the act 50 times blacker than it would have seemed otherwise. Sitting in the dreary silence of that sick chamber, a silence broken only by the painful sound of the sleeper's difficult breathing, many things came back to his mind, circumstances trivial enough in themselves, but invested with a grave significance when contemplated in the light of today's revelation. He remembered those happy autumn afternoons at Lidford, those long, drowsy, idle days in which John Saltram had given himself up so entirely to the pleasure of the moment, with surely something more than mere sympathy with his friend's happiness. He remembered that long evening at the cottage, when this man had been at his best, full of life and gaiety, and then that sudden departure, which had puzzled him so much at the time, and yet had seemed no surprise to Marian. It had been the result of some suddenly formed resolution, perhaps, Gilbert thought. "Poor wretch! He may have tried to be true to me," he said to himself, with a sharp bitter pain at his heart. He had loved this man so well that even now, knowing himself to have been betrayed, there was a strange mingling of pity and anger in his mind, and mixed with these a touch of contempt. He had believed in John Saltram, had fancied him nobler and grander than himself somehow, a man who, under a careless half scornful pretence of being worse than his fellows, concealed a nature that was far above the common herd. And yet this man had proved the merest caitiff, a weak cowardly villain. To take my hand in friendship, knowing what he had done, and how my life was broken, to pretend sympathy, to play out the miserable farce to the very last. Great Heaven, that the man I have honoured could be capable of so much baseness! The sleeper moved restlessly, the eyes were opened once more and turned upon Gilbert, not with the same utter blankness as before, but without the faintest recognition. The sick man saw someone watching him, and the figure was associated with an unreal presence, the phantom of his brain, which had been with him often in the day and night. "The man again," he muttered. "When will she come?" And then, raising himself upon his elbow, he cried imploringly, "Mother, you fetch her!" He was speaking to his mother, whom he had loved very dearly, his mother who had been dead 15 years. Gilbert's mind went back to that far away time in Egypt, when he had lain like this, helpless and unconscious, and this man had nursed and watched him with unwearying tenderness. "I will see him safely through this," he said to himself, and then the account between them must be squared somehow. Gilbert Fenton had no thought of any direful vengeance. He belonged to an age in which injuries were taken very quietly, unless they are wrongs which the law can redress, wounds which can be healed by a golden plaster in the way of damages. He could not kill his friend; the age of duelling was past, and he was not romantic enough to be guilty of such an anachronism as mortal combat. Yet nothing less than a duel to the death would avenge such a wrong. So friendship was at an end between those two, and that was all. It was only the utter severance of a tie that had lasted for years, nothing more. Yet to Gilbert it seemed a great deal. His little world had crumbled to ashes, love had perished, and now friendship had died this sudden bitter death, from which there was no possible resurrection. In the midst of such thoughts as these he remembered the sick man's medicine. Mrs. Pratt had given him a few hurried directions before departing on her errand. He looked at his watch, and then went over to the table and prepared the draught and administered it with a firm and gentle hand. "Who's that?" John Saltram muttered faintly. "It seems like the touch of a friend." He dropped back upon the pillow without waiting for any reply, and fell into a string of low, incoherent talk, with closed eyes. The laundress was gone a long time, and Gilbert sat alone in the dismal little bedroom, where there had never been the smallest attempt at comfort since John Saltram had occupied it. He sat alone, or with that awful companionship of one whose mind was far away, which was so much more dreary than actual loneliness, sat brooding over the history of his friend's treachery. What had he done with Marian? Was her disappearance any work of his after all? Had he hidden her away for some secret reason of his own, and then acted out the play by pretending to search for her? Knowing him for the traitor that he was, could Gilbert Fenton draw any positive line of demarcation between the amount of guilt which was possible and that which was not possible to him? What had he done with Marian? How soon would he be able to answer that question? Or would he ever be able to answer it? The thought of this delay was torture to Gilbert Fenton. He had come here to day thinking to make an end to all his doubts, to force an avowal of truth from those false lips, and behold, a stronger hand than his held him back. His interrogation must await the answer to that awful question, life or death. The woman came in presently, bustling and out of breath. She had found a very trustworthy person, recommended by Mr. Mew's assistant, a person who would come that evening without fail. "It was all the way up at Islington, sir, and I paid the cabman 3 and 6 altogether, which he said it were his fare." "And how has the poor dear been while I was away?" asked Mrs. Pratt, with her head on one side and an air of extreme solicitude. "Very much as you see him now. He has mentioned a name once or twice, the name of Marian. Have you ever heard of that?" "I should say I have, sir, times and often since he's been ill. Marian, why don't you come to me? So pitiful, and then lost, lost, in such an awful wild way. I think it must have been some favourite sister, sir, or a young lady as he has kept company with." "Marian!" cried the voice from the bed, as if their cautious talk had penetrated to that dim brain. "Marian! Oh, no, no, she's gone. I have lost her. Well, I wished it. I wanted my freedom." Gilbert started and stood transfixed, looking intently at the unconscious speaker. Yes, here was the clue to the mystery. John Saltram had grown tired of his stolen bride, and sighed for his freedom. Who should say that he had not taken some iniquitous means to rid himself of the tie that had grown troublesome to him? Gilbert Fenton remembered Ellen Carley's suspicions. He was no longer inclined to despise them. It was dreary work to sit by the bedside watching that familiar face, to which fever and delirium had given a strange weird look; dismal work to count the moments, and wonder when that voice, now so thick of utterance as it went on muttering incoherent sentences and meaningless phrases, would be able to reply to those questions which Gilbert Fenton was burning to ask. Was it a guilty conscience, the dull slow agony of remorse, which had stricken this man down, this strong powerfully built man, who was a stranger to illness and all physical suffering? Was the body only crushed by the burden of the mind? Gilbert could not find any answers to these questions. He only knew that his sometime friend lay there helpless, unconscious, removed beyond his reach as completely as if he had been lying in his coffin. "O God, it is hard to bear," he said half aloud. "It is a bitter trial to bear. If this illness should end in death, I may never know Marian's fate." He sat in the sick man's room all through that long dismal afternoon, waiting to see the doctor, and with the same hopeless thoughts repeating themselves perpetually in his mind. It was nearly 8 o'clock when Mr. Mew at last made his evening visit. He was a grave, grey haired little man, with a shrewd face and a pleasant manner; a man who inspired Gilbert with confidence, and whose presence was cheering in a sick room. But he did not speak very hopefully of John Saltram. "It is a bad case, sir, a very bad case," he said gravely, after he had made his careful examination of the patient's condition. "There has been a violent cold caught, you see, through our poor friend's recklessness in neglecting to change his damp clothes. The rheumatic fever has set in. But it appears to me that there are other causes at work, mental disturbance, and so on. Our friend has been taxing his brain a little too severely, I gather from Mrs. Pratt's account of him, and these things will tell, sir; sooner or later they have their effect." "Then you apprehend danger?" "Well, yes. I dare not tell you that there is an absence of danger. Mr. Saltram has a fine constitution, a noble frame, but the strain is a severe one, especially upon the mind." "You just spoke now of overwork as a cause for his mental disturbance. Might it not rather proceed from some secret trouble of mind, some hidden care?" Gilbert asked anxiously. "That, sir, is an open question. The mind is unhinged, there is no doubt of that. There is something more here than the ordinary delirium we look for in fever cases." "You have talked of a physician, Mr. Mew. Would it not be well to call in one immediately?" "I should feel more comfortable if my opinion were supported, sir. Not that I believe there is anything more can be done for our patient than I have been doing; but the case is a critical one, and I should be glad to feel myself supported." "If you will give me the name and the address of the gentleman you would like to call in, I will go for him immediately." "To night? Nay, my dear sir, there is no occasion for such haste. To morrow morning will do very well." "To morrow morning, then; but I will make the appointment to night, if I can." Mr. Mew named a physician in high reputation as a specialist in such cases as John Saltram's, and Gilbert dashed off at once in a hansom to obtain the promise of an early visit from this gentleman on the following morning. He succeeded in his errand, and on returning to the Temple found the professional nurse installed, and the sick room brightened and freshened a little by her handiwork. The patient was asleep, and his slumber was more quiet than usual. Gilbert had eaten nothing since breakfast, and it was now nearly 9 o'clock in the evening; but before going out to some neighbouring tavern to snatch a hasty dinner, he stopped to tell Mrs. Pratt that he should sleep in his friend's chamber that night. "Why, you don't mean that, sir, sure to goodness," cried the laundress, alarmed. "But not so much as a sofy bedstead, nor nothing anyways comfortable." "I could sleep upon 3 or 4 chairs, if it were necessary; but there is an old sofa in the bedroom. You might bring that into this room for me, and the nurse can have it in the daytime. She won't want to be lying down to night, I daresay. I don't suppose I shall sleep much myself, but I am a little knocked up, and shall be glad of some sort of rest. I want to be on the spot, come what may." "But, sir, with the new nurse and me, there surely can't be no necessity; and you might be round first thing in the morning like to see how the poor dear gentleman has slept." "I know that, but I would rather be on the spot. I have my own special reasons. You can go home to your children." "Thank you kindly, sir. I shall be very glad to take care of 'em, poor things. And I hope, sir, as you won't forget that I've gone through a deal for Mr. Saltram, if so be as he shouldn't get better himself, which the Lord forbid, to take my trouble into consideration, being as he were always a free handed gentleman, though not rich." "Your services will not be forgotten, Mrs. Pratt, depend upon it. Perhaps I'd better give you a couple of sovereigns on account. That will make matters straight for the present." "Yes, sir, and many thanks for your generosity," replied the laundress, agreeably surprised by this prompt donation, and dropping grateful curtseys before her benefactor. "And Mr. Saltram shall want nothing as my care can provide for him, you may depend upon it." "That is well; and now I am going out to get some dinner. I shall be back in half an hour." The press and bustle of the day's work was over at the tavern to which Gilbert bent his steps. Dinners and diners seemed to be done with for one more day, and there were only a couple of drowsy looking waiters folding tablecloths and putting away cruet stands and other paraphernalia in long low closets cut in the papered walls and invisible by day. One of these functionaries grew brisk again, with a wan factitious briskness, at the sight of Gilbert, made haste to redecorate one of the tables, and in bland insinuating tones suggested a dinner of 6 courses or so, as likely to be agreeable to a lonely and belated diner, well aware, in the depths of his inner consciousness, that the 6 courses would be all more or less warmings up of viands that had figured in the day's bill of fare. "Bring me a chop or a steak, and a pint of dry sherry," Gilbert said wearily. "Have a slice of turbot and lobster sauce, sir. The turbot are uncommon fine to day, and a brilled fowl and mushrooms. It will be ready in 5 minutes." "You may bring me the fowl, if you like. I won't wait for fish. I'm in a hurry." The attendant gave a faint sigh, and communicated the order for the fowl and mushrooms through a speaking tube. It was the business of his life to beguile his master's customers into overeating themselves, and to set his face against chops and steaks; but he felt that this particular customer was proof against his blandishments. He took Gilbert an evening paper, and then subsided into a pensive silence until the fowl appeared in an agreeable frizzling state, fresh from the gridiron, but a bird of some experience notwithstanding, and wingless. It was a very hasty meal. Gilbert was eager to return to those chambers in the Temple, eager to be listening once more to some chance words of meaning that might be dropped from John Saltram's pale parched lips in the midst of incoherent ravings, sick bed with a closer vigil than hired nurse ever kept, to be ready to surprise the briefest interval of consciousness that might come all of a sudden to that hapless fever stricken sinner. Who should say that such an interval would not come, or who could tell what such an interval might reveal? Gilbert Fenton paid for his dinner, left half his wine undrunk, and hurried away, leaving the waiter with a rather contemptuous idea of him, though that individual condescended to profit by his sobriety, and finished the dry sherry at a draught. It was nearly 10 when Gilbert returned to the chambers, and all was still quiet. That heavy slumber continuing, an artificial sleep at the best, produced by one of Mr. Mew's sedatives. The sofa had been wheeled from the bedroom to the sitting room, and placed in a comfortable corner by the fire. There were preparations, too, for a cup of tea, to be made and consumed at any hour agreeable to the watcher, a small tea kettle simmering on the hob, a tray with a cup and saucer, and queer little blackened earthenware teapot on the table, a tea caddy and other appliances close at hand, all testifying to the grateful attention of the vanished Pratt. Gilbert shared the nurse's watch till past midnight. Long before that, John Saltram woke from his heavy sleep, and there was more of that incoherent talk so painful to hear. Talk of people that were dead, of scenes that were far away, even those careless happy wanderings in which those two college friends had been together; and then mere nonsense talk, shreds and patches of random thought, that scorned to be drawn from some rubbish chamber, some waste paper basket of the brain. It was weary work. He woke towards 11, and a little after 12 dropped asleep again; but this time, the effect of the sedative having worn off, the sleep was restless and uneasy. Then came a brief interval of quiet, and in this Gilbert left him, and flung himself down upon the sofa, to sink into a slumber that was scarcely more peaceful than that of the sick man. He was thoroughly worn out, however, and slept for some hours, to be awakened suddenly at last by a shrill cry in the next room. He sprang up from the sofa and rushed in. John Saltram was sitting up in bed, propped by the pillows on which his two elbows were planted, looking about him with a fierce haggard face, and calling for Marian. The nurse had fallen asleep in her armchair by the fire, and was slumbering placidly. "Marian," he cried, "Marian, why have you left me? God knows I loved you. Yes, even when I seemed cold and neglectful. Everything was against me, but I loved you, my dear, I loved you. Did I ever say that you came between me and fortune? I was mean enough, base enough, ever to say that? It was a lie, my love. You were my fortune. Were poverty and obscurity hard things to bear for you? No, my darling, no. I will face them to-morrow if you come back to me. Oh, no, no, she is gone, my life has gone. I broke her heart with my hard bitter words. I drove my angel away from me." He had not spoken so coherently since Gilbert had been with him that day. Surely this must be an interval of consciousness or semi-consciousness. Gilbert went to the bedside, and seating himself there quietly looked intently at the altered face, which stared at him without a gleam of recognition. "Speak to me, John Saltram," he said. "You know me, don't you? The man who was once your friend, Gilbert Fenton?" The other burst into a wild bitter laugh. "Gilbert Fenton, my friend, the man who trusts me still. Poor old Gilbert! I fancied that I loved him, that I would have freely sacrificed my own happiness for his." "And yet you betrayed him," Gilbert said in a low distinct voice. "But that may be forgiven if you have been guilty of no deeper wrong than that. John Saltram, as you have a soul to be saved, what have you done with Marian, with your wife?" It cost him something, even in that moment of excitement, to pronounce those two words. "Kill her," the sick man answered in the same mad laugh. "She was too good for me, you see, and I grew weary of her calm beauty, and sickened of her tranquil goodness. First I sacrificed honour, friendship, everything to win her, and then I got tired of my prize. It is my nature, I suppose, but I loved her all the time. She had twined herself about my heart somehow, and I knew it when she was lost." "What have you done with her?" repeated Gilbert in a low stern voice, his grasp upon John Saltram's arm. "What have I done with her? I forget. She is gone. I wanted my freedom. I felt myself fettered, a ruined man. She is gone, and I am free, free to make a better marriage." "O God!" muttered Gilbert, "is this man the blackest villain that ever cumbered the earth? What am I to think? What am I to believe?" Again he repeated the same question, with a stern kind of patience, as if he would give this guilty wretch the benefit of every possible doubt, the unwilling pity which his condition demanded. Alas! he could obtain no coherent answer to his persistent questioning. Vague self-accusations, mad reiteration of that one fact of his loss. Nothing more distinct came from those fevered lips, nor did one look of recognition flash into those bloodshot eyes. The time at which this mystery was to be solved had not come yet. There was nothing to be done but to wait, and Gilbert waited with sublime patience through all the alternations of a long and wearisome sickness. "Talk of friends!" Mrs. Pratt exclaimed in a private conference with the nurse. "Never did I see such a friend as Mr. Fenton, sacrificing of himself as he do, day and night, to look after that poor creature in there, and taking no better rest than he can get on that old horsehair sofy, which brick brats or knife boards isn't harder, and never do you hear him murmur. And yet for this man, whose battle with the grim enemy Death he watched so patiently, what feeling could there be in Gilbert Fenton's heart in all the days to come but hatred or contempt? He had loved him so well, and trusted him so completely, and this was the end of it. Christmas came while John Saltram was lying at death's door, feebly fighting that awful battle, struggling unconsciously with the bony hand that was trying to drag him across that fatal threshold, just able to keep himself on this side of that dread portal beyond which there lies so deep a mystery, so profound a darkness. Christmas came, and there were bells ringing and festive gatherings here and there about the great dreary town, and Gilbert Fenton was besieged by friendly invitations from Mrs. Lister, remonstrating with him for his want of common affection in preferring to spend that season among his London friends rather than in the bosom of his family. Gilbert wrote to his sister, telling her that he had particular business which detained him in town, but had it been otherwise, had he not been bound prisoner to John Saltram's sick room, he would scarcely have cared to take part in the conventional feastings and commonplace jovialities of Lidford House, had he not dreamed of a bright home which was to be his at this time, a home beautified by the presence of the woman he loved. Ah, what delight to have welcomed the sacred day in the holy quiet of such a home, they two alone together, with all the world shut out. End of chapter 30. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. Chapter 31 of Fenton's Quest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Fenton's Quest by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 31. Ellen Carley's Trials. Christmas came in the old farmhouse near Crosber, and Ellen Carley, who had no idea of making any troubled thoughts of her own an excuse for neglect of her household duties, made the sombre panelled rooms bright with holly and ivy, laurel and fir, and busied herself briskly in the confection of such pies and puddings as Hampshire considered necessary to the due honour of that pious festival. There were not many people to see the greenery and bright holly berries which embellished the grave old rooms, not many whom Ellen very much cared for to taste the pies and puddings. But duty must be done, and the bailiff's daughter did her work with a steady industry which knew no wavering. Her life had been a hard one of late, very lonely since Mrs. Holbrook's disappearance, and haunted with a presence which was most hateful to her. Stephen Whitelaw had taken to coming to the Grange much oftener than of old. There was seldom an evening now on which his insignificant figure was not to be seen planted by the hearth in the snug little oak parlour, smoking his pipe in that dull, silent way of his, which was calculated to aggravate a lively person like Ellen Carley into open expression of disgust or dislike. Of late, too, his attentions had been more of a pronounced character. He took to dropping sly hints of his pretensions, and it was impossible for Ellen any longer to doubt that he wanted her to be his wife. More than this, there was a tone of assurance about the man, quiet as he was, which exasperated Miss Carley beyond all measure. He had the air of being certain of success, and on more than one occasion spoke of the day when Ellen would be mistress of Wycombe Farm. On his repetition of this offensive speech one evening, the girl took him up sharply. "Not quite so fast, if you please, Mr. Whitelaw," she said. "It takes two to make a bargain of that kind, just the same as it takes two to quarrel. There's many curious changes may come in a person's life, no doubt, and folks never know what's going to happen to them, but whatever changes may come upon me, that isn't one of them. I may live to see the inside of the workhouse, perhaps, when I'm too old for service, but I shall never sleep under the roof of Wycombe farmhouse." Mr. Whitelaw gave a spiteful little laugh. "What a spirited one she is, ain't she now?" he said with a sneer. "Oh, you won't you, my lass? You turn up that pretty little nose of yours. It do turn up a bit itself, don't it though? At Wycombe Farm and Stephen Whitelaw, your father tells a different story, Nell." "Then my father tells a lying story," answered the girl, blushing crimson with indignation, "and it isn't for want of knowing the truth. He knows that. If it was put upon me to choose between your house and the Union, I'd go to the Union, and with a light heart too, to be free of you. I didn't want to be rude, Mr. Whitelaw, for you've been civil spoken enough to me, and I dare say you're a good friend to my father. But I can't help speaking the truth, and you've brought it on yourself with your nonsense." "She's got a devil of a tongue of her own, you see, Whitelaw," said the bailiff, with a savage glance at his daughter; "but she don't mean above a quarter what she says, and when her time comes she'll do as she's bid, or she's no child of mine." "Oh, I forgive her," replied Mr. Whitelaw, with a placid air of superiority. "I am not the man to bear malice against a pretty woman, and to my mind a pretty woman looks all the prettier when she's in a passion. I'm not in a hurry, you see, Carley. I can bide my time, but I shall never take a mistress to Wyncomb unless I can take the one I like." After this particular evening, Mr. Whitelaw's presence seemed more than ever disagreeable to poor Ellen. He had the air of her fate, somehow, sitting rooted to the hearth night after night, and she grew to regard him with a half superstitious horror, as if he possessed some occult power over her, and could bend her to his wishes in spite of herself. The very quietude of the man became appalling to her. Such a man seemed capable of accomplishing anything by the mere force of persistence, by the negative power that lay in his silent nature. "I suppose he means to sit in that room night after night, smoking his pipe and staring with those pale stupid eyes of his, till I change my mind and promise to marry him," Ellen said to herself as she meditated angrily on the annoyance of Mr. Whitelaw's courtship. "He may sit there till his hair turns grey, if ever such red hair does turn to anything better than itself, and he'll find no change in me. I wish Frank were here to keep up my courage. I think if he were to ask me to run away with him, I should be tempted to say yes, at the risk of bringing ruin upon both of us. Anything to escape out of the power of that man. But come what may, I won't endure it much longer. I'll run away to service soon after Christmas, and father will only have himself to thank for the loss of me." It was Mr. Whitelaw who appeared as principal guest at the Grange on Christmas Day. Mr. Whitelaw, supported on this occasion by a widowed cousin of his who had kept house for him for some years, and who bore a strong family likeness to him both in person and manner, and Ellen Carley thought that it was impossible for the world to contain a more disagreeable pair. These were the guests who consumed great quantities of Ellen's pies and puddings, and who sat under her festal garlands of holly and laurel. She had been especially careful to hang no scrap of mistletoe, which might have afforded Mr. Whitelaw an excuse for a practical display of his gallantry, a fact which did not escape the playful observation of his cousin, Mrs. Tadman. "Young ladies don't often forget to put up a bit of mistletoe," said this matron, "when there's a chance of them they like being by," and she glanced in a meaning way from Ellen to the master of Wyncomb Farm. "Miss Carley isn't like the generality of young ladies," Mr. Whitelaw answered with a glum look, and his kinswoman was fain to drop the subject. Alone with Ellen, sly Mrs. Tadman took occasion to launch out into enthusiastic praises of her cousin, to which the girl listened in profound silence, closely watched all the time by the woman's sharp grey eyes. And then by degrees her tone changed ever so little, and she owned that her kinsman was not altogether faultless. Indeed, it was curious to perceive what numerous shortcomings were coexistent with those shining merits of his. "He has been a good friend to me," continued the matron, "that I never have denied and never shall deny. But I have been a good servant to him. Ah, there isn't a hired servant as would toil and drudge and watch and pinch as I have done to please him, and never have had a payment from him more than a new gown at Christmas, or a £5 note after harvest. And of course, if ever he marries I shall have to look for a new home, for I know too much of his ways, I dare say, for a wife to like and to have me about her, and me of an age when it seemed hard to have to go among strangers, and not having saved sixpence, where I might have put by £100 easy, if I had been working without wages for a relation. But I've not been called a servant, you see, and I suppose Stephen thinks that's payment enough for my trouble. Goodness knows I've saved him many a pound, and that he'll know that when I'm gone, for he's near, is Stephen, and it goes to his heart to part with a shilling." "But why should you ever leave him, Mrs. Tadman?" Ellen asked kindly. "I shouldn't think he could have a better housekeeper." "Perhaps not," answered the widow, shaking her head with mysterious significance; "but his wife won't think that, and when he's got a wife he'll want her to be his housekeeper, and to pinch and scrape as I've pinched and scraped for him. Lord help her," concluded Mrs. Tadman, with a faint groan which was far from complimentary to her relative's character. "But perhaps he never will marry," argued Ellen coolly. "Oh, yes, he will, Miss Carley," replied Mrs. Tadman, with another significant movement of her head. "He's set his heart on that, and he's set his heart on the young woman he means to marry. He can't marry her unless she's willing to be his wife, anyhow," said Ellen, reddening a little. "Oh, he'll find a way to make her consent, Miss Carley, depend upon that. Whatever Stephen Whitelaw sets his mind upon, he'll do. But I don't envy that poor young woman, for she'll have a hard life of it at Wyncombe, and a hard master in my cousin Stephen." "She must be a very weak minded young woman if she marries him against her will," Ellen said, laughing, and then ran off to get the tea ready, leaving Mrs. Tadman to her meditations, which were not of a lively nature at the best of times. Christmas Day came to an end at last, after a long evening in the oak parlour, enlivened by a solemn game at whist and a ponderous supper of cold sirloin and mince pies; and looking out at the wintry moonlight, and the shadowy garden and flat waste of farm land from the narrow casement in her own room, Ellen Carley wondered what those she loved best in the world were doing and thinking under that moonlit sky. Where was Marian Holbrook, that new found friend whom she had loved so well, and whose fate remained so profound a mystery? And what was Frank Randall doing, far away in London, where he had gone to fill a responsible position in a large city firm of solicitors, and whence he had promised to return faithful to his first love as soon as he found himself fairly on the road to a competence wherewith to endow her? Thus it was that poor Ellen kept the close of her Christmas Day, looking out over the cold moonlit fields, and wondering how she was to escape from the persecution of Stephen Whitelaw. That obnoxious individual had invited Mr. Carley and his daughter to spend New Year's Day at Wyncombe, a display of hospitality so foreign to his character that it was scarcely strange that Mrs. Tadman opened her eyes and stared aghast when she heard the invitation given. It had been accepted, too, much to Ellen's disgust, and her father told her more than once in the course of the ensuing week that she was to put on her best gown and smarten herself up a bit on New Year's Day. "And if you want a new gown, Nell, I don't mind giving it to you," said the bailiff in a burst of generosity, and with the prevailing masculine idea that a new gown was a panacea for all feminine griefs. "You can walk over to Malsham and buy it this afternoon if you like." But Ellen did not care for a new gown, and told her father so, with a word or two of thanks for his offer. She did not desire fine dresses. She had indeed been looking over and furbishing up her wardrobe of late, with a view to that possible flight of hers, and it was to her cotton working gowns that she paid most attention, looking forward to begin a harder life in some stranger's service, ready to endure anything rather than to marry Stephen Whitelaw. And of late the conviction that had grown upon her that her father was very much in earnest, and that before long it would be a question whether she should obey him or be turned out of doors. She had seen his dealings with other people, and she knew him to be a passionate, determined man, hard as iron with his anger. "I won't give him the trouble to turn me out of doors," Ellen said to herself, "when I know his mind, and that there's no hope of turning him. I'll get away quietly and find some new home. He has no real power over me, and I have but to earn my own living to be independent of him. And I don't suppose Frank will think any the worse for me for having been a servant," thought the girl, with something like a sob. It seemed hard that she must needs sink lower in her lover's eyes, when she was so far beneath him already. He's a lawyer's son, a gentleman by education, and she an untaught country girl. End of chapter 31. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. Chapter 32 of Fenton's Quest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Fenton's Quest by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 32. The Padlocked Door at Wyncombe. The countenance of the new year was harsh, rugged, and gloomy, as of a stone-hearted, strong-minded New Year, that had no idea of making his wintry aspect pleasant, or brightening the gloom of his infancy with any deceptive gleams of January sunshine. A bitter north wind made a dreary howling among the leafless trees, and swept across the broad bare fields with merciless force. A bleak, cruel New Year's Day, on which to go out a pleasuring, but it was more in harmony with Ellen Carley's thoughts than brighter weather could have been, and she went to and fro about her morning's work, up and down cold windy passages, and in and out of the frozen dairy, unmoved by the bitter wind which swept the crisp waves of dark brown hair from her low brows, and tinged the tip of her impertinent little nose with a faint wintry bloom. The bailiff was very high in spirits this first morning of the new year, almost uproarious spirits indeed, which vented themselves in snatches of boisterous song, as he bustled backwards and forwards from house to stables, dressed in his best blue coat and bright buttons and capacious buff waistcoat, and his ponderous nether limbs clothed in knee cords, and boots with vinegar tops, looking altogether the typical British farmer. Those riotous bursts of song made his daughter shudder. Somehow his gaiety was more alarming to her than his customary morose humour. It was all the more singular, too, because of the late William Carley had been especially silent and moody, with the air of a man whose mind is weighted down by some heavy burden, so gloomy indeed that his daughter had questioned him more than once, entreating to know if he were distressed by any secret trouble, anything going wrong about the farm, and so on. The girl had only brought upon herself harsh angry answers by these considerate inquiries, and had been told to mind her own business, and not to pry into matters that were in no way concerned her. "But it does concern me to see you downhearted, father," she answered gently. "Does it really, my girl? What, your father's something more of a stranger to you, is he? I shouldn't have thought it, seeing how you've gone again me in some things lately. Howsomever, when I want your help, I shall know how to ask for it, and I hope you will give it freely. I don't want the fine words, they never pulled anybody out of the ditch that I've ever heard tell of." Whatever the bailiff's trouble had been, it seemed to be lightened to-day, Ellen thought, and yet that unusual noisy gaiety of his gave her an uncomfortable feeling. It did not seem natural or easy. Her household work was done by noon, and she dressed hurriedly, while her father called for her impatiently from below, standing at the foot of the wide bare old staircase, and bawling up to her that they should be late at Wyncombe. She looked very pretty in her neat dark blue merino dress and plain linen collar when she came tripping down the stairs at last, flushed with the hurry of her toilet, and altogether so bright a creature that it seemed a hard thing she should not be setting out upon some real pleasure trip, instead of that most obnoxious festival to which she was summoned. Her father looked at her with a grim kind of approval. "You'll do well enough, lass," he said, "but I should like you to have had something smarter than that blue stuff. I wouldn't have minded a couple of pounds or so to buy you a silk gown. But you'll be able to buy yourself as many silk gowns as you ever like by and by, if you play your cards well and don't make a fool of yourself." Ellen knew he meant well enough, but did not care to take any notice of the speech. The time would soon come, no doubt, when she must take her stand in direct opposition to him, and in the meanwhile it would be worse than foolish to waste breath in idle squabbling. They were to drive to Wyncombe in the bailiff's gig, rather an obsolete vehicle, with a yellow body, a mouldy leather apron, and high wheels picked out with red, drawn by a tall grey horse that did duty with the plough on ordinary occasions. Stephen Whitelaw's house was within an easy walk of the Grange, but the gig was a more dignified mode of approach than a walk, and the bailiff insisted on driving his daughter to her suitor's abode in that conveyance. Wyncombe was a long, low, grey stone house, of an unknown age, a spacious habitation enough, with many rooms and no less than 3 staircases, but possessing no traces of that fallen grandeur which pervaded the Grange. It had been nothing better than a farmhouse from time immemorial, and had been added to and extended and altered to suit the convenience of successive generations of farmers. It was a gloomy looking house at all times, Ellen Carley thought, but especially gloomy under the leaden winter sky. a house which it would have been almost impossible to associate with pleasant family gatherings, or the joyous voices of young children. A grim, desolate-looking house, that seemed to freeze the passing traveller with its cold blank stare, as if its gloomy portal had a voice to say to him, "However lost you may be for lack of shelter, however weary for want of rest, come not here." Idle fancies, perhaps, but they were the thoughts with which Wyncombe Farmhouse always inspired Ellen Carley. "The place just suits its master's hard, miserly nature," she said. "One would think that it had been made on purpose for him, or perhaps the Whitelaws have been like that from generation to generation." There was no such useless adornment as a flower garden at Wyncombe. Stephen Whitelaw cared about as much for roses and lilies as he cared for Greek poetry or Beethoven's sonatas. At the back of the house there was a great patch of bare shadowless ground, devoted to cabbages and potatoes, with a straggling border of savoury herbs. A patch not even divided from the farmland beyond, but melting imperceptibly into a field of mangel wurzel. And there were no superfluous hedges upon Mr. Whitelaw's dominions, not a solitary tree to give shelter to the tired cattle in the long hot summer days. Noble oaks and patriarch beeches, tall sycamores and grand flowering chestnuts, had been stubbed up remorselessly by that economical agriculturist, and he was now the proud possessor of one of the ugliest and most profitable farms in Hampshire. In the front of the grey stone house the sheep browsed up to the parlour windows, and on both sides of the ill-kept carriage drive leading from the white gate that opened into the meadow to the door of Mr. Whitelaw's abode. No sweet-scented woodbine or pale monthly roses beautified the front of the house in spring or summer time. The neglected ivy had overgrown one end of the long stone building and crept almost to the ponderous old chimneys, and this decoration, which had come of itself, was the only spot of greenery about the place. 5 tall poplars grew in a row about 100 yards from the front windows. These, strange to say, Mr. Whitelaw had suffered to remain. They served to add a little extra gloom to the settled grimness of the place, and perhaps harmonised with his tastes. Within Wyncombe Farmhouse was no more attractive than without. The rooms were low and dark. The windows, made obscure by means of heavy woodwork and common glass, let in what light they did admit with a grudging air, and seemed to frown upon the inmates of the chamber they were supposed to beautify. There were all manners of gloomy passages, and unexpected flights of half a dozen stairs or so, in queer angles of the house, and there was a prevailing darkness everywhere, for the Whitelaws of departed generations, objecting to the window tax, had blocked up every casement that it was possible to block up, and the stranger exploring Wyncombe Farmhouse was always coming upon those blank plastered windows, which had an unpleasant ghostly aspect, and set him longing for a fireman's hatchet to hew them open and let in the light of day. The furniture was of the oldest, black with age, worm-eaten, ponderous, queer old 4-post bedsteads, with dingy hangings of greenish brown or yellowish green, from which every vestige of the original hue had faded long ago. Clumsy bureaus, and stiff high-backed chairs with thick legs and gouty feet, heavy to move and uncomfortable to sit upon. The house was clean enough, and the bare floors of the numerous bedchambers, which were only enlivened here and there with small strips or bands of Dutch carpet, sent up a homely odour of soft soap, for Mrs. Tadman took a fierce delight in cleaning, and the solitary household drudge who toiled under her orders had a hard time of it. There was a dismal kind of neatness about everything, and a bleak empty look in the sparsely furnished rooms, which wore no pleasant sign of occupation, no look of home. The humblest cottage, with 4 tiny square rooms and a thatched roof, and just a patch of old-fashioned garden with the sweetbriar hedge, and roses growing here and there among the cabbages, would have been a pleasanter habitation than Wyncombe, Ellen Carley thought. Mr. Whitelaw exhibited an unwonted liberty upon this occasion. The dinner was a ponderous banquet, and the dessert a noble display of nuts and oranges, figs and almonds and raisins, flanked by 2 old-fashioned decanters of port and sherry. And both the bailiff and his host did ample justice to the feast. It was a long dreary afternoon of eating and drinking, and Ellen was not sorry to get away from the prim wainscoted parlour, where her father and Mr. Whitelaw were solemnly sipping their wine, to wander over the house with Mrs. Tadman. It was about 4 o'clock when she slipped quietly out of the room at the lady's invitation, and the lobbies of the long passages had a shadowy look in the declining light. There was light enough for her to see the rooms, however, for there were no rare collections of old china, no pictures or adornments of any kind, to need a minute inspection. "It's a fine old place, isn't it?" asked Mrs. Tadman. "There's not many farmers can boast of such a house as Wyncombe." "It's large enough," Ellen answered, with a tone which implied the reverse of admiration, "but it's not a place I should like to live in. I'm not one to believe in ghosts or such nonsense, but if I could have any such foolish thoughts, I should have them here. The house looks as if it was haunted somehow." Mrs. Tadman laughed a shrill hard laugh, and rubbed her skinny hands with an air of satisfaction. "You're not easy to please, Miss Carley," she said. "Most folks think a deal of Wyncombe, for, you see, it's only them that live in a house as can know how dull it is; and as to the place being haunted, I've never heard tell of anything of that kind. The Whitelaws ain't the kind of people to come back to this world, unless they come to fetch their money, and then they'd come fast enough, I warrant. I used to see a good deal of my uncle, John Whitelaw, when I was a girl, and never did a son take to his father closer than my cousin Stephen takes after him. Just the same saving prudent ways, and just the same masterful temper, always kept under in that quiet way of his." As Ellen Carley showed herself profoundly indifferent to the lights and shades of Mr. Whitelaw's character, Mrs. Tadman did not pursue the subject, but with a gentle sigh led the way to another room, and so on from room to room, till they had explored all that floor of the house. "There's the attics above, but you won't care to see them," she said. "The shepherd and 5 other men sleep up there. Stephen thinks it keeps them steadier sleeping under the same roof with their master, and he's able to ring them up of a morning, and to know when they go to their work. It's wearying me to have to get up and see their breakfasts, but I can't trust Martha Holden to do that, or she'd let them eat us out of house and home. There's no knowing what men like that can eat, and a side of bacon would go as fast as if you was to melt it down to tallow. But you must know what they are, Miss Carley, having to manage for your father." "Yes," Ellen answered, "I'm used to hard work." "Ah," murmured the matron with a sigh, "you'd have plenty of it if you came here." They were at the end of a long passage by this time, a passage leading to the extreme end of the house, and forming part of that ivy-covered wing which seemed older than the rest of the building. It was on a lower level than the other part, and they had descended for 2 or 3 steps at the entrance to this passage. The ceilings were lower too, the beams that supported them more massive, the diamond-paned windows smaller and more heavily leaded, and there was a faint musty odour, as of a place that was kept shut up and uninhabited. "There's nothing more to see here," said Mrs. Tadman quickly. "I had better go back. I don't know what brought me here. I was talking, I suppose, made me come here without thinking. There's nothing to show you this way." "But there's another room here," Ellen said, pointing to the door just before them, a heavy, clumsily made door, painted black. "That room? Well, yes, it's a kind of room, but hasn't been used for 50 years and more, I've heard say. Stephen keeps seeds in there and such like. It's always locked, and he keeps the key of it." There was nothing in this closed room to excite either curiosity or interest in Ellen's mind, and she was turning away from the door with perfect indifference, when she started and suddenly seized Mrs. Tadman's arm. "Hark!" she said in a frightened, breathless way. "Did you hear that?" "What, child? Did you say there was no one in there? No one?" "Lord bless your heart, no, Miss Carley, nor ever is. What a turn you did give me, grasping hold of my arm like that. I heard something in there, a footstep. It must be the servant." "What, Martha Holden? I should like to see her venturing into any room Stephen keeps private to himself. Besides, that door's kept locked. Try it, and satisfy yourself." The door was indeed locked, a door with a clumsy old-fashioned latch, securely fastened by a staple and padlock. Ellen tried it with her own hand. "Is there no other door to the room?" she asked. "None, and only one window that looks into the wood yard, and it's almost always blocked up with wood piled outside it. You must have heard the muslin bags of seed blowing about, if you heard anything." "I heard a footstep," said Ellen firmly, "a human footstep. I told you the house was haunted, Mrs. Tadman." "Lor, Miss Carley, I wish you wouldn't say such things. It's enough to make one's blood turn cold. Do come downstairs and have a cup of tea. It's quite dark, I declare, and you're giving me the shivers with your queer talk." "I'm sorry for that, but the noise I heard must have been either real or ghostly, and you won't believe it's real." "It was the seed bags, of course." "They couldn't make a noise like human footsteps. However, it's no business of mine, Mrs. Tadman, and I don't want to frighten you." They went downstairs to the parlour, where the tea tray and a pair of candles were soon brought, and where Mrs. Tadman stirred the fire into a blaze with an indifference to consumption of fuel which made her kinsman stare, even on that hospitable occasion. The blaze made the dark wainscoted room cheerful of aspect, however, which the two candles could not have done, as their light was almost absorbed by the gloomy panelling. After tea there was a whist again, and a considerable consumption of spirits and water on the part of the two gentlemen, in which Mrs. Tadman joined modestly, with many protestations, and, with the air of taking only an occasional spoonful, contrived to empty her tumbler, and allowed herself to be persuaded to take another by the bailiff, whose joviality on the occasion was inexhaustible. The day's entertainment came to an end at last, to Ellen's inexpressible relief, and her father drove her home in the yellow gig at a rather alarming pace, and with some tendency towards heeling over into a ditch. They got over the brief journey safely, however, and Mr. Carley was still in high good humour. He went off to see to the putting up of his horse himself, telling his daughter to wait till he came back. He had something particular to say to her before she went to bed. End of chapter 32. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. Chapter 33 of Fenton's Quest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Fenton's Quest by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 33. What Must Be, Shall Be. Ellen Carley waited in the little parlour, dimly lighted by one candle. The fire had very nearly gone out, and she had some difficulty in brightening it a little. She waited very patiently, wondering what her father would have to say to her, and not anticipating much pleasure from the interview. He was going to talk about Stephen Whitelaw and his hateful money, perhaps; but let him say what he would, she was prepared to hold her own firmly, determined to provoke him by no open opposition, unless matters came to an extremity, and then to let him see at once and for ever that her resolution was fixed, and that it was useless to persecute her. "If I have to go out of this house to-night, I will not flinch," she said to herself. She had some time to wait. It had been past midnight when they came home, and it was 1:45 when William Carley came into the parlour. He was in an unusually communicative mood to-night, and had been superintending the grooming of his horse, and talking to the underling who had waited up to receive him. He was a little unsteady in his gait as he came into the parlour, and Ellen knew that he had drunk a good deal at Wyncombe. It was no new thing for her to see him in this condition, unhappily, and the shrinking, shuddering sensation which he inspired her to-night was painfully familiar. "It is very late, father," she said gently, as the bailiff flung himself heavily into an armchair by the fireplace. "If you don't want me for anything particular, I should be glad to go to bed." "Would you, my lass?" he asked grimly. "But you see, I do want you for something particular, something uncommon particular. There is no call for you to be in a hurry. Sit down yonder," he added, pointing to the chair opposite his own. "I've got something to say to you, something serious." "Father," said the girl, looking at him full in the face, pale to the lips, but very firm, "I don't think you're in a state to talk seriously of anything." "Oh, you don't you, Miss Impudence? You think I'm drunk, perhaps. You'll find that, drunk or sober, I've only one mind about you, and that I mean to be obeyed. Sit down, I tell you. I'm not in the humour to stand any nonsense to-night. Sit down." Ellen obeyed this mandate, uttered with a fearlessness unusual even in Mr. Carley, who was never a soft-spoken man. She seated herself quietly on the opposite side of the hearth, while her father took down his pipe from the chimney-piece and slowly filled it, with hands that trembled a little over the accustomed task. When he had lighted the pipe, and smoked about half a dozen whiffs with great assumption of coolness, he addressed himself to his daughter in an altered and conciliating tone. "Well, Nelly," he said, "you've had a rare day at Wyncombe, and a regular ramble over the old house with Steph's cousin. What do you think of it?" "It's a queer, gloomy old place enough, father. I wonder if there's any one can live in it. The dark bare-looking rooms gave me the horrors. I used to think this house was dull, and seemed as if it was haunted, but it's lively and gay as can be, compared to Wyncombe." Muttered the bailiff. "You're a fanciful young lady, Miss Nell, and don't know a fine substantial old house when you see one. Life's come a little too easy to you, perhaps. It might have been better for you if you'd seen more of the rough side. Being your own missus too soon, and missus of such a place as this, has spoiled you a bit. I tell you, Nell, there ain't a better house in Hampshire than Wyncombe, though it mayn't suit your fanciful notions. Do you know the size of Stephen Whitelaw's farm?" "No, father, I've never thought about it." "What do you say to 300 acres? Over 300, nigher to 4, perhaps." "I suppose it's a large farm, father, but I know nothing about such things." "You suppose it's large, and you know nothing about such things?" cried the bailiff, with an air of supreme irritation. "I don't believe any man was ever plagued with such an aggravating daughter as mine. What do you say to being mistress of such a place, girl? Mistress of close upon 400 acres of land, not another man's servant, bound to account for every blade of grass and every ear of corn as I am, but free and independent mistress of the place, with the chance of being left a widow by and by, and having it all under your own thumb. What do you say to that?" "The only thing I've always said, father. Nothing could ever persuade me to marry Stephen Whitelaw. I'd rather starve." "And you shall starve, if you stick to that," roared William Carley, with a blasphemous oath. "But you won't be such a fool, Nell. You'll hear reason. You won't stand out against your poor old father and against your own interests. The long and short of it is, I give Whitelaw my promise that you shall be his wife between this and Easter." "What!" exclaimed Ellen, with a faint cry of horror. "You don't mean that you've promised that, father? You can't mean it." "I can, and I do mean it, lass." "Then you've made a promise that will never be kept. You might have known as much when you made it. I'm sure I've been plain spoken enough about Stephen Whitelaw." "That was a girl's silly talk. I didn't think to find you a fool when I came to the point. I let you have your say, and looked to the time to bring you to reason." "Come, Nell, you're not going against your father, are you?" "I must, father, in this. I'd rather die 20 deaths than marry that man. There's nothing I wouldn't rather do." "Isn't there? You'd rather see your father in gaol, I suppose, if it came to that." "See you in gaol!" cried the girl, aghast. "For heaven's sake, what do you mean, father? What fear is there in you being sent to prison, because I won't marry Stephen Whitelaw? I'm not a baby," she added, with a hysterical laugh. "You can't frighten me like that." "No, you're a very wise young woman, I daresay, but you don't know everything. You've seen me downhearted and out of sorts for this last half year, but I don't suppose you've troubled yourself much about it, except to worry me with silly questions sometimes, when I've not been in the humour to be talked to. Things have been going wrong for me ever since hay harvest, and I haven't sent Sir David sixpence for the last year's crops. I've put him off with one excuse after another from month to month. He's a careless master enough at most times, and never over sharp with my accounts. But the time has come when I can't put him off any longer. He wants money badly, he says, and I'm afraid he begins to suspect something. Anyway, he talks of coming here in a week or so to look into things for himself. If he does that, I'm ruined." "But the money, father, the money for the crops, how has it gone? You've had it, haven't you?" "Yes," the bailiff answered with a groan. "I've had it, worse luck." "And how has it gone?" "What's that to you? What's the good of my muddling my brains with figures to night? It's gone, I tell you. You know I'm fond of seeing a race, and never miss anything in that way that comes off within a day's drive of this place. I used to be pretty lucky once upon a time, when I backed a horse or a bet against one. But this year things have gone dead against me, and my bad luck has made me savage somehow, so that I went deeper than I've ever been before, thinking to get back what I'd lost." "Oh, father, father, how could you? And with another man's money?" "Don't give me any of your preaching," the bailiff answered gloomily. "I can get enough of that at Malsham Chapel if I want it. It's in your power to pull me through this business if you choose." "How can I do that, father?" "A couple of £100 will set me square. I don't say there hasn't been more taken, first and last, but that would do it. Stephen Whitelaw would lend me the money, give it me, indeed, for it comes to that, the day he gets your consent to be his wife." "And you'd sell me to him for £200, father?" the girl asked bitterly. "I don't want to go to gaol." "And if you don't get the money from Stephen, what will happen?" "I can't tell you that to a nicety. Penal servitude for life, most likely. They'd call mine a bad case, I daresay." "But Sir David might be merciful to you, father. You've served him for a long time." "What would he care for that? I've had his money, and he's not a man that can afford to lose much. No, Nell, I look for no mercy from Sir David. Those careless, easy-going men are generally the hardest in such a business as this. It's a clear case of embezzlement, and nothing can save me unless I can raise money enough to satisfy him." "Couldn't you borrow it of some one else besides Stephen Whitelaw?" "Who else is there that would lend me £200? Ask yourself that, girl. Why, I haven't £5 worth of security to offer." "And Mr. Whitelaw will only lend the money upon one condition?" "No, curse him!" cried William Carley savagely. "I've been at him all this afternoon, and when you and that woman were out of the room, trying to get it out of him as a loan, without waiting for your promise. But he's too cautious for that. The day Ellen gives her consent you shall have the money, he told me. I can't say anything fairer than that, or more liberal." "He doesn't suspect why you want it, does he, father?" Ellen asked with a painful sense of shame. "Who can tell what he may suspect? He's as deep as Satan," said the bailiff, with a temporary forgetfulness of his desire to exhibit his intended son-in-law of his in a favourable light. "He knows that I want the money very badly. I couldn't help his knowing that. And he must think it's something out of the common that makes me want £200. "I daresay he guesses the truth," Ellen said with a profound sigh. It seemed to her the bitterest trial of all, that her father's wrongdoing should be known to Stephen Whitelaw. That hideous prospect of the dock and the gaol was far off as yet. She had not even begun to realise it, but she did fully realise the fact of her father's shame, and the blow seemed to her a heavy one, heavier than she could bear. For some minutes there was silence between father and daughter. The girl sat with her face hidden in her hands. The bailiff smoked his pipe in sullen meditation. "Is there no other way?" Ellen asked at last, in a plaintive, despairing tone. "No other way, father?" "None," growled William Carley. "You needn't ask me that question again. There is no other way. You can get me out of my difficulties if you choose. I should never have been so venturesome as I was, if I hadn't made sure my daughter would soon be a rich woman. You can save me if you like, or you can hold off and let me go to prison. There's no good preaching about it or arguing about it. You've got the choice, and you must make it. Most young women in your place would think themselves uncommon lucky to have such a chance as you've got, instead of making a trouble about it, let alone being able to get their father out of a scrape. But you're your own mistress, and you must do as you please." "Let me have time to think," the girl pleaded piteously. "Let me have only a little time to think, father. And do you believe that I'm sorry for you, don't you?" she asked, kneeling beside him and clasping his unwilling hand. "Oh, father, I hope you believe that." "I shall know what to believe when I know what you're going to do," the bailiff answered moodily. And his daughter knew him too well to hope for any more gracious speech than this. She bade him good night, and went slowly up to her room to spend the weary wakeful hours in a bitter struggle, praying that she might be enlightened as to what she ought to do, praying that she might die rather than become the wife of Stephen Whitelaw. When she and her father met at breakfast in the dull grey January morning, his aspect was even darker than it had been on the previous night. But he did not ask her if she had arrived at any conclusion. He took his meal in sullen silence, and left her without a word. They met a little before noon, at which hour it was Mr. Carley's habit to consume a solid luncheon. He took his seat in the same gloomy silence that he had preserved at breakfast time, but flung open a letter across the table towards his daughter. "Am I to read this?" she asked gently. "Yes, read it, and see what I've got to look to." The letter was from Sir David Forster, an angry one, revealing strong suspicions of his agent's dishonesty, and announcing that he should be at the Grange on the 5th of the month, to make a close investigation of all matters connected with the bailiff's administration. It was a letter that gave little hope of mercy, and Ellen Carley felt it was so. She saw that there were no two sides to the question. She must save her father by the utter sacrifice of her own feelings, or suffer him to perish. She sat for some minutes in silence, with Sir David's letter in her hand, staring blankly at the lines in a kind of stupor. While her father ate cold roast beef and pickled cabbage, she wondered how he could eat at such a time, looking up at her furtively every now and then. At last she laid down the letter, and lifted her eyes to his face. A deadly whiteness and despair had come over the bright, soubrette beauty, and even William Carley's hard nature was moved a little by the altered expression of his daughter's countenance. "It must be as you wish, father," she said slowly. "There is no help for it. I cannot see you brought to disgrace. Stephen Whitelaw must have the price he asks for his money." "That's a good lass!" cried the bailiff, springing up and clasping his daughter in his arms, a most unusual display of affection on his part. "That's bravely spoken, Nell, and you never need repent the choice that'll make you mistress of Wyncombe Farm, with a good home to give your father in his old age." The girl drew herself hastily from his embrace, and turned away from him with a shudder. He was her father, and there was something horrible in the idea of his disgrace, but there was very little affection for him in her mind. He was willing to sell her into bondage in order to save himself. It was in this light she regarded the transaction with Stephen Whitelaw. End of chapter 33. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. Chapter 34 of Fenton's Quest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Fenton's Quest by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 34. Doubtful Information. The early days of the new year brought little change to John Saltram's condition. Mr. Mew and the physician who saw him once every 3 days seemed perhaps a shade more hopeful than they had been, but would express no decided opinion when Gilbert pressed them with close questioning. The struggle was still going on, the issue still doubtful. "If we could keep the mind at rest," said the physician, "we should have every chance of doing better. But this constant restlessness, this hyperactivity of the brain, of which you and Mr. Mew tell me, must needs make a perpetual demand upon the patient's physical powers. The waste is always going on. We cannot look for recovery until we obtain more repose." Several weeks had passed since the beginning of John Saltram's illness, and there were no tidings from Mr. Medler. Every day Gilbert had experienced some communication from that practitioner, only to be disappointed. He had called twice in Soho, and on both occasions had been received by a shabby-looking clerk, who told him that Mr. Medler was out, and not likely to come home within any definite time. He was inclined to fancy, by the clerk's manner on his second visit, that there was some desire to avoid an interview on Mr. Medler's part, and this fancy made him all the more anxious to see that gentleman. He did not, therefore, allow much time to elapse between this second visit to the dingy chambers in Soho and a third. This time he was more fortunate. for he saw the lawyer let himself in at the street door with his latchkey, just as the cab that drove him approached the house. The same shabby clerk opened the door to him. "I want to see your master," he said decisively, making a move toward the office door. The clerk contrived to block his way. "I beg your pardon, sir. I don't think Mr. Medler's in, but I'll go see." "You needn't give yourself the trouble. I saw your master let himself in at this door a minute ago. I suppose you were too busy to hear him come in." The clerk coughed a doubtful kind of cough, significant of perplexity. "Upon my word, sir, I believe he's out, but I'll see." "Thanks, I'd rather see for myself, if you please," Gilbert said, passing the perturbed clerk before that functionary could make up his mind whether he ought to intercept him. He opened the office door and went in. Mr. Medler was sitting at his desk, bending over some formidable document, with the air of a man who is profoundly absorbed by his occupation, with the air also, Gilbert thought, of a man who has been what is vernacularly called on the listen. "Good morning, Mr. Medler," Gilbert said politely. "Your clerk had such a conviction of your being out, that I had some difficulty in convincing him you were at home. I've only just come in. I suppose Lucas didn't hear me." "I suppose not. I've been here twice before in search of you. As I conclude you have been told, I have expected to hear from you daily." "Well, yes, yes," replied the lawyer in a meditative way. "I am aware that I promised to write, under certain circumstances." "Am I to conclude, then, that you were silent because you had nothing to communicate, that you have obtained no tidings of any kind respecting Mrs. Holbrook?" Mr. Medler coughed, a cough no less expressive of embarrassment than that of his clerk. "Why, you see, Mr. Fenton," he began, crossing his legs and rubbing his hands in a very deliberate manner, "when I made that promise with reference to Mrs. Holbrook, I made it of course without prejudice to the interests or inclinations of my client. I might be free to communicate to you any information I received upon this subject, or I might find myself pledged to withhold it." Gilbert's face flushed with sudden excitement. "What?" he cried. "Do you mean to say that you have solved the mystery of Marian Holbrook's fate, that you know her to be alive, safe, well, and have kept back the knowledge from me?" "I have been compelled to submit to the wishes of my client. I will not say that I have not offered considerable opposition to her desire upon this point, but finding her resolution fixed, I was bound to respect it." "She is safe. Then all this alarm has been needless? You have seen her?" "Yes, Mr. Fenton, I have seen her." "And she forbade you to let me know of her safety? She was willing that I should suffer all the anguish of uncertainty as to her fate? I could not have believed her so unkind." "Mrs. Holbrook had special reasons for wishing to avoid all communications with former acquaintances. She explained those reasons to me, and I fully concurred in them. She might have such reasons with regard to other people. She could have none with reference to me." "Pardon me, she mentioned your name in a very particular manner." "And yet she has good cause to trust my fidelity." "She has a very great respect and esteem for you, I am aware. She said as much to me. But her reasons for keeping her affairs to herself just now are quite apart from her personal feeling for yourself." "I cannot understand this. I am not to see her then, I suppose, not to be told her address?" "No, I am strictly forbidden to disclose her address to any one." "Yet you can positively assure me that she is in safety, her own mistress, happy?" "She is in perfect safety, her own mistress, and as happy as it is possible she can be under the unfortunate circumstances of her married life. She has left her husband for ever. I will venture to tell you so much as that." "I am quite aware of that fact." "How so? I thought Mr. Holbrook was quite unknown to you." "I have learnt a great deal about him lately." "Indeed!" exclaimed the lawyer, with a genuine air of surprise. "But of course your client has been perfectly frank in her communication with you upon this subject," Gilbert said. "Yes, I know that Mrs. Holbrook has left her husband, but I did not for a moment suppose she had let him free of her own will. From my knowledge of her character and sentiments, that is just the last thing I could have imagined possible. There was no quarrel between them. Indeed, she was expecting his return with delight at the very time when she left her home in Hampshire. The thought of her sharing her fortune with him was one of perfect happiness. How can you explain her abrupt flight from him in the face of this?" "I am not free to explain matters, Mr. Fenton," answered the lawyer. "You must be satisfied with the knowledge that the lady about whom you have been so anxious is safe." "Thank God for that," Gilbert said earnestly; "but that, knowledge of itself, is not quite enough. I shall be uneasy so long as there is this secrecy and mystery surrounding her fate. There is something in this sudden abandonment of her husband which is painfully inexplicable to me." "Mrs. Holbrook may have received some sudden revelation of her husband's unworthiness. You are aware that a letter reached her a few hours before she left Hampshire? There is no doubt that that letter influenced her actions. I do not mind admitting a fact which is so obvious." "The revelation that could move her to such a step must have been a very startling one." "It was strong enough to decide her course," replied the lawyer gravely. "And you can assure me that she is in good hands?" Gilbert asked anxiously. "I have every reason to suppose she is. She is with her father." Mr. Medler announced this fact as if there were nothing extraordinary in it. Gilbert started to his feet. "What!" he exclaimed. "She is with Mr. Nowell? The father who neglected her in her youth? Who of course seeks her now only for the sake of her fortune? And you call that being in good hands, Mr. Medler? For my own part, I cannot imagine a more dangerous alliance. When did Percival Nowell come to England?" "A very short time ago. I have only been aware of his return within the last 2 or 3 weeks. His first step on arriving in this country was to seek for his daughter." "Yes, when he knew that she was rich, no doubt." "I do not think that he was influenced by mercenary motives," the lawyer said, with a calm judicial air. "Of course, as a man of the world, I am not given to look at such matters from a sentimental point of view. But I really believe that Mr. Nowell was anxious to find his daughter, and to atone in some measure for his former neglect." "A very convenient repentance," exclaimed Gilbert, with a short bitter laugh. "And his first act is to steal his daughter from her home, and hide her from all her former friends. I don't like the look of this business, Mr. Medler. I tell you so frankly. Mr. Nowell is my client, you must remember, Mr. Fenton. I cannot consent to listen to any aspersion of his character, direct or indirect." "And you positively refuse to tell me where Mrs. Holbrook is to be found?" "I am compelled to respect her wishes as well as those of her father." "She has been placed in possession of her property, I suppose?" "Yes. Her grandfather's will has been proved, and the estate now stands in her name. There was no difficulty about that, no reason for delay." "Will you tell me if she is in London?" Gilbert asked impatiently. "Pardon me, my dear sir, I am pledged to say nothing about Mrs. Holbrook's whereabouts." Gilbert gave a weary sigh. "Well, I suppose it's useless to press the question, Mr. Medler," he said. "I can only repeat that I don't like the look of this business. Your client, Mr. Nowell, must have very strong reason for secrecy, and my experience of life has shown me that there is very seldom mystery without wrongdoing of some kind behind it. I thank God that Mrs. Holbrook is safe, for I suppose I must accept your assurance that she is so. But until her position is relieved from all this secrecy, I shall not cease to feel uneasy as to her welfare. I am glad, however, that the issue of events has exonerated her husband from any part in her disappearance." He was glad to know this, glad to know that however base a traitor to himself, John Saltram had not been guilty of that deeper villainy which he had at times been led to suspect. Gilbert Fenton left Mr. Medler's office a happier man than when he had entered it, and yet only half satisfied. It was a great thing to know that Marian was safe, but he would have wished her in the keeping of any one rather than of him whom the world would have called her natural protector. Nor was his opinion of Mr. Medler by any means an exalted one. No assertion of that gentleman inspired him with a heartfelt confidence, and he had not left the lawyer's office long before he began to ask himself whether there was any truth in any portion of the story he had heard, or whether he was not the dupe of a lie. Strange that Marian's father should have returned at so opportune a moment. Still more strange that Marian should suddenly desert the husband she had so devotedly loved, and cast in her lot with a father of whom she knew nothing but his unkindness. What if this man Medler had been lying to him from the very first, and was plotting to get old Jacob Nowell's fortune into his own hands? "I must find her," Gilbert said to himself. "I must be certain that she is in safe hands. I shall know no rest until I have found her." Harassed and perplexed beyond measure, he walked through the busy streets of the central district for some time without knowing where he was going, and without the faintest purpose in his steps. Then the notion suddenly flashed upon him that he might hear something of Percival Nowell at the shop in Queen Anne's Court, supposing the old business to still be carried on there under the sway of Mr. Tulliver; and it seemed yet too early for the probability of any change in that quarter. Gilbert was in the Strand when this notion occurred to him. He turned his steps immediately, and went back to Wardour Street, and thence to the dingy court where he had first discovered Marian's grandfather. There was no change. The shop looked exactly the same as it had looked in the lifetime of Jacob Nowell. There were the same old guineas in the wooden bowl, the same tarnished tankards and teapots on view behind the wire guarded glass, the same obscure hints of untold riches within, in the general aspect of the place. Mr. Tulliver darted forward from his usual lurking place as Gilbert went in at the door. "Oh," he exclaimed, with undisguised disappointment, "it's you, is it, sir? I thought it was a customer. I'm sorry to disappoint your expectation of profit. I have looked in to ask you 2 or 3 questions, Mr. Tulliver, that is all." "Any information in my power I'm sure I shall be happy to afford, sir. Won't you please take a seat?" "How long has it been since you saw Mr. Nowell, your former employer's son?" Gilbert asked, dropping into the chair indicated by the shopman, and coming at once to the point. Mr. Tulliver was somewhat startled by the question. That was evident, though he was not a man who wore his heart upon his sleeve. "How long has it been since I've seen Mr. Nowell? Mr. Percival Nowell, sir?" he repeated, staring thoughtfully at his questioner. "Yes, you need not be afraid to speak freely to me. I know Mr. Nowell is in London." "Well, sir, I have not seen him often since his father's death." "Since his father's death! And according to Mr. Medler, Jacob Nowell's son had only arrived in England after the old man's death. Or stay, the lawyer had declared that he had only been aware of Percival's return within the last 2 or 3 weeks. That was a different thing, of course. Yet was it likely this man could have returned, and his father's lawyer have remained ignorant of his arrival? Gilbert did not allow the faintest expression of surprise to appear on his countenance. "Not often since your master's death, but how often before?" "Well, he used to come in pretty often before the old man died, but they were both of 'em precious close. Mr. Percival never let out that he was my master's son, but I guessed as much before he'd been here many times." "How was it that I never came across him?" "Chance, I suppose, but he's a deep one. If you'd happened to come in when he was here, I daresay he would have contrived to slip away somehow without your seeing him." "When did he come here last?" Gilbert asked. "About a fortnight ago. He came in with Mr. Medler, the lawyer, who introduced him formally as my master's son, and they took possession of the place between them for Mrs. Holbrook, making an arrangement with me to carry on the business, and making precious hard terms too." "Have you seen Mrs. Holbrook since that morning when she left London for Hampshire, immediately after her grandfather's death?" "Never set eyes on her since then, but she's in London, they told me, living with her father. She came up to claim the property. I say, the husband must be a rather curious party, mustn't he, to stand that kind of thing, and part company with her just as she came into a fortune?" "Have you any notion where Mrs. Holbrook or her father is to be found? I should be glad to make you a handsome present if you could enlighten me upon that point." "I wish I could, sir. No, I haven't the least idea where the gentleman hangs out. Oysters ain't closer than that party. I thought he'd get his paw upon his father's money somehow when I used to see him hanging about this place, but I don't believe the old man ever meant him to have a sixpence of it." There was very little satisfaction to be obtained from Mr. Tulliver, and except as to the one fact of Percival Nowell's return, Gilbert left Queen Anne's Court a little wiser than when he had entered it. Brooding upon the revelations of that day, he walked slowly westward. He began to think that Percival and Mr. Medler had been in league from the time of the prodigal son's return, and that his own exclusion from the will as executor, and the substitution of the lawyer's name, had been brought about for no honourable purpose. What would a weak, inexperienced woman be between two such men? Or what power could Marian have, once under her father's influence, to resist his will? How she had fallen under that influence so completely as to leave her husband and her quiet country home without a word of explanation was a difficult question to answer, and Gilbert Fenton meditated upon it with a troubled mind. He walked westward, indifferent to where he went in the perplexity of his thoughts, anxious to walk off a little of his excitement if he could, and return to his sick charge in the Temple in a calmer frame of mind. It was something gained, at the worst, to be able to return to John Saltram's bedside freed from that hideous suspicion which had tormented him of late. Walking thus, he found himself, towards the close of the brief winter day, at the Marble Arch. He went through the gate into the empty park, and was crossing the broad road near the entrance, when an open carriage passed close beside him, and a woman's voice called to the coachman to stop. The carriage stopped so abruptly and so near him that he paused and looked up, in a natural wonderment at the circumstance. A lady dressed in mourning was leaning forward out of the carriage, looking eagerly after him. A second glance showed him that this lady was Mrs. Branston. "How do you do, Mr. Fenton?" she cried, holding out her little black gloved hand. "What an age since I've seen you! But you haven't forgotten me, I hope?" "That's quite impossible, Mrs. Branston. If I had not been very much absorbed in thought just now, I should have recognised you sooner. It was very kind of you to stop to speak to me." "Not at all. I have something most particular to say to you. If you are not in a very great hurry, would you mind getting into the carriage, and letting me drive you round the park? I can't keep you standing in the road to talk." "I am in no especial hurry, and I shall be most happy to take a turn round the park with you." Mrs. Branston's footman opened the carriage door, and Gilbert took his seat beside the widow, who was enjoying her afternoon drive alone for once in a way, a propitious toothache having kept Mrs. Pallinson within doors. "I have been expecting to see you for ever so long, Mr. Fenton. Why do you never call upon me?" the pretty little widow began, with her usual frankness. "I have been so closely occupied lately, and even if I had not been so, I should have scarcely expected to find you in town at this unfashionable season." "I don't care the least in the world for fashion," Mrs. Branston said, with an impatient shrug of her shoulders. "That is only an excuse of yours, Mr. Fenton. You completely forgot my existence, I have no doubt. All my friends desert me nowadays, older friends than you. There's Mr. Saltram, for instance. I have not seen him for, not ever so long," concluded the widow, blushing in the dusk as she remembered that visit of hers to the Temple, that daring step which ought to have brought John Saltram so much nearer to her, but which had resulted in nothing but disappointment and regret. Bitter regret that she should have cast her womanly pride into the very dust at this man's feet to no purpose. But Adela Branston was not a proud woman, and even in the midst of her regret for having done this foolish thing, she was always ready to make excuses for the man she loved, always in danger of committing some new folly in his behalf. Gilbert Fenton felt for the poor foolish little woman, whose fair face was turned to him with such a pleading look in the wintry twilight. He knew that what he had to tell her must needs carry desolation to her heart, knew that in the background of John Saltram's life there lurked even a deeper cause for grief for this gentle impressionable little soul. "You will not wonder that Mr. Saltram has not called upon you lately when you know the truth," he said gravely. "He has been very ill." Mrs. Branston clasped her hands with a faint cry of terror. "Very ill? That means dangerously ill?" "Yes, for some time he was in great danger. I believe that is past now, but I am not quite sure of his safety even yet. I can only hope that he may recover." Hope that he might recover, yes, but to be a friend of his, Gilbert's, nevermore. It was a dreary prospect at best. John Saltram would recover, to seek and reclaim his wife, and then those two must needs pass ever out of Gilbert Fenton's life. The story would be finished, and his own part of it bald enough to be told on the fly leaf at the end of a book. Mrs. Branston bore the shock of his ill news better than Gilbert had expected. There is good material even in the weakest of womankind, when the heart is womanly and true. She was deeply shocked, intensely sorry, and she made no attempt to mask her sorrow by any conventional speech or pretence whatsoever. She made Gilbert give her all the details of John Saltram's illness, and when he had told her all, asked him plainly if she might be permitted to see the sick man. "Do let me see him, if it is possible," she said. "It would be such a comfort to me to see him." "I do not say such a thing is not possible, my dear Mrs. Branston, but I am sure it would be very foolish." "Oh, never mind that. I am always doing foolish things. It would only be one folly more, and would hardly count in my history. Dear Mr. Fenton, do let me see him." "I don't think you quite know what you are asking, Mrs. Branston. Such a sick bed as John Saltram's would be a most painful scene for you. He has been delirious from the beginning of his illness, and is so still. He rarely has an interval of anything like consciousness, and in all the time I have been with him has never yet recognised me. Indeed, there are moments when I am inclined to fear that his brain may be permanently deranged." "God forbid!" exclaimed Adela, in a voice that was choked with tears. "Yes, such a result as that would indeed be a sore calamity. I have every wish to set your mind at ease, believe me, Mrs. Branston, but in John Saltram's present state I am sure it would be ill advised for you to see him." "Of course I cannot press the question if you say that," Adela answered despondently; "but I should have been so glad if you could have allowed me to see him. Not that I pretend to the smallest right to do so, but we were very good friends once, before my husband's death. He has changed to me strangely since that time." Gilbert felt that it was almost cruel to keep this poor little soul in utter ignorance of the truth. He did not consider himself at liberty to say much, but some vague word of warning might serve as a slight check upon the waste of feeling which was going on in the widow's heart. "There may be a reason for that change, Mrs. Branston," he said. "Mr. Saltram may have formed some tie of a kind to withdraw from him all other friendships." "Some attachment, you mean?" exclaimed the widow. "Some other attachment," she added, forgetting how much the words betrayed. "Do you think that, Mr. Fenton? Do you think that John Saltram has some secret love affair upon his mind?" "I have some reason to suspect as much, from words that he has dropped during his delirium." There was a look of unspeakable pain in Mrs. Branston's face, which had grown deadly pale when Gilbert first spoke of John Saltram's illness. The pretty childish lips quivered a little, and her companion knew that she was suffering keenly. "Have you any idea who the lady is?" she asked quietly, with more self-command than Gilbert had expected from her. "I have some idea. It is no one whom I know, I suppose?" "The lady is quite a stranger to you." "He might have trusted me," she said mournfully. "It would have been kinder in him to have trusted me." "Yes, Mrs. Branston, but Mr. Saltram has unfortunately made concealment a policy of his life. He will find it a false policy sooner or late." "It was very cruel of him not to tell me the truth. He might have known that I should look kindly upon any one he cared for. I may be a very foolish woman, Mr. Fenton, but I am not ungenerous." "I am sure of that," Gilbert said warmly, touched by her candour. "You must let me know every day how your friend is going on, Mr. Fenton," Adela said after a pause. "I shall consider it a very great favour if you will do so." "I will not fail." They had returned to Cumberland Gate by this time, and at Gilbert's request Mrs. Branston allowed him to be set down near the arch. He called a cab and drove to the Temple, while poor Adela went back to the splendid gloom of Cavendish Square, with all the fabric of her future life shattered. Until this hour she had looked upon John Saltram's fidelity to herself as a certainty. She knew now that her hope was slain all at once. What a living thing it had been, and how great a portion of her own existence had taken its colour therefrom. It was fortunate for Mrs. Branston that Mrs. Pallinson's toothache, and the preparations and medicaments supplied to her by her son, all declared to be infallible, and all ending in ignominious failure, occupied that lady's attention at this period, to the exclusion of every other thought, or Adela's pale face might have excited more curiosity than it did. As it was, the matron contented herself by making some rather snappish remarks upon the folly of going out to drive late on a January afternoon, and retired to administer poultices and cataplasms to herself in the solitude of her own apartment soon after dinner, leaving Adela Branston free to ponder upon John Saltram's cruelty. "If he had only trusted me," she said to herself more than once during those mournful meditations, "if he had only given me credit for some little good sense and generosity, I should not feel it as keenly as I do. He must have known that I loved him. Yes, I have been weak enough to let him see that, and I think that once he used to like me a little, in those old happy days when he came so often to Maidenhead. Yes, I believe he almost loved me then. And then the thought that this man was lying desperately ill, perhaps in danger of death, blotted out every other thought. It was so bitter to know him in peril, and to be powerless to go to him. Worse than useless to him were she by his side, since it was another whose image haunted his wandering brain, another whose voice he longed to hear. She spent a sleepless melancholy night, and had no rest next day, until a commissionaire brought her a brief note from Gilbert Fenton, telling her that if there were any change at all in the patient, it was on the side of improvement. End of chapter 34. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. VoiceOversByKirk.com. Chapter 35 of Fenton's Quest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Fenton's Quest by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 35. Bought with a Price. Ellen Carley was not allowed any time to take back the promise she had given to her father, had she been inclined to do so. Mr. Whitelaw made his appearance at the Grange early in the evening on the 2nd of January, with a triumphant simper on his insipid countenance, which was inexpressibly provoking to the unhappy girl. It was clear to her, at first sight of him, that her father had been at Wyncombe that afternoon, and her hateful suitor came secure of success. His wooing was not a very romantic episode in his commonplace existence. He did not even attempt to see Ellen alone, but after he had been seated for about half an hour in the chimney corner, nestling close to the fire in a manner he much affected, being of a particularly chilly temperament, given to shiver and turn blue on the smallest provocation, he delivered himself solemnly of the following address: "I make no doubt, Miss Carley, that you have taken notice for some time of my past sentiments towards yourself. I have never made any secret of those sentiments, neither have I talked much about them, not being a man of many words. I used to fancy myself the very reverse of a marrying man, and I don't say but what this moment I think the man who lives and dies a bachelor does the wisest for his own comfort and his own prosperity. But we are not the masters of our own feelings, Miss Carley. You have growed upon me lately somehow, so that I've got not to care for my life without you. Ask Mrs. Tadman if my appetite hasn't fell off within this last 6 months to a degree that has frightened her. And a man of my regular habits must be very far gone in love, Miss Carley, when his appetite forsakes him. From the time I came to know you as a young woman, in the bloom of a young woman's beauty, I said to myself, that's the girl I'll marry, and no other. Your father can bear me out in that, for I said the same to him. And finding that I had his approval, I was satisfied to bide my time, and wait till you came round to the same way of thinking. Your father tells me yesterday afternoon, and again this afternoon, that you have come round to that way of feeling. I hope he hasn't deceived me, Miss Carley." This was a very long speech for Stephen Whitelaw. It was uttered in little gasps or snatches of speech, the speaker stopping at the end of every sentence to take a breath. Ellen Carley sat on that side of a comfortable round table most remote from Mr. Whitelaw, deadly pale, with her hands clasped before her. Once she lifted her eyes with a piteous look to her father's face, but he was smoking his pipe solemnly, and his gaze fixed upon the blazing logs in the grate, and contrived not to see that mute, despairing appeal. He had not looked at his daughter once since Stephen Whitelaw's arrival, nor had he made any attempt to prepare her for his visit, this rapid consummation of the sacrifice. "Come, Miss Carley," said the former rather impatiently, after there had been a dead silence of some minutes. I want to get an answer direct from your own lips. Your father hasn't been deceiving me, has he?" "No," Ellen said in a low voice, almost as if the reply were dragged from her by some physical torture. "If my father has given you a promise for me, I will keep it. But I don't want to deceive you on my part, Mr. Whitelaw." She went on in a somewhat firmer tone. "I will be your wife, since you and my father have settled it that it must be so, but I can promise no more than that. I will be dutiful and submissive to you as a wife, you may be sure, only—" Mr. Whitelaw smiled a very significant smile, which implied that it would be his care to ensure his wife's obedience, and that he was troubled by no doubts upon that head. The bailiff broke in abruptly at this juncture. "Lord bless the girl! What need is there of all this talk about what she will be and what she won't be? She'll be as good a wife as any woman in England, I'll stake my life upon that. She's been a good daughter, as all the world knows, and a good daughter is bound to make a good wife. Say no more about it, Nell. Stephen Whitelaw knows he'll make no bad bargain in marrying you." The farmer received this mark with a loud sniff, expressive of offended dignity. "Very likely not, William Carley," he said. "But it isn't every man that can make your daughter mistress of such a place as Wyncombe, and such men as could do it would look for money with a wife, however young and pretty she might be. There's two sides to the bargain, you see, William, and I should like things to be looked at in that light between you and me." "You've no call to take offence, Steph," with a conciliating grin. "I never said you wasn't a good match for my girl, but a pretty girl and a prudent clever housekeeper like Nell is a fortune in herself to any man." "Then the matter's settled, I suppose," said Mr. Whitelaw, "and the sooner the wedding comes off the better to my mind. If my wife that is to be wants anything in the way of new clothes, I shall be happy to put down a £20 note, or I'd go as far as 30 towards them." Ellen shook her head impatiently. "I want nothing new," she said. "I have as many things as I care to have." "Nonsense, Nell!" cried her father, frowning at her in a significant manner to express his disapproval of this folly, and in so doing looking at her for the first time since her suitor's advent. "Every young woman likes new gowns, and of course you'll take Steph's friendly offer, and thank him kindly for it. He knows that I'm pretty hard up just now, and won't be able to do much for you, and it wouldn't do for Mrs. Whitelaw of Wyncombe to begin the world with a shabby turnout." "Of course not," replied the farmer. "I'll bring you the cash to-morrow evening, Nell, and the sooner you buy your wedding gown the better. There's nothing to wait for, you see. I've got a good home to take you to. Mother Tadman will march, of course, between this and my wedding day. I shan't want her when I've a wife to keep house for me." "Of course not," said the bailiff. "Relations are always dangerous about a place, ready to make mischief at every hand's turn." "Oh, Mr. Whitelaw, you won't turn her out, surely, your own flesh and blood, and after so many years of service. She told me how hard she worked for you." "Ah, that's just like her," growled the farmer. "I give her a comfortable home for all these years, and then she grumbles about the work." "She didn't grumble," Ellen said hastily. "She only told me how faithfully she had served you." "Yes, that comes to the same thing. I should have thought you would have liked to be mistress of your house, Nell, without any one to interfere with you." "Mrs. Tadman is nothing to me," answered Ellen, who had been by no means prepossessed by that worthy matron. "But I shouldn't like her to be unfairly treated on my account." "Well, we'll think about it, Nell. There's no hurry. She's worth her salt, I daresay." Mr. Whitelaw seemed to derive a kind of satisfaction from the utterance of his newly betrothed's Christian name, which came as near the rapture of a lover as such a sluggish nature might be supposed capable of. To Ellen there was something hideous about the sound of her own name spoken by those hateful lips, but he had a sovereign right so to address her, now and for evermore. Was she not his goods, his chattels, bought with a price, as much as a horse at a fair? That nothing be wanting to remind her of the sordid bargain, Mr. Whitelaw drew a small canvas bag from his pocket presently, a bag which gave forth that pleasant clinking sound that is sweet to the ears of so many as the music of gold, and handed it across the hearth to William Carley. "I'm as good as my word, you see," he said, with a complacent air of patronage. "There's the favour you ask me for. I'll take your IOU for it presently, if it's all the same to you, as a matter of form, and to be given back to you upon my wedding day." The bailiff nodded assent, and dropped the bag into his pocket with a sigh of relief. And then the two men went on smoking their pipes in the usual stolid way, dropping out a few words now and then by way of social converse. But there was nothing in Mr. Whitelaw's manner to remind Ellen that she had bound herself to the awful apprenticeship of marriage without love. But when he took his leave that night, he approached her with such an evident intention of kissing her as could not be mistaken by the most inexperienced of maidens. Poor Ellen indulged in no girlish resistance, no pretty little comedy of alarm and surprise, but surrendered her pale lips to that hateful salute with the resignation of a martyr. It was better that she should suffer this than that her father should go to gaol, and that thought was never absent from her mind. Nor was this sacrifice to filial duty quite free from the leaven of selfishness. For her own sake, as much as for her father's, Ellen Carley would have submitted to any penalty rather than disgrace. To have him branded as a thief must needs be worse suffering than any lifelong penance she might endure in matrimony. To lose Frank Randall's love was less than to let him learn of her father's guilt. "The daughter of a thief," she said to herself. "How he would despise himself for ever having loved me, if he knew me to be that." End of chapter 35. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. Chapter 36 of Fenton's Quest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Fenton's Quest by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 36. Coming Round. Possessed with a thorough distrust of Mr. Medler, and only half satisfied as to the fact of Marian's safety, Gilbert Fenton lost no time in seeking professional aid in the work of investigating this perplexing social mystery. He went once more to the metropolitan detective who had been with him in Hampshire, and whose labours had proved so futile. The task now to be performed seemed easy enough. Prowl was the name of the gentleman engaged by Gilbert, had only to discover the whereabouts of Percival Nowell. A matter of no great difficulty, Gilbert imagined, since it was most likely that Marian's father had frequent personal communication with a lawyer, nor was it improbable that he would have business with his agent or representative, Mr. Tolliver, in Queen Anne's Court. Provided with these two addresses, Gilbert fancied that Mr. Prowl's work must needs be easy enough. That gentleman, however, was not disposed to make light of the duty committed to him, whether from a professional habit of exaggerating the importance of any mission undertaken by him, or in perfect singleness of mind, it is not easy to say. "It's a watching business, you see, sir," he told Gilbert, "and is pretty sure to be tedious. I may put a man to hang about this Mr. Medler's business all day and every day for a month at a stretch, and he may miss his customer at the last, especially as you can't give me any kind of description of the man you want. Surely your agent could get some information out of Medler's clerk. It's in his trade to do that kind of thing, isn't it?" "Well, yes, sir. I don't deny that I might put a man on to the clerk, and it might answer. On the other hand, such a gentleman's clerk would be likely to be uncommon well trained and uncommon little trusted." "But we want to know so little," Gilbert exclaimed impatiently. "Only where this man lives, and who lives with him." "Yes," murmured Mr. Prowl, rubbing his chin thoughtfully, "it ain't much, as you say, and it might be got out of the clerk, if the clerk knows about it. But as to Mrs. Holbrook having got away from Hampshire and come to London, that's more than I can believe. I worked that business harder and closer than ever I worked any business yet. You told me to spare neither money nor time, and I didn't spare either, though it was more of a question of time than money, for my expenses were light enough, as you know. I don't believe Mrs. Holbrook could have got away from Malsham Station up to the time when I left Hampshire. I'm pretty certain she couldn't have left the place in any other way than by rail. I'm more than certain she couldn't have been living anywhere in the neighbourhood when I was hunting for her. In short, it comes to this. I stick to my old opinion, that the poor lady was drowned in Malsham River." This was just what Gilbert, happily for his own peace, could not bring himself to believe. He was ready to confide in Mr. Medler as a model of truth and honesty, rather than admit the possibility of Marian's death. "We have this man Medler's positive assertion that Mrs. Holbrook is with her father, you see, Mr. Proul," he said doubtfully. "That for Medler's assertion!" exclaimed the detective contemptuously. "There are lawyers in London who will assert anything for a consideration. Let him produce the lady, and if he does produce her, I will give him leave to say that Thomas Henry Proul is incapable of his business, or, putting it in vulgar English, that T.H.P. is a duffer. Of course I shall carry out any business you like to trust me with, Mr. Fenton, and carry it out thoroughly. I'll set watch upon Mr. Medler's offices, and I'll circumvent him by means of his clerk if I can. But it is my rooted conviction that Mrs. Holbrook never left Hampshire." This was discouraging, and with that ready power to adapt itself to circumstances which is a distinguishing characteristic of the human mind, Gilbert Fenton began to entertain a very poor opinion of the worthy Proul's judgment. But not knowing any better person whose aid he could enlist in this business, he was fain to confide his chances of success to that gentleman, and to wait with all patience for the issue of events. Much of this dreary interval of perpetual doubt and suspense was spent beside John Saltram's sick bed. There were strangely mingled feelings in the watcher's breast, a pitying regret that struggled continually with his natural anger, a tender remembrance of past friendship, which he despised as a shameful weakness in his nature, but could not banish from his mind, as he sat in the stillness of the sick room, watching the helpless creature who had once kept as faithful a vigil for him. To John Saltram's recovery he looked also as to his best chance of restoring Marian to her natural home. The influence that he himself was powerless to bring to bear upon Percival Nowell's daughter might be easily exerted by her husband. She was lured away from him, perhaps, by some specious lie of her father's, some cruel slander of the husband. There had been bitter words between them. Saltram has betrayed as much in his wandering talk, but to the last there was no feeling but love for him in her heart. Ellen Carley is my witness for that. Nothing less than some foul lie could have tempted her away from him. In the meantime, pending the sick man's recovery, the grand point was to discover the whereabouts of Marian and her father, and for this discovery Gilbert was compelled to trust to the resources of the accomplished Proul. So eager was he for the result, that if he could have kept watch upon Mr. Medler's office with his own eyes, he would have done so. But this being out of the question, and the more prudent course a complete avoidance of the lawyer's neighbourhood, he could only wait the result of his paid agent's researches, in hope that Mr. Nowell was still in London, and would have need of frequent communication with his late father's solicitor. The first month of the year dragged itself slowly to an end, and the great city underwent all those pleasing alterations, from snow to mud, from slipperiness of a city paved with plate glass to the sloppiness of a metropolis ankle deep in a rich brown compound, of about the consistency and colour of mock turtle soup, which are common to great cities at this season. And still John Saltram lingered on in the shabby solitude of his Temple chambers, slowly mending. Mr. Mew declared, towards the end of the month, and in a fair way towards recovery. The time came at last when the fevered mind began to cease from its perpetual wanderings, when the weary brain, sorely enfeebled by its long interval of unnatural activity, dropped suddenly into a state of calm that was akin to apathy. The change came with an almost alarming suddenness. It was at the beginning of February, close upon the dead small hours of a bleak windy night, and Gilbert was keeping watch alone in the sick room, while the professional nurse slept comfortably on the sofa in the sitting room. It was his habit now to spend the early part of the night in such duty as this, and to go home to bed between 4 and 5 in the morning, at which time the nurse was ready to relieve guard. He had been listening to the dismal howling of the winds, threatening damage to neighbouring chimney pots of rickety constitution, and thinking idly of the men that had come and gone amidst those old buildings, and how few amongst them all had left any mark behind them; inclined to speculate, too, how many of them had been men capable of better work than they had done, only carelessly indifferent to the doing of it. Like him who lay in that bed yonder, with one muscular arm, powerful even in its wasted condition, thrown wearily above his head, in an undefinable look, that seemed half pain, half fatigue, upon his haggard face. Suddenly, while Gilbert Fenton was meditating in this idle desultory manner, the sleeper awakened, looked full at him, and called him by his name. "Gilbert," he said very quietly, "is it really you?" It was the first time, in all his long watches by that bed, that John Saltram had recognised him. The sick man had talked of him often in his delirium, but never before had he looked his former friend in the face with one ray of recognition in his own. An indescribable thrill of pain went through Gilbert's heart at the sound of that calm utterance of his name. How sweet it would have been to him, what a natural thing it would have seemed, to have fallen upon his old friend's breast and wept aloud in the deep joy of his recovery! But they were friends no longer. He had to remember how base a traitor this man had been to him. "Yes, John, it is I. And you have been here for a long time. O God, how many months have I been lying here? The time seems endless, and there have been so many people round me, a crowd of strange faces, all enemies, all against me, and people in the next room. That was the worst of all. I have never seen them, but I have always known that they were there. They could not deceive me as to that, hiding behind that door, and watching me as I lay here. You might have turned them out, Gilbert," he added peevishly. "It seems a hard thing that you could let them stay here to torment me." "There has been no one in either of the rooms, John, no one but myself and the hired nurse, the doctors, and Mrs. Prout now and then. These people have no existence out of your sick fancy. You have been very ill, delirious for a long time. I thank God that your reason has been restored to you. Yes, I thank God with all my heart for that." "Have I been mad?" the other asked. "Your mind has wandered, but that has passed at last with the fever, as the doctors hoped it might. You are calm now, and must try to keep yourself quiet. There must be no more talk between us to night." The sick man took no notice of this injunction, but for the time was not disobedient, and lay for some minutes staring at the watcher's face with a strange half vacant smile upon his own. "Gilbert," he said at last, "what have they done with my wife? Why has she been kept away from me?" "Your wife? Marian?" "Yes, Marian. You know her name, surely. Did she know that I was ill, and yet stayed away from me? Was her place here John Saltram? That poor girl whom you married under a false name, whom you tried to hide from all the world. Have you ever brought her here? Have you ever given her a wife's license or a wife's place? How many lies have you told not to hide that which any honest man would have been proud to confess to all the world? Yes, I have lied to you about her. I have hidden my treasure. But it was for your sake, Gilbert. It was for the sake of our old friendship. I could not bear to lose you. I could not bear to stand revealed before you as the weak wretch who betrayed your trust and stole your promised wife. Yes, Gilbert, I have been guilty beyond all measure. I have looked you in the face and told you lies. I wanted to keep you for my friend. I could not stand the thought of a lifelong breach between us. Gilbert, old friend, have pity on me. I was weak, wicked, if you like, but I loved you very dearly." He stretched out his bony hand with an appealing gesture, but it was not taken. Gilbert sat with his head turned away, his face hidden from the sick man. "Anything would have been better than the course you chose," he said at last in a very quiet voice. "If she loved you better than me, who would have thought it so small a thing to lay down my life for her happiness, or to stand aloof and keep the secret of my broken heart, while I blessed her as the cherished wife of another? If you had certain reason to be sure she loved you, you should have asserted your right to claim her love like a man, and you should have been prompt to tell me the bitter truth. I am a man, and I would have borne the blow as a man should bear it. But to sneak into my place behind my back, to steal her away from me, to marry her under a false name, a step that might go far to invalidate the marriage, by the way, and then leave me to piece out the broken story, syllable by syllable, to suffer all the torture of a prolonged suspense, all the wasted passion of anger and revenge against an imaginary enemy, to find at last the man I had loved and trusted, honoured and admired beyond all other men throughout the best years of my life, was the man who had struck the secret blow. It was the conduct of a villain and a coward, John Saltram. I have no words to speak my contempt for so base a betrayal. And when I remember your pretended sympathy, your friendly counsel, O God, it was the work of a social Judas. Nothing was wanted but the kiss." "Yes," answered the other with a faint bitter laugh, "it was very bad. Once having begun, you see, it was but to add one lie to another. Anything seemed better than to tell you the truth. I fancied your devotion for Marian would wear itself out much sooner than it did, that you would marry some one else. And then I thought, when you were happy, and had forgotten that old fancy, I would have confessed the truth, and told you it was your friend who was your rival. It might have seemed easy to forgive me under those happier circumstances, and so our old friendship might never have been broken. I waited for that, Gilbert. Don't suppose it was not painful for me to act so base a part. Don't suppose that I did not suffer. I did, in 100 ways. I have seen the traces of that slow torture in my face. In every way I had sinned from my weak desire to win my love and yet keep my friend, and God knows the burden of my sin has been heavy upon me. I will tell you some day, if ever I am strong enough for so many words, and if you will hear me out patiently, the whole story of my temptation, how I struggled against it, and only gave way at last when life seemed insupportable to me without the woman I loved." After this he lay quiet again for some minutes, exhausted by having spoken so long. All the factitious strength, which had made him loud and violent in his delirium, was gone, and he seemed as weak as a sick child. "Where is she?" he asked at last. "Why doesn't she come to me? You have not answered that question." "I have told you that her place is not here," Gilbert replied evasively. "You have no right to expect her here, never having given her the right to come." "No, it is my own fault. She is in Hampshire still, I suppose. Poor girl, I would give the world to see her dear face looking down at me. But I must get well and go back to her. When shall I be strong enough to travel? To-morrow? Or if not to-morrow, the next day. Surely the next day, Gilbert?" He raised himself in the bed in order to read the answer in Gilbert's face, but fell back upon the pillows instantly, exhausted by the effort. Memory had only returned to him in part. It was clear that he had gotten the fact of Marian's disappearance, a fact which he had seemed half conscious long ago in his delirium. "How did you find out that Marian was my wife?" he asked presently, with perfect calmness. "Who betrayed my secret?" "Your own lips, in your delirious talk of her, which was incessant. And if collateral evidence were needed to confirm your words, this which I found the other day marking a place in your Shakespeare." Gilbert took a scrap of ribbon from his breast, a ribbon with a blue ground and a rosebud on it, a ribbon which he had chosen himself for Marian, in the happy days of their engagement. John Saltram contemplated the scrap of colour with a smile that was half sombre, half ironical. "Yes, it was hers," he said. "She wore it round that slim swan's throat of hers, and one morning, when I was leaving her in a particularly weak frame of mind, I took it from her neck and brought it away in my bosom, for the sake of having something about me that she had worn. And then I put it in the book, you see, and forgot all about it. A fitting emblem of my love, full of passion and fervour to-day, at the point of death to-morrow. There have been times when I would have given the world to undo what I had done, when my life seemed blighted by this foolish marriage, and again, happier moments, when my wife was all the universe to me, and I had not thought a dream beyond her. God bless her! You will let me go to her, Gilbert, the instant I am able to travel, as soon as I can drag myself anyhow from this bed to the railway. You will not stand between me and my love?" "No, John Saltram, God knows I have never thought of that." "And you knew I was a traitor. You knew it was my work that had destroyed your scheme of happiness, and yet have been beside me, watching me patiently through this wretched illness." "That was a small thing to do. You did as much, and a great deal more, for me, when I was ill in Egypt. It was a mere act of duty." "Not of friendship. It was Christian charity, Gilbert? If thine enemy hunger, feed him; if he thirst, give him drink, and so on. It was not the act of a friend? No, John Saltram, between you and me there can never again be any such word as friendship. What little I have done for you, I think I would have done for a stranger, had I found a stranger as helpless and unfriended as I found you. I am quite sure that to have done less would have been to neglect a sacred duty. There is no question of obligation. Till you are on your feet again, a strong man, I will stand by you. When that time comes, we part for ever." John Saltram sank back upon his pillow with a heavy sigh, but uttered no protest against this sentence. And this was all that came to Gilbert's vengeful passion against the man who had wronged him. This was the end of a long cherished anger, a lame and impotent conclusion, perhaps, but surely the only end possible under the circumstances. He could not wage war against a feeble creature, whose hold on life was still an uncertainty. He could not forget his promise to Marian, that no harm should come to her husband through any act of his. So he sat quietly by the bedside of his prostrate foe, watching him silently as he fell into a brief restless slumber, and administered his medicine when he woke with a hand that was as gentle as a woman's. Between 4 and 5 o'clock the nurse came in from the next room to take her place, refreshed by a sleep of several hours. And then Gilbert departed in the chill gloom of the winter's morning, still as dark as night, departed with his mind lightened of a great load, for it had been very terrible to him to think that the man who had once been his friend might go down to the grave without an interval of reason. End of chapter 36. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. Chapter 37 of Fenton's Quest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Fenton's Quest by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 37. A Full Confession. Gilbert did not go to the temple again until he had finished his day's work at St. Helens, and had eaten his modest dinner at a tavern in Fleet Street. He found that Mr. Mew had already paid his second visit to the sick room, and had pronounced himself much relieved and delighted by the favourable change. "I have no fear now," he had said to the nurse. "It is now only a question of getting back the physical strength, which has certainly fallen to a very low ebb. Perfect repose and entire freedom from care are what we have to look to." This nurse told Gilbert, "He has been very restless all day." She added, "Though I've done what I could to keep him quiet. But he worries himself, now that his senses have come back, poor gentleman, and it isn't easy to soothe him in any way. He keeps on wondering when he'll be well enough to move, and so on, over and over again. Once, when I left the room for a minute, and went back again, I found him attempting to get out of bed, only to try his strength, he said. But he's no more strength than a newborn baby, poor soul, and it will be weeks before he's able to stir. If he worries and frets, he'll put himself back for a certainty. But I dare say you'll have more influence over him than I, sir, and that you may be able to help keep him quiet." "I doubt that," answered Gilbert, "but I'll do my best. Has he been delirious to-day?" "No, sir, not once. And of course that is a great thing gained." A feeble voice from the inner room called Gilbert by name presently, and he went in at its bidding. "Is that you, Gilbert? Come in, for pity's sake. I was sure of the voice. So you have come on your errand of charity once more. I am very glad to see you, though you are not my friend. Sit down, ministering Christian, sit by my side. I have some questions to ask you." "You must not talk much, John. The doctor insists on perfect tranquillity." "He might just as well insist upon my making myself emperor of all the rushes. One demand would be about as reasonable as the other. How long have I been laying here like a log, a troublesome log, by the way, for I find from some hints from the nurse dropped to-day as to the blessing of my recovery, that I have been somewhat given to violence. How long have I been ill, Gilbert?" "A very long time." "Give me a categorical answer. How many days and weeks?" "You were taken ill about the middle of December, and we are now in the first week of February." "Nearly 2 months, and in all that time I've been idle. Ergo, no remittances from publishers. How have I lived, Gilbert? How have the current expenses of my illness been paid? And the children of Israel, have they not been clamorous? There was a bill due in January, I know. I was working for that when I got pulled up. How is it that my vile carcass is not in their hands? You need give yourself no trouble. The bill has been taken up. By you, of course. Yes, you do not deny it. And you have been spending your money day by day to keep me alive. But then you would have done as much for a stranger. Great heaven, what a mean hound I seem to myself, as I lie here and think what you have done for me, and how I have acted towards you." He turned himself in his bed with great effort, and lay with his face to the wall. "Let me hide my face from you," he said. "I am a shameful creature." "Believe me, once more, there is not the faintest shadow of an obligation," Gilbert responded, eagerly. "I can very well afford anything I have done. Shall never feel myself the poorer for it by a sixpence. I cannot bear that these things should be spoken of between us. You know how often I have begged you to let me help you in the past, and how wounded I have been by your refusal. Yes, when we were friends, before I ever wronged you. If I had taken your help then, I should hardly have felt the obligation. But stay, I am not such a pauper as I seem. My wife will have money. At least you told me that the old man was rich." "Yes, your wife will have money, plenty of money. You have no need to trouble yourself about financial matters. You have only to consider what the doctor has said. Your recovery depends on almost entirely upon your tranquillity of mind, and if you want to get well speedily, you must remember this." "I do want to get well. I am in a fever to get well. I want to see my wife. But my recovery will be evidently a tedious affair. I cannot wait to see her till I am strong enough to travel. Why should she not come to me here? She can, she must come. Write to her, Gilbert. Tell her how I languish for her presence. Tell her how ill I have been." "Yes, I will write by and by." "By and by! Your tone tells me that you do not mean what you say. There is something you are keeping from me. Oh, my God, what was that happened before I was ill? My wife was missing. I was hunting for her without rest for nearly a week, and then they told me she was drowned, and there was no hope of finding her. Was that real, Gilbert, or only part of my delirium? Speak to me, for pity's sake. Was it real?" "Yes, John, your perplexity and trouble were real, but unnecessary. Your wife is safe." "Safe? Where?" "She's with her father." "She did not even know that her father was living." "No, not till very lately. He has come from America, it seems, and Marian is now under his protection." "What? She could desert me without a word of warning? Without the faintest hint of her intention, to go to a father of whom she knew nothing, or nothing that was not eminently to his discredit? There must have been some strong influence brought to bear to induce her to take such a step." "What influence?" "Do not worry yourself about that now. Make all haste to get well, and then it will be easy for you to win her back." "Yes, only place me face to face with her, and I do not think there would be much question as to that. But that she should forsake me out of her own free will! It is so unlike my Marian, my patient, long-suffering Marian. I can scarcely believe such a thing possible. But that question can soon be put to rest. Write to her, Gilbert. Tell her that I have been at death's door, that my chance of recovery hangs upon her will. Father or no father, that will bring her to my side." "I will do so, directly I know her address." "You do not know where she is?" "Not yet. I am expecting to obtain that information every day. I have taken measures to ascertain where she is." "And how do you know that she is with her father?" "I have the lawyer's authority for that. A lawyer whom the old man Jacob Nowell trusted, whom he left sole executor to his will." It was necessary above all things that John Saltram's mind should be set at rest, and in order to secure this result Gilbert was fain to affect a supreme faith in Mr. Medler. "Do you believe this man, Gilbert?" the invalid asked anxiously. "Of course. He has no reason for deceiving me." "But why withhold the father's address?" "It is easy enough to conjecture his reasons for that. A dread of your influence robbing him of his daughter. Her fortune has made her a prize worth disputing, you see. It is natural enough that the father should wish to hide her from you." "For the sake of money?" Yes, I suppose that is the beginning and end of his scheme. My poor girl! No doubt he has told her all manner of lies about me, and so contrived to estrange that faithful heart. Will you insert an advertisement in the Times, Gilbert, under initials, telling her of my illness, and entreating her to come to me? I will do so if you like, but I dare say Noel will be cautious enough to keep the advertisement sheet away from her, or to watch it pretty closely, and prevent her seeing anything we may insert. I am taking means to find them, John. I must entreat you to rest satisfied with that." "Rest satisfied, when I am uncertain whether I shall ever see my wife again! It is a hard thing to do." "If you harass yourself, you will not live to see her again. Trust me, John, Marian's safety is as dear to me as it can be to you. I am her sworn friend and brother, her self appointed guardian and defender. I have skilled agents at work. We shall find her, rely upon it." It was a strange position into which Gilbert found himself drifting, the consoler of this man who had so basely robbed him. They could never be friends again, these two. He had told himself that, not once, but many times during the weary hours of his watching beside John Saltram's sick bed. They could never more be friends, and yet he found himself in a manner compelled to perform the offices of friendship. Nor was it easy to preserve anything like the neutral standing which he had designed for himself. The life of this sometime friend of his hung by so frail a link. He had such an utter need of kindness. So what could Gilbert do but console him for the loss of his wife, and endeavour to inspire him with a hopeful spirit about her? What could he do less than friendship would have done, although his affection for his old friend of his youth had perished for evermore? The task of consolation was not an easy one. Once restored to his right mind, with a vivid sense of all that had happened to him before his illness, John Saltram was not to be beguiled into a false security. The idea that his wife was in dangerous hands pursued him perpetually, and the consciousness of his own impotence to rescue her goaded him into a kind of mental fever. To be changed here, Gilbert, lying on this odious bed like a dog, when she needs my help! How am I to bear it? "Like a man," the other answered quietly. "Were you as well as I am at this moment, there's nothing you could do that I am not doing. Do you think I should sit idly here, if the best measures had not been taken to find your wife?" "Forgive me. Yes, I have no doubt that you have done what is best. But if I were astir, I should have the sense of doing something. I could urge on those people you employ, work with them even." "You would be more likely to hinder than to assist them. They know their work, and it is a slow drudging business at best, which requires more patience than you possess. No, John, there is nothing to be done but wait, and to put our trust in Providence and in time." This was a sermon which Gilbert Fenton had occasion to preach very often in the slow weary days that followed John Saltram's recovery of his right senses. The sick man, tossing to and fro upon the bed he loathed with such an utter loathing, could not refrain from piteous bewailings of his helplessness. He was not a good subject for sickness, had never served his apprenticeship to a sick bed until now, and the ordeal seemed to him a very long one. In all that period of his delirious wanderings there had been an exaggerated sense of time in his mind. It seemed to him that he had been lying there for years, lost in a labyrinth of demented fancies. Looking back at that time, now that his reason had been restored to him, he was able to recall his delusions one by one, and it was very difficult for him to understand, even now, that they were all utterly groundless, the mere vagabondage of a wandering brain; that the people he had fancied close at hand, lurking in the next room, he had rarely seen them close about his bed, but had been possessed with a vivid sense of their neighbourhood, had been never near him; that the old friends and associates of his boyhood who had been amongst these fancied visitors were for the greater number dead and passed away long before this time; that he had been, in every dream and every fancy of that weary interval, abject slave of his own hallucinations. Little by little his strength came back to him by very slow degrees, so slowly, indeed, that the processes of recovery might have sorely tried the patience of any man less patient than Gilbert. There came a day at last when the convalescent was able to leave his bed for an hour or so, just strong enough to crawl into the sitting room with the help of Gilbert's arm, and to sit in an easy chair propped up by pillows, very feeble of aspect, and with a wan haggard countenance that pleaded mutely for pity. It was impossible to harbour revengeful feelings against a wretch so stricken. Mr. Mew was much elated by this gradual improvement in his patient, and confessed to Gilbert, in private, that he had never hoped for so happy a result. "Nothing but an iron constitution, and your admirable care, could have carried our friend through such an attack, sir," he said decisively. "And now that we are getting around a little, we must have a change of air and of scene. That is imperatively necessary. Mr. Saltram talks of a loathing for these rooms. Very natural under the circumstances. We must take him away, directly he can bear the removal." "I rather doubt his willingness, sir," Gilbert answered thoughtfully. "He has anxieties that are likely to chain him to London." "If there's any objection to that kind, it must be conquered," Mr. Mew said. "A change will do your friend more good than all the physic I can give him." "Where would you advise me to take him?" "Not very far. He couldn't stand the fatigue of a long journey. I should take him to some quiet little place near town. The more countrified the better. It isn't a very pleasant season for the country, but in spite of that, the change will do him good." Gilbert promised to effect this arrangement as soon as the patient was well enough to be moved. He would run down to Hampton or Kingston, he told Mr. Mew, in a day or two, and look for suitable lodgings. "Hampton or Kingston, by all means," replied the surgeon cheerfully. "Both very pleasant places in their way, and as mild as any neighbourhood within easy reach of town. Don't go too near the water, and be sure your rooms are very dry and airy. That's the main point. We might move him early next week, I fancy, if we can get him up for an hour or two every day in the interval." Gilbert had kept Mrs. Branston well informed as to John Saltram's progress, and that impetuous little woman had sent a ponderous retainer of the footman species to the Temple daily, laden now with hothouse grapes and anon with dainty jellies, clear turtle soups, or delicate preparations of chicken, blanc manges, and iced drinks, the conveyance whereof was a sore grievance to the ponderous domestic, in spite of all the aid to be derived from a liberal employment of cabs. Adela Branston had sent these things in defiance of her outraged kinswoman, Mrs. Pallinson, who was not slow to descant but upon the impropriety of such a proceeding. "I wonder how you can talk in such a way, when you know how friendless this poor Mr. Saltram is, and how little trouble it cost me to do as much as this for him. But I daresay the good Samaritan had some one at home who objected to the waste of that twopence he paid for the poor traveller." Mrs. Pallinson gave a little shriek of horror on hearing this allusion, and protested against so profane a use of the gospel. "But the gospel was meant to be our guide in common things, wasn't it, Mrs. Pallinson? However, there is not the least use in your being angry, for I mean to do what I can for Mr. Saltram, and there's no one in the world could turn me from my intention." "Indeed!" cried the elder lady indignantly. "And when he recovers, you mean to marry him, I daresay. You will be weak enough to throw away your fortune upon a profligate and a spendthrift, a man who is certain to make any woman miserable." And hereupon there rose what Sheridan calls a very pretty quarrel between the two ladies, which was very near to end in Mrs. Pallinson's total withdrawal from Cavendish Square. Very nearly, but not quite, to that agreeable consummation did matters proceed. For, on the very verge of the final words which could have been spoken the sentence of separation, Mrs. Pallinson was suddenly melted, and declared that nothing, no outrage of her feelings, and heaven knows how they have been trodden on this day, the injured matron added in parentheses, should induce her to desert her dearest Adela. And so there was a hollow peace patched up, and Mrs. Branston felt that the blessings of freedom, and a delightful relief of an escape from Pallinsonian influences, were not yet to be hers. Directly she heard from Gilbert that change of air had been ordered for the patient, she was eager to offer her villa near Maidenhead for his accommodation. "The house is always kept in apple pie order," she wrote to Gilbert, "and I can send down more servants to make everything comfortable for the invalid. I know he is fond of the place," she added in conclusion, after setting out all the merits of the villa with feminine minuteness. "At least I know he used to like it, and I think it would please him to get well there. I can only say that it would make me very happy So do arrange it, Mr. Fenton, if possible, and oblige yours ever faithfully, Adela Branston. Poor little woman, murmured Gilbert, as he finished the letter. No, we will not impose upon her kindness. We will go somewhere else. Better for her that she should see and hear but little of John Saltram for all time to come, and then the foolish fancy will wear itself out, perhaps, and she may live to be a happy wife yet, unless she, too, is afflicted with a fatal capability of constancy. Is that such a common quality, I wonder? Are there so many luckless as to live once, and once only, and who, setting all their hopes upon one cast, lose all if that be fatal? Gilbert told John Saltram of Mrs. Branston's offer, which he was as prompt to decline as Gilbert himself had been. "It is like her to wish it," he said, "but no, I should feel myself a double traitor and impostor under her roof. I have done her wrong enough already. If I could have loved her, Gilbert, all might have been well for you and me. God knows I tried to love her, poor little woman, and she is just the kind of woman who might twine herself about any man's heart. Graceful, pretty, gracious, tender, bright, and intelligent enough for any man, and not too clever. But my heart she never touched, from the hour that I saw that other. I was lost. I will tell you all about that some day. No, we will not go to the villa. Write and give Mrs. Branston my best thanks for her generous offer, and invent some excuse for declining. That's a good fellow." By and by, when the letter was written, John Saltram said, "I do not want to go out of town at all, Gilbert. It is no use for the doctor to talk. I can't leave London until we have news of Marian." Gilbert had been prepared for this, and set himself to argue the point with admirable patience. Mr. Prowl's work would go on just as well, he urged, whether they were in London or at Hampton. A telegram would bring them any tidings as quickly in the one place as the other. "I am not asking you to go far, remember," he added. "You will be within an hour's journey of London, and the doctors declare this change is indispensable to your recovery. You have told us what a horror you have of these rooms." "Yes, I doubt if any one but a sick man can understand his loathing of the scene of his illness. That room in there is filled with the shadows that haunted me in all those miserable nights, when the fever was at its worst, and I lived amidst a crowd of phantoms. Yes, I do most profoundly hate that room. As for this matter of change of air, Gilbert, dispose of me as you please. My worthless existence belongs to you." Gilbert was quick to take advantage of this concession. He went down to Hampton next day, and explored the neighbourhood on both sides of the Thames. His choice fell at last on a pretty little house within a stone's throw of the palace gates, the back windows whereof looked out upon the now leafless solitude of Bushy Park, and where there was a comfortable looking, rosy faced landlady, whose countenance was very pleasant to contemplate after the somewhat lachrymose visage of Mrs. Pratt. Here he found he could have all the accommodation he required, and hither he promised to bring the invalid early in the following week. There were as yet no tidings worth speaking of from Mr. Prowl. That distinguished member of the detective profession waited upon Gilbert Fenton with his budget twice a week, but the budget was a barren one. Mr. Prowl's agent pronounced Mr. Medler's clerk the toughest individual it had ever been his lot to deal with. No amount of treating at the public house round the corner, and the agent had ascended from the primitive simplicity of a pint of porter to the highest flights of the art of compound liqueurs, could exert a softening influence upon that rigid nature. Either the clerk knew nothing about Percival Nowell, or had been so well schooled as to disclose nothing of what he knew. Money had been employed by the agent as well as drink, as a means of temptation, but even every insidious hint of possible gains had failed to move the ill-paid underling to any revelation. "It is my belief the man knows nothing, or else I should have had it out with him by hook or by crook," Mr. Prowl's agent told him, and Mr. Prowl repeated to his client. This first agent having thus come to grief, and having perhaps made himself a suspected person in the eyes of the Medler office by his manoeuvres, a second spy had been placed to keep close watch upon the house, and to follow any person who at all corresponded with the detective idea of Mr. Nowell. It could be no more than an idea, unfortunately, since Gilbert had been able to give the accomplished Prowl no description of the man he wanted to trace. Above all, the spy was to take special note of any lady who might be seen to enter or leave the office, and to this end he was furnished with a close description of Marian. Gilbert called upon Mrs. Branston before carrying John Saltram out of town. He fancied that her offer of the Maidenhead villa would be better acknowledged personally than by a letter. He found the pretty little widow sorely disappointed by Mr. Saltram's refusal to occupy the house, and it was a little difficult to explain to her why they both preferred other quarters for the convalescent. "Why will he not accept the smallest favour from me?" Adela Branston asked plaintively. "He ought to know that there is no arrière-pensée in any offer which I make him, that I have no wish except for his welfare. Why does he not trust me a little more?" "He will do so in the future, I think, Mrs. Branston," Gilbert answered gravely. "I fancy he has learned the folly and danger of all underhand policy, and that he will put more faith in his friends for the rest of his life." "And he is really much better, quite out of danger? Do the doctors say that?" "He is as much out of danger as a man can well be whose strength has been wasted in a perilous illness. He has that to regain yet, and the recovery will be slow work. Of course, in his condition a relapse would be fatal, but there is no occasion to apprehend a relapse." "Thank heaven for that! And you will take care of him, Mr. Fenton, will you not?" "I will do my very best. He saved my life once, so you see that I owe him a life." The invalid was conveyed to Hampton on a bright February day, when there was an agreeable glimpse of spring sunshine. He went down by road in a hired brougham, and the journey seemed a long one; but it was an unspeakable relief to John Saltram to see the suburban roads and green fields after the long imprisonment of the Temple, a relief that moved him almost to tears in his extreme weakness. "Could you believe that a man could be so childish, Gilbert?" he said apologetically. "It might have been a good thing for me to have died in that dismal room, for heaven only knows what a heavy sorrow lies before me in the future. Yet the aid of these common things touches me more keenly than all the glory of the Jungfrau touched me 10 years ago. What a gay bright looking world it is! And yet how many people are happy in it? How many take the right road? I suppose there is a right road by which we all might travel, if only we knew how to choose it." He felt the physical weariness of the journey acutely, but uttered no complaint throughout the way, though Gilbert could see the pale face growing paler, the sunken cheeks more pinched of aspect, as they went on. To the last he pronounced himself delighted by that quiet progress through the familiar landscape, and then having reached his destination, had barely strength to totter to a comfortable chintz covered sofa in the bright looking parlour, where he fainted away. The professional nurse had been dismissed before they left London, and Gilbert was now the invalid's only attendant. The woman had performed her office tolerably well, after the manner of her kind, but the presence of a sick nurse is not a cheering influence, and John Saltram was definitely relieved by her disappearance. "How good you are to me, Gilbert," he said, that first evening of his sojourn at Hampton, after he had recovered from his faint, and was lying on the sofa sipping a cup of tea. "How good! And yet you are my friend no longer. All friendship is at an end between us. Well, God knows, I am as helpless as that man who fell among thieves. I cannot choose but accept your bounty." Chapter 37. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. Chapter 38 of Fenton's Quest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Fenton's Quest by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 38. An Ill-Omened Wedding. After that promise wrung from her by such a cruel agony, that fatal bond between her and Stephen Whitelaw, Ellen Carley's life seemed to travel past her as if by some enchantment. Time lost its familiar sluggishness. The long industrious days, that had been so slow of old, flew by the bailiff's daughter like the shadows from a magic lantern. At first, after that desperate miserable day upon which the hateful words were uttered that were to bind her for life to a detested master, the girl had told herself that something must happen to prevent the carrying out of this abhorrent bargain. Something would happen. She had a vague faith that Providence would interfere somehow to save her. Day after day she looked into her father's face, thinking that from him perhaps might come some sign of wavering, some hint of possible release. Vain hope. The bailiff, having extracted the sacrifice, pretended to think his daughter's welfare secured by that very act. He did not hesitate to congratulate her on her good fortune, and to protest, with an accustomed oath, that there was not a sensible woman in England who would not envy her so excellent a match. Once poor Ellen, always impetuous and plain spoken, lost all patience with him, and asked how he dared to say such things. "You know that I hate this man, father," she cried passionately, "and that I hate myself for what I am going to do. You know that I have promised to be his wife for your sake only, and that if I could have saved you from disgrace by giving you my life, I should have done it gladly to escape this much greater sacrifice. Never speak to me about Stephen Whitelaw again, father, unless you want to drive me mad. Let me forget what sin I am going to commit, if I can. Let me go on blindfold." It was to be observed that from that hour of her betrothal, Ellen Carley as far as possible avoided her father's companionship. She worked more busily than ever about the big old house, was never tired of polishing the little used furniture, and dusting the tenantless bedchambers. She seemed indeed to be infected with Mrs. Tadman's passion for superhuman cleanliness. To her dairy duties also she devoted much more time than of old. Anything to escape the parlour, where her father sat idle for a considerable portion of the day, smoking his pipe, and drinking rather more than was good for him. Nor did Mr. Carley, for his part, appear to dislike this tacit severance between his daughter and himself. As the foolish young woman chose to accept good fortune in a perverse spirit, it was well that they two should see as little of each other as possible. Every evening found Mr. Whitelaw a punctual visitor in the snug panelled parlour, and at such times the bailiff insisted upon his daughter's presence. She was obliged to sit there night after night, stitching monotonously at some unknown calico garment, which might well, from the state of mind of the worker, have been her winding sheet, or a darning one of an inexhaustible basket of woollen stockings belonging to her father. It was her irksome duty to be there, ready to receive any awkward compliment of her silent lover's, ready to acquiesce meekly in his talk of their approaching wedding. But at all other times Mr. Carley was more than content with her absence. At first the bailiff made a feeble attempt to reconcile his daughter to her position by the common bribe of fine clothes. He had extorted a sum of money from Stephen Whitelaw for this purpose, and had given that sum, or a considerable part of it, to his daughter, bidding her to expend it upon her wedding finery. The girl took the money and spent a few pounds upon the furbishing up of her wardrobe, which was by no means an extensive one, but the remaining £10 note she laid by in a secret place, determined on no account to break in upon it. "The time may come when all my life will depend upon the possession of a few pounds," she said to herself, "when I may have some chance of setting myself free from that man." She had begun to contemplate such a possibility already, before her wedding day. It was for her father's sake she was going to sell her liberty, to take upon herself a bondage most odious to her. The time might come when her father would be beyond reach of shame and disgrace, when she might find some manner of escape from her slavery. In the meantime the days hurried on, and Providence offered her no present means of rescue. The day of doom came nearer and nearer, for the bailiff took part with his future son-in-law, and would hear of no reasons which Ellen could offer for delay. He was eager to squeeze the farmer's well-filled purse a little tighter, and he fancied he might do this when his daughter was Stephen Whitelaw's wife. So suitor and father were alike pitiless, and the wedding was fixed for the 10th of March. There were no preparations to be made at Wyncombe Farmhouse. Mr. Whitelaw did not mean to waste so much as a £5 note on the embellishment of those barely furnished rooms in honour of his bright young bride, although Mrs. Tadman urged upon him the necessity of new muslin curtains here, and new dimity there, a coat or so of paint, and new whitewash in such and such rooms, and other small revivals of the same character, not sorry to be able to remind him in this indirect manner that marriage was an expensive thing. "A young woman like that will expect to see things bright and cheerful about her," said Mrs. Tadman, in her most plausible tone, rubbing her thin hands with an air of suppressed enjoyment. "If you were going to marry a person of your own age, it would be different, of course. But young women have such extravagant notions. I could see Miss Carley did not think much of the furniture when I took her over the house on New Year's Day. She said the rooms looked gloomy, and that some of them gave her the horrors, and so on. If you don't have the place done up a bit at first, you'll have to get it done at last, depend upon it. A young wife like that will make the money spin, you may be sure." "Will she?" said Mr. Whitelaw with a satisfied grin. "That's my lookout. I don't think you've had very much chance of making money spin, Mrs. Tadman?" The widow cast up her hands and eyes toward the ceiling of the parlour where they were sitting. "Goodness knows I've had precious little chance of doing that, Stephen Whitelaw," she replied. "I should reckon not, and my wife will have about as much." There was some cold comfort in this. Mrs. Tadman had once hoped that if her cousin ever exalted any woman to the proud position of mistress of Wyncombe, she herself would be that favoured individual; and it was a hard thing to see a young person, who had nothing but a certain amount of looks to recommend her, raised to that post of honour in her stead. It was some consolation, therefore, to discover that the interloper was to reign with very limited powers, and that none of the privileges or indulgences usually granted to youthful brides by elderly bridegrooms were to be hers. It was something, too, for Mrs. Tadman to be allowed to remain beneath the familiar shelter of that gloomy old house, and this boon had been granted to her at Ellen's express request. "I suppose she's going to turn lazy as soon as she's married, or she wouldn't have wanted to keep you," the farmer said in a rather sulky manner, after he had given Mrs. Tadman his gracious permission to remain in his service. "But if she is, we must find some way of curing her of that. I don't want a fine lady about my place. There's the dairy. Now we might do more in that way, I should think, and get more profit out of butter making than we do by sending part of the milk up to London. Butter fetches a good price nowadays from year's end to year's end, and Ellen is a rare hand at dairy. I know that for certain." Thus did Mr. Whitelaw devote his pretty young wife to an endless prospect of butter making. He had no intention that the alliance should be an unprofitable one, and he was already scheming how he might obtain some indirect kind of interest for that awful sum of £200 advanced to William Carley. Sir David Forster had not come to make that threatened investigation of things at the Grange. Careless always in the management of his affairs, the receipt of a handsome sum of money from the bailiff had satisfied him, and he had suffered his suspicions to be lulled to rest for the time being, not caring to undertake the trouble of a journey to Hampshire, and an examination of dry business details. It was very lucky for Mr. Carley that his employer was so easy and indolent a master, for there were many small matters at the Grange which would have hardly borne inspection, and it would have been difficult for Sir David to come there without making some discovery to his bailiff's disadvantage. The evil day had been warded off, however, by means of Stephen Whitelaw's money, and William Carley meant to act more cautiously, more honestly even, in the future. He would keep clear of racecourses and gambling booths, he told himself, and of the kind of men who had beguiled him into dishonourable dealing. "I had an uncommon narrow squeak of it," he muttered to himself occasionally as he smoked a meditative pipe, "and have been as near seeing the inside of a Portland prison as ever a man was. But it'll be a warning to me in the future. And yet, who could have thought that things would have gone against me as they did? There was Sir Philip Christopher's bay colt Pigskin, for instance. That brute was bound to win." February came to an end, and when March once began, there seemed no pause or breathing time for Ellen Carley till the 10th. And she had yet little business to occupy her during those bleak days of early spring. It was the horror of that rapid flight of time, which seemed independent of her own life in its hideous swiftness. Idle or busy, it was all the same. The days would not linger for her. The dreaded 10th was close at hand. Frank Randall was still in London, in that solicitor's office, a firm of some standing in the city, to which he had gone on leaving his father. He had written 2 or 3 times to Ellen since he left Hampshire, and she had answered his letters secretly; but pleasant though it was to her to hear from him, she begged him not to write, as her father's anger would be extreme if a letter should by any evil chance fall into his hands. So within the last few months there had been no tidings of Ellen's absent lover, and the girl was glad that it was so. What could she have said to him if she had been compelled to tell him of her engagement to Stephen Whitelaw? What excuse could she have made for marrying a man about whom she had been wont to express herself to Frank Randall in most unequivocal terms? Excuse there was none, since she could not betray her father. It was better, therefore, that young Randall should hear of her marriage in the common course of things, and that he should think of her just as badly as he pleased. This was only one more poisoned drop in a cup that was all bitterness. "He will believe I was a hypocrite at heart always," the unhappy girl said to herself, "and that I value Stephen Whitelaw's money more than his true heart, that I can marry a man I despise and dislike for the sake of being rich. What can he think worse of me than that? And how can he help thinking that? He knows that I have a good spirit of my own, and that my father could not make me do anything against my will. He will never believe that this marriage has been all my father's doing." The wedding morning came at last, bright and springlike, with a sun that shone gaily as if it had been lighting the happiest union that was ever recorded in the hymnal register. There were the first rare primroses gleaming star-like amidst the early greenery of high grassy banks and solitary lanes about Crosber, and here and there the tender blue of a violet. It would have seemed a very fair morning upon which to begin the first page in the mystic volume of a new life, if Ellen Carley had been going to marry a man she loved. But no hapless condemned wretch who was ever woke to see the sun shining upon the day of his execution could have been more profoundly wretched than the bailiff's daughter. As she dressed herself mechanically in her one smart silk gown, and stood in a kind of waking trance before the quaint old-fashioned looking-glass which reflected her pale hopeless face, she had no girlish companion to assist in that dismal toilet. Long ago there had been promises exchanged between Ellen Carley and her chosen friend, the daughter of a miller who lived a little way on the other side of Crosber, to the effect that whichever was first to marry should call upon the other to perform the office of bridesmaid, and Sarah Peters, the miller's daughter, was still single and eligible for the function. But there was to be no bridesmaid at this blighted wedding. Ellen had pleaded urgently that things might be arranged as quietly as possible, and the master of Wyncombe, who had hated spending money, and who apprehended that the expense of any festivity would in all probability fall upon his own shoulders, was very well pleased to assent to this request of his betrothed. "Quite right, Nell," he said. "We don't want any foolish fuss, or a pack of people making themselves drunk at our expense. You and your father can come quickly to Crosber Church, and Mrs. Tadman and me will meet you there, and the thing is done. The marriage wouldn't be any tighter if we had 100 people looking on, and the Bishop of Winchester to read the service." It was arranged in this manner, therefore, and on that pleasant spring morning William Carley and his daughter walked to the quiet village where Gilbert Fenton had discovered the secret of Marian's retreat. The face under the bride's little straw bonnet was deadly pale, and the features had a rigid look that was new to them. The bailiff glanced at his daughter in a furtive way every now and then, with an uneasy sense of this strange look in her face. Even in his brute nature there were some faint twinges of compunction, now that the deed he had been so eager to compass was well nigh done, and some vague consciousness that he had been a hard and cruel father. "And yet it is all for her own good," he told himself, "quite as much as for mine. Better to marry a rich man than a pauper any day. And to take a dislike to a man's age or a man's look is nothing but a girl's nonsense. The best husband is one that can keep his wife best, and if I hadn't forced on this business, she would have taken up with Lawyer Randall's son, who's no better than a beggar, and a pretty life she'd have had of it with him." By such reasoning of this, William Carley contrived to set his conscience at rest during that silent walk along the rustic lane between the Grange and Crosber Church. It was not a conscience very difficult to appease, and as for his daughter's pallid looks, those of course were only natural to the occasion. Mr. Whitelaw and Mrs. Tadman were at the church when the bailiff and his daughter arrived. The farmer had made a scarecrow of himself in a new suit of clothes, which he had ordered in honour of this important event, after a great deal of vacillation, and more than one countermand to the Malsham tailor who made the garments. At the last he was not quite clear in his mind as to whether he wanted the clothes, and the outlay was a serious one. Mrs. Tadman had need to hold his everyday coat up to the light to convince him that the collar was threadbare, and that the sleeves shone as if purposely polished by some ingenious process. "Marriage is an expensive thing," she told him again with a sigh, "and young girls expect to see a man dressed ever so smart on his wedding day." "I don't care for her expectations," Mr. Whitelaw muttered in reply to this remark; "and if I don't want the clothes, I won't have 'em. Do you think I could get over next Christmas with them as I've got?" Mrs. Tadman said no in a most decisive manner. Perhaps she derived a malicious pleasure from the infliction of that tailor's bill upon her cousin Whitelaw. So the new suit had been finally ordered, and Stephen stood arrayed therein before the altar rails in the grey old church at Crosber, a far more grotesque and outrageous figure to contemplate than any Knight Templar, or bearded cavalier of the days of the first English James, whose effigies were to be seen in the chancel. Mrs. Tadman stood a little way behind him in a merino gown, and a new bonnet, extorted somehow from the reluctant Stephen. She was full of smiles and cordial greetings for the bride, who did not even see her; neither did Ellen Carley see the awkward figure of her bridegroom. A mist was before her eyes, as if there had been an atmosphere of summer blight or fog in the village church. She knelt, arose, as her prayer book taught her, and went through the solemn service as placidly as if she had been a wondrous piece of mechanism constructed to perform such movements. And then, like a creature in a dream, she found herself walking out of the church presently, with her hand on Stephen Whitelaw's arm. She had a faint consciousness of some ceremony in the vestry, where it had taken Stephen a long time to sign his name in the register, and where the clergyman had congratulated him upon his good fortune of having won for himself such a pretty young wife. But it was all more or less like a dreadful oppressive dream. Mr. Whitelaw's chaise cart was waiting for them, and they all four got in, and drove at once to Wyncombe, where there was another ponderous dinner, very much like the banquet of New Year's Day, and where the bailiff drank freely, after his wont, and grew somewhat uproarious towards tea time, though Mr. Whitelaw's selections of port and sherry were not of a kind to tempt a connoisseur. There was to be no honeymoon trip. Stephen Whitelaw did not understand the philosophy of running away from a comfortable home to spend money in furnished lodgings, and he had said as much, when the officious Tadman suggested a run to Weymouth or Bournemouth for a fortnight in the Isle of Wight. To Ellen it was all the same where the rest of her life should be spent. It could not be otherwise than wretched henceforward, and the scene of her misery mattered nothing. So she uttered no complaint because her husband brought her straight home to Wyncombe Farmhouse, and her wedded life began in that dreary dwelling place. End of chapter 38. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. Chapter 39 of Fenton's Quest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Fenton's Quest by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 39. A Domestic Mystery. It was near the end of March, but still bleak cold weather. Ellen Carley had been married something less than a fortnight, and had come to look upon the dismal old farmhouse by the river with a more accustomed eye than when Mrs. Tadman had taken her from room to room on a journey of inspection. Not that the place seemed any less dreary and ugly to her to-day than it had seemed at the very first. Familiarity could not make it pleasant. She hated the house and everything about and around it, as she hated her husband, with a rooted aversion, not to be subdued by any endeavour which she might make now and then. And she did honestly make such endeavour, to arrive at a more Christian-like frame of mind. Notwithstanding this deep-seated instinctive dislike to all her surroundings, she endured her fate quietly, and did her duty with a patient spirit which might fairly be accepted as atonement for these inward rebellious feelings which she could not conquer. Having submitted to be the scapegoat of her father's sin, she bore her burden very calmly, and filled the sacrifice without any outward mark of martyrdom. She went about the work of the farmhouse with a resolute, active air that puzzled Mrs. Tadman, who had fully expected the young wife would play the fine lady, and leave all of the drudgery of the household to her. But it really seemed as if Ellen liked hard work. She went from one task to another with indefatigable industry, and energy that never gave way. Only when the day's work in the house and dairy was done did her depression of spirits become visible. And then, indeed, when all was finished, and she sat down, neatly dressed for the afternoon, in the parlour with Mrs. Tadman, it was easy to see how utterly hopeless and miserable this young wife was. The pale, fixed face, the listless hands clasped loosely in her lap, every attitude of the drooping figure, betrayed the joyless spirit, the broken heart. At these times, when they were alone together, waiting Stephen Whitelaw's coming home to tea, Mrs. Tadman's heart, not entirely hardened by long years of self-seeking, yearned towards her kinsman's wife, and the secret animosity with which she had first regarded her changed into a silent pity, a compassion she would fain have expressed in some form or other had she dared. But she could not venture to do this. There was something in the girl, a quiet air of pride and self-reliance, in spite of her too evident sadness, which forbade any overt expression of sympathy. So Mrs. Tadman could only show her friendly feelings in a very small way, by being especially active and brisk in assisting all of the household labours of the new mistress of Wyncombe, and by endeavouring to cheer her with such petty gossip as she was able to pick up. Ellen felt that the woman was kindly disposed towards her, and she was not ungrateful. But her heart was quite shut against sympathy. Her sorrow was too profound to be lightened ever so little by human friendship. It was a dull despair, a settled conviction that for her life could never have again a single charm, that her days must go in their slow progress to the grave unlightened by one ray of sunshine, her burden carried to the end of the dreary journey unrelieved by 1 hour of respite. It seemed very hard for one so young, not quite 23 yet, to turn her back upon every hope of happiness, to be obliged to say to herself, "For me the sun can never shine again, the world I live in can never more seem beautiful, or beautiful only in bitter contrast to my broken heart." But Ellen told herself that this fate was hers, and that she must needs face it with a resolute spirit. The household work employed her mind in some measure, and kept her more or less from thinking, and it was for this reason she worked with such unflinching industry, just as she had worked in the last month or two at the Grange, trying to shut her eyes to that fateful future which lay so close before her. Mr. Whitelaw had no reason to retract what he had said in his pride of heart about Ellen Carley's proficiency in the dairy. She proved herself all that he had boasted, and the dairy flourished under the new management. There was more butter, and butter of a superior quality, sent to market under the reign of Mrs. Tadman, and the master of Wyncombe made haste to increase his stock of milk cows, in order to make more money by this branch of his business. To have won for himself a pretty young wife, who, instead of squandering his substance, would help him grow richer, was indeed a triumph, upon which Mr. Whitelaw congratulated himself with many a suppressed chuckle as he went about his daily labours, or jogged slowly home from the market in his chaise cart. As to his wife's feelings towards himself, whether those were cold indifference or hidden dislike, that was an abstruse and remote question which Mr. Whitelaw never took the trouble to ask himself. She was his wife. He had won her. That was the grand point. Whatever disinclination she might have felt for the alliance, whatever love she might have cherished for another, had been trampled down and subjugated, and he, Stephen Whitelaw, had obtained the desire of his heart. He had won her against that penniless jackanapes, Lawyer Randall's son, who treated him with marked contempt on more than one occasion when they happened to come across each other in Malsham Corn Exchange, which was held in the great covered quadrangular courtyard of the chief inn at Malsham, and was a popular lounge for the inhabitants of that town. He had won her. Her own sentiments upon the subject of this marriage were of very little consequence. He had never expected to be loved by his wife, his own ideas of that passion called love being of the vaguest, but he meant to be obeyed by her. She had begun well, had taken her new duties upon herself in a manner that gladdened his sordid soul, and although they had been married nearly a fortnight, she had given no hint of a desire to know the extent of his wealth, or where he kept any little hoard of ready money that he might have by him in the house. Nor on market day had she expressed any wish to go with him to Malsham and spend money on drapery, and he had an idea, sedulously cultivated by Mrs. Tadman, that young women were perpetually wanting to spend money at drapers' shops. Altogether that first fortnight of his married life had been most satisfactory, and Mr. Whitelaw was inclined to regard matrimony as a wise and profitable institution. The day's work was done, and Ellen was sitting with Mrs. Tadman in the everyday parlour, waiting for the return of her lord and master from Malsham. It was not a market day, but Stephen Whitelaw had announced at dinner time that he had an appointment at Malsham, and had set out immediately after dinner in the chaise cart, much to the wonderment of Mrs. Tadman, who was an inveterate gossip, but never easy until she arrived at the bottom of any small household mystery. She wondered not a little also at Ellen's supreme indifference to her husband's proceedings. "I can't for the life of me think what has taken him to Malsham to day," she said. She plied her rapid knitting needles in the manufacture of a grey worsted stocking. "I haven't known him to go to Malsham, except of a market day, not once in a 12-month. It must be a rare business to take him there in the middle of the week, for he can't abide to leave the farm in working hours, except when he's downright obliged to. Nothing goes on the same when his back is turned, he says. There's always something wrong. And if it was an appointment with any one belonging to Malsham, why couldn't it have stood over till Saturday? It must be something out of the common that won't keep a couple of days." Mrs. Tadman went on with her knitting, gazing at Ellen with an expectant countenance, waiting for her to make some suggestion. But the girl was quite silent, and there was a blank expression in her eyes, which looked out across the level stretch of grass between the house and the river, a look that told Mrs. Tadman very few of her words had been heard by her companion. It was quite disheartening to talk to such a person, but the widow went on nevertheless, being so full of her subject that she must needs talk to someone, even if that someone were a little better than a stock or stone. "There was a letter that came for Stephen before dinner to day. He got it when he came in, but it was lying here for an hour first. Perhaps it was that took him to Malsham, and yet that's strange, for it was a London letter, and it don't seem likely as any one could be coming down from London to meet Stephen at Malsham. I can't make top nor tail of it." Mrs. Tadman laid down her knitting, and gave the fire a vigorous stir. She wanted some vent for her vexation, for it was really too provoking to see Ellen Whitelaw sitting staring out of the window like a lifeless statue, and not taking the faintest interest in the mystery of her husband's conduct. She stirred the fire, and then busied herself with the tea table, giving a touch here and there where no rearrangement was wanted, for the sake of doing something. The room looked comfortable enough in the cold light of the spring afternoon. It was the most occupied room in the house, and the least gloomy. The glow of a good fire brightened the scanty shabby furniture a little, and the table, with its white cloth, homely flowered cups and saucers, bright metal teapot, and a substantial fare in the way of ham and home-made bread, had a pleasant look enough in the eyes of any one coming in from a journey through the chill of March atmosphere. Mr. Whitelaw's notion of tea was a solid meal, which left him independent of the chances of supper, and yet open to do something in that way, in case any light kick-saw, such as liver and bacon, a boiled sheep's head, or a beef-steak pie, should present itself to his notice. Ellen roused herself from her long reverie at last. There was the sound of wheels upon the cart track across the open field in front of the house. "Here comes Mr. Whitelaw," she said, looking out into the gathering dusk, "and there's someone with him." "Someone with him!" cried Mrs. Tadman. "My goodness, who can that be?" She ran to the window and peered out eagerly. The cart had driven up to the door by this time, and Mr. Whitelaw and his companion were alighting. The stranger was a rather handsome man, Mrs. Tadman saw at the first glance, tall and broad-shouldered, clad in dark grey trousers, a short pilot coat, and a wide awake hat, but with a certain style even in this rough apparel which was not the style of agricultural Malsham, an unmistakable air that belongs to a dweller in the great cities. "I've never set eyes upon him before," exclaimed Mrs. Tadman, aghast with wonder, for visitors at Wyncombe were of the rarest, and an unknown visitor above all things marvellous. Mr. Whitelaw opened the house door, which opened straight into the little lobby between the two parlours. There was a larger door and a spacious stone entrance hall at one end of the house, but that door had not been opened within the memory of man, and the hall was only used as a storehouse nowadays. There was some little mumbling talk in the lobby before the two men came in, and then Mrs. Tadman's curiosity was relieved by a closer view of the stranger. Yes, he was certainly handsome, remarkably handsome even, for a man whose youth was past, but there was something in his face, a something sinister and secret, as it were, which did not strike Mrs. Tadman favourably. She could not by any means have explained the nature of her sensations on looking at him. But, as she said afterwards, she felt all in a moment that he was there for no good. And yet he was very civil spoken, too, and addressed both the ladies in a most conciliating tone, and with a kind of florid politeness. Ellen looked at him, interested for the moment in spite of her apathetic indifference to all things. The advent of a stranger was something so rare as to awaken a faint interest in the mind most dead to impressions. She did not like his manner, for there was something false and hollow in his extreme politeness. And his face, what was it in his face that startled her with such sudden sense of strangeness, yet of familiarity? Had she ever seen him before? Yes, surely that was the impression which sent such a sudden shock through her nerves, which startled her from her indifference into eager wonder and perplexity. Where had she seen him before? Where and when? Long ago, or only very lately? She could not tell. Yet it seemed to her that she had looked at eyes like those not once but many times in her life. And yet the man was utterly strange to her. That she could have seen him before appeared impossible. But it must have been someone like him she had seen then. Yes, that was it. It was the shadow of another face in his that had startled her with so strange a feeling, almost as if she had been looking upon a ghostly thing. Another face, like and yet unlike. But what face? Whose face? She could not answer that question, and her inability to solve the enigma tormented her all tea time, as the stranger sat opposite to her, making a pretence of eating heartily, in accordance with Mr. Whitelaw's hospitable invitation, while that gentleman himself ploughed away with a steady persistence that made awful havoc with the ham, and reduced the loaf in a manner suggestive of Jack the Giant Killer. The visitor presently ventured to remark that tea drinking was not much his way, and that, if it were all the same to Mr. Whitelaw, he should prefer a glass of brandy and water. Whereupon the brandy bottle was produced from a cupboard by the fireplace, of which Stephen himself kept the key, judiciously on his guard against a possible taste for ardent spirits developing itself in Mrs. Tadman. After this the stranger sat for some time, drinking cold brandy and water, and staring moodily at the fire, without making the faintest attempt at conversation, while Mr. Whitelaw finished his tea, and the table was cleared. And even after this, when the farmer had taken his place upon the opposite side of the hearth, and seemed to be waiting for his guest to begin business. He was not a lively stranger. He seemed, indeed, to have something on his mind, to be brooding upon some trouble or difficulty, as Mrs. Tadman remarked to her kinsman's wife afterwards. Both the women watched, Ellen always perplexed by that unknown likeness, which seemed sometimes to grow stronger, sometimes to fade away altogether, as she looked at him. Mrs. Tadman in a rabid state of curiosity, so profound was the mystery of his silent presence. What was he there for? What could Stephen want with him? He was not one of Stephen's sort, by any means, had no appearance of association with agricultural interests, and yet there he was, a silent, inexplicable presence, a mysterious figure with a moody brow, which seemed to grow darker as Mrs. Tadman watched him. At last, about an hour after the tea table had been cleared, he rose suddenly, with an abrupt gesture, and said, "Come, Whitelaw, if you mean to show me this house of yours, you may as well show it to me at once." His voice had a harsh, unpleasant sound as he said this. He stood with his back to the women, staring at the fire, while Stephen Whitelaw lighted a candle in his slow dawdling way. "Be quick, man alive!" the stranger cried impatiently, turning sharply round upon the farmer, who was trimming an incorrigible wick with a pair of blunted snuffers. "Remember, I've got to go back to Malsham. I haven't got all the night to waste." "I don't want to set my house afire," Mr. Whitelaw answered sullenly, "though perhaps you might like that. It might suit your book, you see." The stranger gave a sudden shudder, and told the farmer with an angry oath to "drop that sort of insolence." "And now show the way, and look sharp about it," he said in an authoritative tone. They went out of the room. In the next moment, Mrs. Tadman gazed after them, or rather at the door which closed upon them, with a solemn awe-stricken stare. "I don't like the look of it, Ellen," she said. "I don't at all like the look of it." "What do you mean?" the girl asked indifferently. "I don't like the hold that man has got over Stephen, nor the way he speaks to him, almost as if Steph was a dog. Did you hear him just now? And what does he want to see the house for, I should like to know? What can this house matter to him, unless he was going to buy it? That's it, perhaps, Ellen. Stephen has been speculating, and has gone and ruined himself, and that strange man is going to buy Wyncombe. He gave me a kind of turn the minute I looked at him, and depend upon it, he's come to turn us all out of house and home." Ellen gave a shudder. What if her father's wicked scheme were coming to such an end as this? What if she had been sold into bondage, and the master to whom she had been given had not even the wealth which he had held before her as bait in her misery? For herself she cared little whether she were rich or poor. It could make but a difference of detail in the fact of her unhappiness, whether she were mistress of Wyncombe or a homeless tramp upon the county roads. The workhouse without Stephen Whitelaw must needs be infinitely preferable to Wyncombe Farm with him. And for her father, it seemed only natural and justifiable thing that his guilt and his greed should be so punished. He had sold his daughter into lifelong slavery for nothing but that one advance of £200. He had saved himself from the penalty of his dishonesty, however, by that sacrifice, and would, no doubt, hold his daughter's misery lightly enough, even if poverty were added to the wretchedness of her position. The two women sat down on opposite sides of the hearth. Mrs. Tadman, too anxious to go on with her accustomed knitting, only able to wring her hands in a feeble way, and groan every now and then, or from time to time burst into some fragmentary speech. "And Stephen's just the man to have such a thing on his mind, and keep it from everybody till the last moment," she cried piteously. "And so many speculations as there are nowadays to tempt a man to his ruin, railways and mines, and loans to Turks and Red Indians and such like foreigners, and Steph might also easily be tempted by the hope of larger profits than he can make by farming." "But it's no use torturing yourself like that with these fears that may be quite groundless," Ellen said at last, rousing herself a little in order to put a stop to the wailing and lamentations of her companion. "There's no use in anticipating trouble. There may be nothing in this business after all. Mr. Whitelaw may have a fancy for showing people his house. He wanted me to see it, if you remember, that New Year's afternoon." "Yes, but that was different. He meant to marry you. Why should he want to show the place to a stranger? I can't believe but what that strange man is here for something, and something bad. I saw it in his face when he first came in." It was useless arguing the matter. Mrs. Tadman was evidently not to be shaken, so Ellen said no more, and they went on in silence, each occupied with her own thoughts. Ellen's were not about Stephen Whitelaw's financial condition, but they were very sad ones. She had received a letter from Frank Randall since her marriage, a most bitter letter, upbraiding her for her falsehood and desertion, and accusing her of being actuated by mercenary motives in her marriage with Stephen Whitelaw. "How often I have heard you express your detestation of that fellow," the young man wrote indignantly. "How often I have heard you declare that no earthly persuasion should ever induce you to marry him. And yet, before my back has been turned for 6 months, I hear that you are his wife, without a word of warning, without a line of explanation to soften the blow, if anything could soften it, from a stranger who knew nothing of my love for you. It is very hard, Ellen, all the harder because I had so fully trusted your fidelity. I will own that the prospect I had to offer you was a poor one, involving long delay before I could give you such a home as I wanted to give you. But, oh, Nelly, Nelly, I felt so sure you would be true to me. And if you found yourself in difficulty, worried beyond your resistance by your father, though I did not think you were the kind of girl to yield weakly to persuasion, a line from you would have brought me to your side, ready to defend you from any persecution, and only too proud to claim you for my wife, and carry you away from your father's unkindness. The letter went on for some time in the same upbraiding strain. Ellen shed many bitter tears over it in the quiet of her own room. It had been delivered to her secretly by her old friend Sarah Peters, the miller's daughter, who had been the confidant of her love affairs, for even in his indignation Mr. Randall had been prudent enough to consider that such a missive, falling perchance into Stephen Whitelaw's hands, might work serious mischief. Cruel as the letter was, Ellen could not leave it quite unanswered. Some word in her own defence she must needs write, but her reply was of the briefest. "There were some things that can never be explained," she wrote, "and my marriage is one of those. No one could save me from it, you least of all. There was no help for me, and I believe with all my heart that in acting as I did, I only did my duty. I had not the courage to write you beforehand to tell you what was going to be. I thought it was almost better you should hear it from a stranger. The more hardly you think of me, the easier it will be for you to forget me. There is some comfort in that. I dare say it will be very easy for you to forget. But if, in days to come, when you are happily married to some one else, you can teach yourself to think more kindly of me, and to believe that in what I did I acted for the best, you will be performing an act of charity toward an unhappy girl, who has very little left to hope for in this world." It was a hard thing for Ellen to think that, in estimation of the man she loved, she must for ever seem the basest and most mercenary of womankind. And yet how poor an excuse could she offer in the vague pleading of her letter? She could not so much as hint at the truth. She could not blacken her father's character. That Frank Randall should despise her only made her trial a little sharper, her daily burden a little heavier, she told herself. With her mind full of these thoughts, she had very little sympathy to bestow upon Mrs. Tadman, whose fragmentary lamentations only worried her, like the murmurs of some troublesome, not to be pacified child, whereby that doleful person, finding her soul growing heavier and heavier for lack of console or consolation, could at last endure the state of suspense no longer in sheer inactivity, but was fain to bestir herself somehow, even in the most useless manner. She got up from her seat, therefore, and went over to the door, and softly opening it, peered out into the darkness beyond. There was nothing, no glimmer of Stephen's candle, no sound of the man's footsteps, or of men's voices, the merest blackness, and no more. The two men had been away from the parlour something more than half an hour by this time. For about 5 minutes Mrs. Tadman stood at the open door, peering out and listening, and still without result. Then, with a shrill, sudden sound through the long, empty passages, there came a shriek, a prolonged, piercing cry of terror or of pain, which turned Mrs. Tadman's blood to ice, and brought Ellen to her side, pale and breathless. What was that? What was that? Both uttered the same question simultaneously, looking at each other aghast, and then both fled in the direction from which that shrill cry had come. A woman's voice, surely. No masculine cry ever sounded with such piercing treble. They hurried off to discover the meaning of this startling sound, but were neither of them very clear as to whence it had come. From the upper story, no doubt, but in that rambling habitation there was so much scope for uncertainty. They ran together, up the staircase most used, to the corridor from which the principal rooms opened. Before they could reach the top of the stairs, they heard a scuffling sound of heavy footsteps on the floor above them, and on the landing met Mr. Whitelaw and his unknown friend face to face. "What's the matter?" asked the farmer sharply, looking angrily at the two scared faces. "That's just what we want to know," his wife answered. "Who was it that screamed just now? Who's been hurt?" "My friend stumbled against a step in the passage yonder, and knocked his shin. He cried out a bit louder than he need have done, if that's what you mean, but not loud enough to cause all this fuss. Get downstairs again, you two, and keep quiet. I've no patience with such nonsense. Come flying upstairs as if you'd both gone mad." "It was not your friend's voice we heard," Ellen answered resolutely. "It was a woman's cry. You must have heard it surely, Stephen Whitelaw." "I heard nothing but what I tell you," the farmer muttered sulkily. "Get downstairs, can't you?" "Not till I know what's the matter," his wife said, undismayed by his anger. "Give me your light, and let me go see." You can go where you like, wretch, and see what you can, and an uncommon deal wiser you'll be for your trouble. And yet, although Mr. Whitelaw gave his wife the candlestick with an air of profound indifference, there was an uneasy look in his countenance which she could plainly see, and which perplexed her not a little. "Come, Mrs. Tadman," she said decisively, "we had better see into this. It was a woman's voice, and must have been one of the girls, I suppose, or maybe it was nothing serious after all. These country girls scream out for very little, but we'd better get to the bottom of it." Mr. Whitelaw burst into a laugh, and he was a man whose laughter was as unpleasant as it was rare. "Ay, my wench, you best get to the bottom of it," he said, "since you're so uncommon clever. Me and my friend will go back to the parlour and take a glass of grog." The gentleman, whom Mr. Whitelaw honoured with his friendship, had stood a little way apart all this time, wiping his forehead with a big orange-coloured silk handkerchief. That blow upon his shin must have been a rather sharp one, if it had brought that cold sweat out upon his ashen face. "Yes," he muttered, "come along, can't you? Don't stand cawing here all night," and hurried downstairs before his host. It had been all the business of a couple of minutes. Ellen Whitelaw and Mrs. Tadman went down to the ground floor by another staircase leading directly to the kitchen. The room looked comfortable enough, and the two servant girls were sitting at a table near the fire. One was a strapping rosy-cheeked country girl, who did all the housework; the other an overgrown, clumsy-looking girl, hired straight from the workhouse by Mr. Whitelaw, for economical motives; a stolid-looking girl, whose intellect was of the lowest order; a mere zoophyte girl, one would say, something between the vegetable and animal creation. This one, whose name was Sarah Batts, was chiefly employed in the poultry yard and dairy. She had a broad, brawny hand, which was useful for milking cows, and showed some kind of intelligence in the management of young chickens and the treatment of refractory hens. Martha Holden, the house servant, was busy making herself a cap as her mistress came into the kitchen, drowning some Hampshire ballad by way of accompaniment to her work. Sarah Batts was seated in an attitude of luxurious repose, with her arms folded and her feet on the fender. "Was it either of you girls that screamed just now?" Ellen asked anxiously. "Screamed, ma'am? No, indeed," Martha Holden answered, with an air of perfect good faith. "What should we scream for? I've been sitting here at my work for the last hour as quiet as could be." "And Sarah, was it you, Sarah? For goodness' sake, tell the truth." "Me, mum? Lor, no, mum. I was up with master showing him and the strange gentleman a light." "You were upstairs with your master? And did you hear nothing? A piercing shriek that rang through the house. You must surely have heard it, both of you." Martha shook her head resolutely. "Not me, mum. I didn't hear a sound. The kitchen door was shut all the time Sarah was away, and I was busy at work and thinking of nothing but my work. I wasn't upon the listen, as you may say." The kitchen was at the extreme end of the house, remote from that direction whence the unexplainable cry seemed to have come. "It is most extraordinary," Ellen said gravely, perplexed beyond all measure. "But you, Sarah, if you were upstairs with your master, you must surely have heard that shriek. It seemed to come from upstairs." "Did master hear it?" asked the girl deliberately. "He says not." "Then how should I, mum? No, mum, I didn't hear, no think. I can take my Bible oath of that." "I don't want any oaths. I only want to know the meaning of this business. There would have been no harm in your screaming. You might just as well speak the truth about it." "Lor, mum, but it weren't me," answered Sarah Batts with an injured look. "Whatever could go put it in your head as it was me? It must have been one or other of you two girls. There's no other woman in the house, and as you were upstairs, it seems more likely to have been you. However, there's no use talking any more about it. Only we both heard the scream, didn't we, Mrs. Tadman?" "I should think we did, indeed," responded the widow with a vehement shudder. "My flesh is all upon the creep at this very moment. I don't think I've ever had such a turn in my life." They went back to the parlour, leaving the two servants sitting by the fire. Sarah Batts, with that look of injured innocence fixed upon her wooden countenance; Martha Holden, cheerfully employed in the construction of her Sunday cap. In the parlour the two men were both standing by the table, the stranger with his back to the women as they entered, Stephen Whitelaw facing him. The former seemed to have been counting something, but stopped abruptly as the women came into the room. There was a little heap of bank notes lying on the table. Stephen snatched them up hastily, and thrust them in a bundle into his waistcoat pocket, while the stranger put a strap round a bulky red morocco pocket-book, with more deliberate air, as one who had nothing to hide from the world. That guilty, furtive air of Stephen's, and above all that passage of money between the two men, confirmed Mrs. Tadman in her notion that Wyncombe Farm was going to change hands. She resumed her seat by the fire with a groan, and accepted Ellen's offer of a glass of spirits and water with a doleful shake of her head. "Didn't I tell you so?" she whispered, as Mrs. Whitelaw handed her the comforting beverage. The stranger was evidently on the point of departure. There was a sound of wheels on the gravel outside the parlour window, the familiar sound of Stephen Whitelaw's chaise cart, and that gentleman was busy helping his visitor on with his great coat. "I shall be late for the last train," said the stranger, "unless your man drives like the very devil." "He'll drive fast enough, I dare say, if you give him half a crown," Mr. Whitelaw answered with a grin; "but don't let him go and do my horse any damage, or you'll have to pay for it." "Of course, you'd like to get the price of a decent animal out of me for that broken-kneed, hard-mouthed brute of yours," replied the stranger with a scornful laugh. "I think there never was such a money-grubbing, grinding, grasping beggar since the world began. However, you've seen the last shilling you're ever likely to get out of me, so make the best of it. And remember, wherever I may be, there are friends of mine in this country who will keep a sharp look-out upon you, and let me know precious quick if you don't stick to your part of our bargain like an honest man, or as nearly like one as nature will allow you to come. And now good night, Mr. Whitelaw. Ladies, your humble servant." He was gone before Ellen and Mrs. Tadman could reply to his parting salutation, had they been disposed to do so. Mr. Whitelaw went out with them, and gave some final directions to the stable lad who was to drive the chaise cart, and presently came back to the parlour looking considerably relieved by his guest's departure. Mrs. Tadman rushed at once to the expression of her fears. "Stephen Whitelaw," she exclaimed solemnly, "tell us the worst at once. It's no good keeping things back from us. The man has come here to turn us out of house and home. You've sold Wyncombe." "Sold Wyncombe! Have you gone crazy, you old fool?" cried Mr. Whitelaw, contemplating his kinswoman with a most evil expression of countenance. "What's put that stuff in your head?" "Your own doing, Stephen, and that man's. What does he come here for, with his masterful ways, unless it is to turn us out of house and home? What did you show him the house for? Nigh upon an hour you were out of this room with him, if you were a minute. Why did money pass from him to you? I saw you put it in your pocket, a bundle of bank notes." "You're a prying old catamaran," cried Mr. Whitelaw savagely, "and a drunken old fool into the bargain. Why do you let her muddle herself with the gin bottle like that, Ellen? You ought to have more respect for my property. You don't call that taking care of your husband's house. As for you, Mother Tadman, if you treat me to any more of this nonsense, you will find yourself turned out of house and home a precious deal sooner than you had bargained for. But it won't be because of my selling Wyncombe. Sell Wyncombe, indeed! I've had about as much thought of going up in a balloon, as of parting with a rood or perch of my father's land." This was a very long speech for Mr. Whitelaw, and having finished it he sank into his chair, quite exhausted by the unusual effort, and refreshed himself with copious libations of gin and water. "What was that man here for, then, Stephen? It's only natural that I should want to know that," said Mrs. Tadman, unabashed, but not struck dumb by her kinsman's reproof. "What's that to you? Business. Yes, there has been money passed between us, and it's rather a profitable business for me. Perhaps it was horse racing, perhaps it wasn't. That's about all you've any call to know. I've made money by it, and not lost. And now don't let me be bothered about it any more, if you and I are to keep friends." "I'm sure, Stephen," Mrs. Tadman remonstrated in a feebly plaintive tone, "I have no wish to bother you. There's nothing farther from my thoughts. But it's only natural that I should be anxious about a place where I've lived so many years. Not but what I could get my living easily enough elsewhere, as you must know, Stephen, being able to turn my hand to almost anything." To this feeble protest Mr. Whitelaw vouchsafed no answer. He had lighted his pipe by this time, and was smoking and staring at the fire with his usual stolid air, meditative, it might be, or only ruminant, like one of his own cattle. But through all that night Mr. Whitelaw, who was not commonly a seer of visions or dreamer of dreams, had his slumbers disturbed by some unwonted perplexity of spirit. His wife lay broad awake, thinking of that prolonged and piercing cry, which seemed to her, the more she meditated upon it, to have been a cry of anguish or of terror, and could not fail to notice this unusual disturbance of her husband's sleep. More than once he muttered to himself in a troubled manner, but his words, for the most part, were incoherent and disjointed, words of which that perplexed listener could make nothing. Once she heard him say, "A bad job, dangerous business." End of chapter 39. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. Chapter 40 of Fenton's Quest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Fenton's Quest by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 40. In Pursuit. John Saltram improved daily at Hampton Court, in spite of his fierce impatience to get well, in order to engage in the search for Marian. An impatience which was in itself sufficient to militate against his well-being. He did make considerable progress on the road to recovery. He was still very weak, and it must take time to complete his restoration. But he was no longer the pale ghost of his former self that Gilbert had brought down to the quiet suburb. It would have been a cruel thing to leave him much alone at such a time, or it would have seemed very cruel to Gilbert Fenton, who had ever present in his memory those old days in Egypt, when this man had stood him in such good stead. He remembered the days of his own sickness, and contrived to perform his business duties within the smallest time possible, and so spend the rest of his life in the comfortable sitting rooms, looking out upon Bushy Park on the one side, and on the other on the pretty high road before the palace grounds. Nor was there any sign in the intercourse of those two that the bond of friendship between them was broken. There was, it is true, a something depreciating in John Saltram's manner that had not been common to him of old, and in Gilbert Fenton a deeper gravity than was quite natural. But that was all. It was difficult to believe that any latent spirit of animosity could lurk in the mind of either. In sober truth, Gilbert, in his heart of hearts, had forgiven his treacherous friend. Again and again he had told himself that the wrong he had suffered was an unpardonable offence, a thing not to be forgiven upon any ground whatever. But lo, when he looked into his mind to discover the smouldering fires of that burning anger which he had first felt against the traitor, he could find nothing but the grey ashes of a long expired flame. The wrong had been suffered, and he loved his old friend still. Yes, there was that in his heart for John Saltram which no ill doing could blot out. So he tended the convalescent's couch with a quiet devotion that touched the sinner very deeply, and there was a peace between those two which had in it something almost sacred. In the mind of the one there was a remorseful sense of guilt, in the heart of the other a pitying tenderness too deep for words. One night, as they were together on opposite sides of the fire, John Saltram lying on a low sofa drawn close to the hearth, Gilbert seated lazily in an easy-chair, the invalid broke out suddenly into a kind of apology for his wrong-doing. The conversation had flagged between them after the tea-things had been removed by the brisk little serving-maid of the lodgings. Gilbert gazing meditatively at the fire, John Saltram so quiet that his companion had thought him asleep. "I said once that I would tell you all about that business," he began at last, in a sudden spasmodic way. "But after all there is so little to tell. There is no excuse for what I did. I know that better than you can know it. A man in my position, who had a spark of generosity or honour, would have strangled his miserable passion in its birth, would have gone away directly he discovered his folly, and never looked upon Marian Nowell's face again. I did try to do that, Gilbert. You remember that last night we ever spent together at Lidford. What a feverishly happy night it was! Only a cottage parlour with a girl's bright face shining in the lamplight, and a man over head and ears in love, but a glimpse of paradise to that man. I meant that it should be the last of my weakness, Gilbert. I had pledged myself to that by all outspoken oaths wherewith a man can bind himself to do his duty. And I did turn my back upon the scene of my temptation, as you know, heartily resolved never to approach the edge of the pit again. I think if you had stayed in England, Gilbert, if you had been on the spot to defend your own rights, all would have gone well. I should have kept the promise I had made for myself." "It was so much more sacred because of my absence, John," Gilbert said. "Perhaps, after all, I suppose it was only a question of opportunity. That particular devil who tempts men to their dishonour contrived that the business should be made fatally easy for me. You were away, and the coast was clear, you know. I loved you, Gilbert, but there is a passion stronger than the love which a man feels for his dearest friend. I meant most steadfastly to keep my faith with you, but you were away, and that fellow Forster plagued me to come to him. I refused at first, yes, I held out for a couple of months, but the fever was strong upon me, a restless demon not to be exorcised by hard work, or dissipation even, for I tried both. And then, before you were at the end of your journey, while you were still a wanderer across the desolate sea, happy in the thought of your dear love's fidelity, my courage gave way all at once, and I went down to Heatherly. And so I saw her, and I saw that she loved me, all unworthy as I was, and from that hour I was a lost man. I thought of nothing but winning her. If you had only been true to me even then, John, if you had written to me declaring the truth, and giving me fair warning that you were my rival, how much better it would have been! I think what a torture of suspense, what a world of wasted anger you might have saved me." "Yes, it would have been the manlier course, no doubt," the other answered, "but I could not bring myself to that. I could not face the idea of your justifiable wrath. I wanted to win my wife and keep my friend. It was altogether a weak notion, that idea of secrecy, of course, and couldn't hold water for any time, as the result has shown. But I thought you would get over your disappointment quickly, those wounds are apt to heal so speedily, and fall in love elsewhere, and then it would have been easy for me to tell you the truth. So I persuaded my dear love, who was easily induced to do anything I wished, to consent to our secret being kept from you religiously for the time being, and to that end we were married under a false name, not exactly a false name either. You remember my asking you if you had ever heard of the name Holbrook before your hunt after Marian's husband? You said no, yet I think you must have seen the name in some of my old college books. I was christened John Holbrook. My grandmother was one of the Holbrooks of Horley Place, Sussex, people of some importance in their day, and our family were rather proud of the name, but I have dropped it ever since I was a lad." "No, I don't think I can ever have seen the name. I must have surely remembered it, if I had seen it." "Perhaps so. Well, Gilbert, there is no more to be said. I loved her, selfishly, after the manner of mankind. I could not bring myself to give her up, and pursued her with a passionate persistence which must plead her excuse. If her uncle had lived, I doubt whether I should have succeeded; but his death left the tender womanly heart weakened by sorrow, and so I won her, the dearest, truest wife that ever man was blessed with. Yet I confess to you, so wayward is my nature, that there have been moments in which I repented my triumph, weak hours of doubt and foreboding, in which I fear that dear girl divined my thoughts. Since our wretched separation I have fancied sometimes that a conviction of this kind on her part is at the root of the business, that she has alienated herself from me, believing, in plain words, that I was tired of her. Such an idea as that would scarcely agree with Ellen Carley's account of Marian's state of mind during that last day or two at the Grange. She was eagerly expecting your return, looking forward with delight to the pleasant surprise you were to experience when you heard of Jacob Nowell's will. Yes, the girl told me that. Great heavens! Why did I not return a few days earlier? I was waiting for money, not caring to go back empty-handed. Writing and working like a nigger. I dared not meet my poor girl at her grandfather's, since in doing so I must risk an encounter with you." After this they talked of Marian's disappearance for some time, going over the same ground very often in their helplessness, and able at last to arrive at no satisfactory conclusion. If she were with her father, she was with a bad, unscrupulous man. That was a fact which Gilbert Fenton no longer pretended to deny. They sat talking till late, and parted for the night in very different spirits. Gilbert had a good deal of hard work in the city on the following day, a batch of foreign correspondence too important to be entrusted to a clerk, and 2 or 3 rather particular interviews. All this occupied him up to so late an hour that he was obliged to sleep in London that night, and to defer his return to Hampton till the next day's business was over. This time he got over his work by an early hour, and was able to catch a train that left Waterloo at 5:30. He felt a little uneasy at having been away from the convalescent so long, though he knew that John Saltram was now strong enough to get on tolerably without him, and that the people of the house were careful and kindly, ready at any moment to give assistance if it were wanted. Strange, he thought to himself, as the train approached the quiet riverside village, strange that I should be so fond of the fellow, in spite of all, that I should care more for his society than any man living. It is the mere force of habit, I suppose. After all these years of liking, the link between us is not to be broken, even by the deepest wrong that one man can do another. The spring twilight was closing in as he crossed the bridge and walked briskly along the avenue of leafless trees at the side of the green. The place had a peaceful, rustic look at this dusky hour. There were no traces of that modern spoiler, the speculative builder, just hereabouts, and the quaint old houses near the barracks, where the lights were twinkling feebly here and there, and a look of days that are gone, a touch of that plaintive poetry which pervades all relics of the past. Gilbert felt the charm of the hour, the air still and mild, the silence only broken by the cawing of palatial rooks, and whatever tenderness towards John Saltram there was lurking in his breast seemed to grow upon him as he drew nearer to their lodgings, so that his mood was one of the softest when he opened the little garden gate and went in. "I will make no further pretence of enmity," he said to himself. "I will not keep up this farce of estrangement. We two will be friends once more. Life is not long enough for the rupture of such a friendship." There was no light shining in the parlour window, no pleasant home glow streaming out upon the night. The blank created by this unwonted darkness chilled him somehow, and there was a vague sense of dread in his mind as he opened the door. There was no need to knock. The simple household was untroubled by the fear of burglariously deposed intruders, and the door was rarely fastened until after dark. Gilbert went into the parlour. All was dark and silent in the 2 rooms, which communicated with folding doors, and made one fair-sized apartment. There were no preparations for dinner. He could see that in the deepening dusk. The fire had been evidently neglected, and was at an expiring point. "John," he called, stirring the fire with a vigorous hand, whereby he gave the coup de grace, and the last glimmer sank into darkness. "John, what are you doing?" He fancied the convalescent had fallen asleep upon the sofa in the inner room, but when he went in search of him, he found nothing but emptiness. He rang the bell violently, and the brisk maidservant came flying in. "Oh dear, sir, you did give me and missus such a turn," she said, gasping, with a hand on her heart, as if that organ had been seriously affected. "We never heard you come in, and when the bell rung—" "Is Mr. Saltram worse?" Gilbert asked eagerly. "Worse, poor gentleman! No, sir, I should hope not, though he well may be, for there never was any one so imprudent, not of all the invalids I've ever had to do with, and Hampton is a very rare place for invalids. And I feel sure, if you'd been here, sir, you wouldn't have let him do it." "Let him do what? Are you crazy, girl? What in heaven's name are you talking of?" "You wouldn't have let him start off to London post haste, as he did yesterday afternoon, and scarcely able to stand alone, in a manner of speaking." "Gone to London! You mean to say that my friend Mr. Saltram went to London?" "Yes, sir, yesterday afternoon, between 4 and 5. "What utter madness! And when did he come back?" "Lor bless you, sir, he ain't come back yet. He told missus as his coming back was quite uncertain, and she was not to worry herself about him. She did all she could, almost going down on her knees, to hinder him going, but it was no use. It was a matter of life and death as he was going upon, he said, and there was no power on earth could keep him back, not if he was 10 times worse than he was. The strange gentleman hadn't been in the house much above a quarter of an hour, when they both was off together in a fly to the station." "What strange gentleman?" "A stout, middle-aged man, sir, with grey whiskers, that came from London, and asked for you first, and then for Mr. Saltram. And those two hadn't been together more than 5 minutes, when Mr. Saltram rang the bell in a violent hurry, and told my missus he was going to town immediate, on most particular business, and would she pack him a carpet bag with a couple of shirts, and so on. And then she tried all she could to turn him from going, but it was no good, as I was telling you, sir, just now. Go he would, and go he did, looking quite flushed and bright like when he went out, so you'd have scarcely known how ill he'd been. He left a bit of a note for you on the chimbley piece, sir." Gilbert found the note, a hurried scrawl upon half a sheet of paper, twisted up hastily and unsealed. "She is found, Gilbert," wrote John Saltram. "Prowl has traced the father to his lair at last, and my darling is with him. They are at lodging 14, Coleman Street, Tottenham Court Road. I am off this instant. Don't be angry with me, true and faithful friend. I could not rest an hour away from her now that she is found. I have no plan of action, but leave all to the inspiration of the moment. You can follow me whenever you please. Marian must thank you for your goodness to me. Marian must persuade you to forgive my sin against you. Even yours, J.S." Follow him! Yes, of course. Gilbert had no other thought. And she was found at last, after all their suspense, their torturing anxiety. She was found, and whatever danger there might be in her association with Percival Nowell, she was safe so far, and would be speedily extricated from the perilous alliance by her husband. It seemed at first so happy a thing that Gilbert could scarcely realize it, and yet, throughout the weary interval of ignorance as to her fate, he had always declared his belief in her safety. Had he been really as confident as he had seemed, as the days had gone by one after another, without bringing him any tidings of her? Had there been no shapeless terror in his mind, no dark dread that when the knowledge came, it might be something worse than ignorance? Yes, now in the sudden fulness of his joy, he knew how much he had feared, how very near he had been to despair. But John Saltram, what of him? Was it not at the hazard of his life that he had gone upon this sudden journey, reckless and excited, in a fever of hope and delight? Providence will surely be good to him, Gilbert thought. He bore the journey from town when he was much worse than he is now. Surely he will bear a somewhat rougher journey now, buoyed up by hope. The landlady came in presently, and insisted upon giving Mr. Fenton her own version of the story which he had just heard from her maid. And a very close and elaborate version it was, though not remarkable for any new facts. He was fain to listen to it with a show of patience, however, and to consent to eat a mutton chop which the good woman insisted upon cooking for him, after his confession that he had eaten nothing since breakfast. He kept telling himself that there was no hurry, that he was not wanted in Coleman Street, that his presence there was a question of his own gratification and nothing else. But the fever in his mind was not to be set at rest so easily. There was a sense of hurry upon him that he could not shake off, argue with himself as wisely as he would. He took a hasty meal and started off to the railway station directly afterwards, though there was no train to carry him back to London for nearly an hour. It was weary work waiting at the little station, while the keen March wind blew sharply across the unsheltered platform on which Gilbert paced to and fro in his restlessness. Weary work waiting, with that sense of hurry and anxiety upon him, not to be shaken off by any effort he could make to take a hopeful view of the future. He tried to think of those two whom he loved best on earth, whose union had taught himself, by a marvellous effort of unselfishness, to contemplate with serenity, tried to think of them in the supreme happiness of their restoration to each other, but he could not bring his mind to the realization of this picture. After all those torments of doubt and perplexity which he had undergone during the last 3 months, the simple fact of Marian's safety seemed too good a thing to be true. He was tortured by a vague sense of the unreality of this relief that had come so suddenly to put an end to all perplexities. "I feel as if I were the victim of some hoax, "Some miserable delusion," he said to himself. "Not till I see her, not till I clasp her by the hand, shall I believe that she is really given back to us." And in his eagerness to do this, to put an end to that slow torture of unreasonable doubt which had come upon him since the reading of John Saltram's letter, the delay at the railway station was an almost intolerable ordeal. But the hour came to an end at last. The place awoke from its blank stillness to a faint show of life and motion. A door or two banged. A countrified looking woman with a good many bundles and a bandbox came out of the waiting room and arranged her possession in readiness for the coming train. A porter emerged lazily from some unknown corner and looked up the line. Then, after another 5 minutes of blankness, there came a hoarse throbbing in the distance. A bell rang, and the up train panted into the station. It was a slow train, unluckily for Gilbert's impatience, which stopped everywhere, and the journey to London took him over an hour. It was past 9 when the hansom drove him into Coleman Street, a dull, unfrequented looking thoroughfare between Tottenham Court Road and Gower Street, overshadowed a little by the adjacent gloom of the University Hospital, and altogether a low-spirited street. Gilbert looked up eagerly at the windows of number 14, expecting to see lights shining, and some visible sign of rejoicing, even upon the house front. But there was nothing. Either the shutters were shut, or there was no light within, for the windows were blank and dark. There was a slight thing, but enough to intensify that shapeless foreboding against which he had been struggling throughout his journey. "You must have come to the wrong house," he said to the cabman as he got out. "No, sir, this is 14. Yes, it was the right number. Gilbert read it on the door. And yet it could scarcely be the right house, for tied to the door handle was a placard with "Apartments" engraved upon it, and this house would hardly be large enough to accommodate other lodgers besides Mr. Nowell and his daughter. Yet there's no knowing the capabilities of a London lodging house in an obscure quarter, and there might be some vacant garret in the roof, or some dreary two-pair back, dignified by the name of apartments. Gilbert gave a loud, hurried knock. There was a delay which seemed to him interminable, then a hasty shuffling of slipshod feet upon the basement stairs, and then a glimmer of a light through the keyhole, the removal of a chain, and at last the opening of the door. It was opened by a young person with her hair dressed in the prevailing fashion, and an air of some gentility, which clashed a little with a certain slatternliness that pervaded her attire. She was rather a pretty girl, but had the faded London look of late hours, and precocious cares, instead of the fresh bloom and girlish brightness which should have belonged to her. "Did you please to wish to see the apartments, sir?" she asked politely. "No, I want to see Mr. and Mrs. the lady and gentleman who are lodging here." He scarcely knew under what name he ought to ask for Marian. It seemed unnatural to him now to speak of her as Mrs. Holbrook. "The lady and the gentleman, sir," the girl exclaimed with surprised air. "There's no one lodging here now. Mr. Nowell and his daughter left yesterday morning." "Left yesterday morning?" "Yes, sir. They went away to Liverpool. They were going to America, to New York." "Mr. Nowell and his daughter, Mrs. Holbrook?" "Yes, sir, that was the lady's name." "It's impossible," cried Gilbert, "utterly impossible that Mrs. Holbrook would go to America. She has ties that would keep her in England, a husband whom she would never abandon in that manner. There must be some mistake here." "Oh, no, indeed, sir, there's no mistake. I saw all the luggage labelled with my own eyes, and the direction was New York by steam packet, Oronoco, and Mrs. Holbrook had lots of dresses made, and all sorts of things. And as to her husband, sir, her father told me that he had treated her very badly, and that she never meant to go back to him again to be made unhappy by him. She was going to New York to live with Mr. Nowell all the rest of her life. There must have been some treachery, some underhand work, to bring this about. Did she go of her own free will?" "Oh, dear me, yes, sir. Mr. Nowell was kindness itself to her, and she was very fond of him, and pleased to go to America, as far as I could make out." "And she never seemed depressed or unhappy?" "I never noticed her being so, sir. They were out a good deal, you see, for Mr. Nowell was a gay gentleman, very fond of pleasure, and he would have Mrs. Holbrook always with him. They were away in Paris ever so long, in January and the beginning of February, but kept on the lodgings all the same. They were very good lodgers.
Had they many visitors?
No, sir, scarcely anyone except a gentleman who used to come sometimes of an evening, and sit drinking spirits and water with Mr. Nowell. He was his lawyer, I believe, but I never heard his name. Did no one come here yesterday to inquire for Mrs. Holbrook towards evening? Yes, sir, there was a gentleman came in a cab. He looked very ill, pale as death, and was in a dreadful way when he found they were gone. He asked me a great many questions, the same as you've asked me, and I think I never saw any one so cut up as he seemed. He didn't say much about that either, but it was easy to see it in his face. He wanted to look at the apartments, and to see whether he could find anything, an old letter or such like, that might help him in going after his friends, and mother took him upstairs." "Did he find anything?" "No, sir. Mr. Nowell hadn't left so much as a scrap of paper about the place, so the gentleman thanked mother and went away in the same cab as had brought him." "Do you know where he was going?" "I fancy he was going to Liverpool, after Mr. Nowell and his daughter. He seemed all in a fever, like a person that's ready to do anything desperate. But I heard him tell the cabman, Cavendish Square." "Cavendish Square? Yes, I can guess where he was going. But what could he want there?" Gilbert said to himself, while the girl stared at him wonderingly, thinking that he, as well as the other gentleman, had gone distraught on account of Mr. Nowell's daughter. "Thank you for answering my questions so patiently, and good night," said Gilbert, slipping some silver into her hand; for his quick eye had observed the faded condition of her finery and a general air of poverty conspicuous in her aspect. "Stay," he added, taking out his card case. "If you should hear anything farther from these people, I should be much obliged by your sending me word at that address." "I won't forget, sir. Not that I think we're likely to hear any more from them, they being gone straight off to America." "Perhaps not; but if you do hear anything, let me know." He had dismissed his cab on alighting in Coleman Street, believing that his journey was ended; but the walk to Cavendish Square was a short one, and he set out at a rapid pace. The check that had befallen him was a severe one. It seemed a death blow to all hope, a dreary realization of that vague dread which had pursued him from the first. If Marian had indeed started for America, what new difficulties must needs attend every effort to bring her back, since it was clear that her father's interests were involved in keeping her under his influence, and separating her entirely from her husband. The journey to New York was no doubt intended to secure this state of things. In America, in that vast country, with which this man was familiar with long residence, how easy for him to hide her for ever from her friends! How vain would all inquiries, all researches be likely to prove! In the ultimate moment, in the hour of hope and rejoicing, he was lost to them irrevocably. Yet criminals have been traced upon the other side of the Atlantic, where the police have been prompt to follow them, Gilbert said to himself, glancing for an instant at the more hopeful side of the question. "But not often where they've got anything like a start. Did John Saltram really mean to follow those two to Liverpool, I wonder? Such a journey would seem like madness in his state, and yet what triumph if he should have been in time to prevent their starting by the Oronoco." And then, after a pause, he asked himself, what could he want with Mrs. Branston, at a time when every moment was precious? Money, perhaps. He could have had none with him. Yes, money, no doubt. But I shall discover that from her presently, and may learn something of his plans into the bargain. Gilbert went into the stationer's shop and purchased a Bradshaw. There was a train leaving Euston Station for Liverpool at 11:15. He might be in time for that, after seeing Mrs. Branston. That lady happened fortunately to be at home, and received Gilbert alone in her favourite back drawing room, where he found her ensconced in that snug retreat made by the 6-leaved Japanese screen, which formed a kind of temple on one side of the fireplace. There had been a final rupture between Adela and Mrs. Pallinson a few days before, and that matron, having shown her cards a little too plainly, had been routed by an unwonted display of spirit on the part of the pretty little widow. She was gone, carrying all her belongings with her, and leaving peace and liberty behind her. The flush of triumph was still upon Mrs. Branston, and this unexpected victory, brief and sudden in its occurrence, like most great victories, was almost a consolation to her for that disappointment which had stricken her so heavily of late.
Adela Branston welcomed her visitor very graciously, but Gilbert had no time to waste upon small talk, and after a hasty apology for his untimely intrusion, dashed at once into the question he had come to ask. "John Saltram was with you yesterday evening, Mrs. Branston," he said. "Pray tell me the purpose that brought him here, and anything you know of his plan of action after leaving you." "I can tell you very little about that. He was going upon a journey, he told me, that evening, immediately indeed. A most important journey, but he did not tell me where he was going." "I think I can guess that," said Gilbert. "Did he seem much agitated?" "No, he was quite calm, but he had a resolute air, like a man who has some great purpose to achieve. I thought him looking very white and weak, and I told him that I was sure he was too ill to start upon a long journey, or any journey. I begged him not to go, if it were possible to avoid going, and used every argument I could think to persuade him to abandon the idea of such a thing. But it was all of no use. If I only had a dozen hours to live, I must go," he said. "He came to ask you for money for his journey, did he not?" "He did. I suppose, so close a friend as you are to him, there can be no breach of confidence in my admitting that. He came to borrow any ready money I might happen to have in the house. Fortunately, I had £120 by me in hard cash." "And he took that? And he wanted as much as that?" asked Gilbert eagerly. "Yes, he said he was likely to require as much as that." "Then he must have thought of going to America." "To America? Travel to America in his weak state of health?" cried Mrs. Branston aghast. "Yes, it seems like madness, does it not? But there are circumstances under which any man may be excused for being almost mad. John Saltram has gone in pursuit of someone very dear to him, someone who has been separated from him by treachery." "A woman?" Adela Branston's fair face flushed crimson as she asked the question. "A woman?" "Yes, no doubt he was in pursuit of that woman whom he loved better than her." "I cannot stop to answer a single question now, my dear Miss Branston," Gilbert said gently. "You shall know all by and by, and I am sure your generous heart will forgive any wrong that has been done to you in this business. Good night. I have to catch a train at 11:15. I am going to Liverpool." "After Mr. Saltram?" "Yes, I do not consider him in a fitting condition to travel alone. I hope to be in time to prevent his doing anything rash." "But how will you find him?" "I must make round of the hotels till I discover his headquarters. Good night." "Let me order my carriage to take you to the station." "A thousand thanks, but I shall be there before your carriage would be ready. I can pick up a cab close by, and I shall have time to call at my lodgings for a carpet bag. Once more, good night." It was still dark when Gilbert Fenton arrived at Liverpool. He threw himself upon a sofa in the waiting room, where he had an hour or so of uncomfortable, unrefreshing sleep, and then roused himself and went out to begin his round of the hotels. A surly fly driver of unknown age and prodigious deafness carried him from house to house. First to all the principal places of entertainment, aristocratic, family, and commercial, then to more obscure taverns and boarding houses, until the sun was high and the commerce of Liverpool was in full swing. And all the places Gilbert questioned night porters and chief waiters and head chambermaids, until his brain grew dizzy by mere repetition of his questions, but no positive tidings could he obtain of John Saltram. There was a coffee house near the quay where it seemed just possible that he had slept, but even here the description was of the vaguest, and the person described might just as well have been John Smith as John Saltram. Gilbert dismissed the flyman and his vehicle at last, thoroughly wearied out from that morning's work. He went to one of the hotels, took a hasty breakfast, and then hurried off to the offices belonging to the owners of the Oronoco. That vessel had started for New York at 9 o'clock on the previous evening, and John Saltram had gone with her. His name was the last on the list of passengers. He had only taken his passage an hour before the steamer left Liverpool, but there his name was in black and white. The names of Percival Nowell and of Mrs. Holbrook his daughter were also in the list. The whole business was clear enough, and there was nothing more Gilbert could do. Had John Saltram been strong and well, his friend would have felt nothing but satisfaction in the thought that he was going in the same vessel with Marian, and would without doubt bring her back in triumph. But the question of his health was a painful one to contemplate. Could he or could he not endure the strain that he had put upon himself within the last 48 hours? In desperate straits men can do desperate things. There was always that fact to be remembered. But still John Saltram might break down under the burden he had taken upon himself, and when Gilbert went back to London that afternoon he was sorely anxious about this feeble traveller. He found a letter from him at the lodgings of Wigmore Street, and a hurried letter written at Liverpool the night before John Saltram's departure. He arrived there too late to get on board the Oronoco that night, and had ascertained that the vessel was to leave at 9 next morning. "I shall take my passage in her in case of the worst," he wrote, "and if I cannot see Marian and persuade her to come on shore with me, I must go with her to New York. Heaven knows what power her father may use against me in the brief opportunity I shall have for seeing her before the vessel starts, but he can't prevent my being their fellow passenger, and once afloat it shall go hard with me if I cannot make my dear girl hear reason. Do not be uneasy about my health, dear old friend. You see how well I am keeping up under all this strain, upon body and mind. You will see me come back from America a new man, strong enough to prove my gratitude for your devotion in some shape or other. I trust in God." End of chapter 40. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com.
Chapter 41 of Fenton's Quest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Fenton's Quest by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 41. Outward Bound. The bustle of departure was at its culminating point when John Saltram went on board the Oronoco. Captain and officers scudding hither and thither, giving orders and answering inquiries at every point, with sharp, short, decisive air, as of commanding powers in the last half hour before a great battle. Stewart and his underlings ubiquitous. Passengers roaming vaguely to and fro, in quest of nothing particular, and in a state of semi-distraction. In this scene of confusion there was no one to answer Mr. Saltram's eager inquiries about those travellers whom he had pursued to this point. He did contrive, just about 10 minutes before the vessel sailed, to capture the ubiquitous steward by the buttonhole, and ask for tidings of Mr. Nowell, before that excited functionary could wrench himself away. "Mr. Nowell, sir? Upon my word, sir, I can't say. Yes, there is a gentleman of that name on board. Staterooms number 5 and 7. Got a daughter with him. Tall dark gentleman, with a moustache and beard. Yes, sir, he was on deck just now, on the bridge, but I don't see him. I suppose he's gone below. Better look for him in the saloon, sir." 10 minutes were over before John Saltram had seen half the faces on board the crowded vessel, but in his hurried wanderings to and fro, eager to see that one face which he so ardently desired to behold once more, he had met nothing but strangers. There was no help for it. The vessel would steam out seaward presently, and he must needs go with her. At the best, he had expected this. It was not likely that, even if he could have obtained speech with his wife, she could have been prevailed upon immediately to desert the father whose fortune she had elected to follow, and in return to shore with the husband she had abandoned. Her mind must have been poisoned, her judgment perverted, for she could have left him thus of her own free will, and it would need the light of calm reason to set things right again. No, John Saltram could scarcely hope to carry her off by a coup de main, in the face of the artful schemer who had evidently obtained so strong an influence over her. That she could for a moment contemplate this voyage to America with her father was enough to demonstrate the revolution that must have taken place in her feelings towards her husband. "Slander and lies are very strong," John Saltram said to himself, "but I do not think when my dear love and I are once face to face, any power on earth can prevail against me. She must be changed indeed, if it can. She must be changed indeed, if anything but a lie can part us." He had come on board the Oronoco prepared for the worst, and furnished with slender outfit for the voyage, hurriedly purchased at a Liverpool's clothier's. He had plenty of money in his pocket, enough to pay for his own and his wife's return passage. The thought of this useless journey across the Atlantic troubled him very little. What did it matter where he was, if she were with him? The mental torture he had undergone during all this time, in which he had seemed in danger of losing her altogether, had taught him how dear she was, how precious and perfect a treasure he had held so lightly. The vessel steamed out of the Mersey, and John Saltram, indifferent to the last glimpse of his native land, was still roaming hither and thither, in quest of the familiar face he longed with such a passionate yearning to see. But up to this point he sought for his wife in vain. Mrs. Holbrook had evidently retired at once to her cabin. There was nothing for him to do but establish a channel of communication with her by means of the stewardess. He found this official with some trouble, and so desperately busy that it was no easy matter to obtain speech with her, pursued as she was by forlorn and distracted female passengers, clamorously eager to know where she had put that waterproof cloak, or maud, or travelling bag, or dressing case. He did at last contrive to enlist her services in his behalf, and extort some answer to his questions. Yes, she told him, Mrs. Holbrook was on board, stateroom number 7. She had gone to her room at once, but would appear at dinner time, no doubt, if she wasn't ill. John Saltram tore a blank leaf from his pocket book, and wrote one hasty line. "I am here, Marian. Let me see you, for God's sake. John Holbrook." "If you'll take that to the lady in number 7, I shall be exceedingly obliged," he said to the stewardess, slipping half a crown into her willing hand at the same time. "Yes, sir, this very minute, sir." John Saltram sat down upon a bench outside the ladies' cabin, in a sort of antechamber between the steward's pantry and the storerooms, strongly perfumed with the odour of grocery, and waiting for Marian's coming. He had no shadow of a doubt that she would come to him instantly, in defiance of any guardian or counsellor. Whatever lies might have been told her, however she might have been taught to doubt him, he had a perfect faith in the power of his immediate presence. They had but to meet face to face, and all would be well. Indeed, there was a need that things should be well for John Saltram very speedily. He had set nature at defiance so far, acting as if physical weakness were unknown to him. There were periods in a man's life in which nothing seems impossible to him, in which, by the mere force of will, he triumphs over impossibility. But such conquests are apt to be of the briefest. John Saltram felt that he must very soon break down. The heavily throbbing heart, the aching limbs, the dizzy sight, the parched throat, told him how much this desperate chase had cost him. If he had strength enough to clasp his wife's hand, to give her loving greeting and tell her that he was true, it would be about as much as he could hope to achieve, and then he felt that he would be glad to crawl into any corner of the vessel where he might find rest. The stewardess came back to him presently, with rather a discomfited air. "The lady says she is too ill to see anyone, sir," she told John Saltram, "but under any circumstances she must decline to see you." "She said that? My wife told you that?" "Your wife, sir? Goodness gracious me, is the lady in number 7 your wife? She came on board with her father, and I understood they were only 2 in party." "Yes, she came with her father. Her father's treachery has separated her from me, but a few words would explain everything, if I could only see her." He thought best to tell the woman the truth, strange as it might seem to her. Her sympathies were more likely to be enlisted in his favour if she knew the actual state of the case. "Did Mrs. Holbrook positively decline to see me?" he asked again, scarcely able to believe that Marian could have resisted even that brief appeal scrawled upon a scrap of paper. "She did indeed, sir," answered the stewardess. "Nothing could be more positive than her manner. I told her how anxious you seemed, for I could see it in your face, you see, sir, when you gave me the paper, and I really don't like to bring you such a message, but it was no use. I decline to see him," the lady said, "and be sure you bring me no more messages from this gentleman." And with that, sir, she tore up the bit of paper as cool as could be. "But dear me, sir, how ill you do look, to be sure." "I have been very ill. I came from my stick room to follow my wife." "Hadn't you better go lie down a little, sir? You look as if you could scarcely stand. Shall I fetch the steward for you?" "No, thanks. I can find my way to my berth, I dare say. Yes, I suppose I'd better go lie down. I can do no more yet awhile." He could do no more, and indeed barely strength to stagger to his sleeping quarters, which he discovered at last with some difficulty.
Here he flung himself down, dressed as he was, and lay like a log for hours, not sleeping, but powerless to move hand or foot, and with his brain racked by torturing thoughts. "As soon as I am able to stand again, I will see her father, and exact a reckoning from him," he said to himself again and again, during those long dreary hours of prostration. But when the next day came, he was too weak to raise himself from his narrow bed, and on the next day after that he was no better. The steward was much concerned by his feeble condition, especially as it was no common case of seasickness, for John Saltram had told him that he was never seasick. He brought the prostrate traveller soda water and brandy, and tried to tempt him to eat rich soups of a nutritious character, but the sick man would take nothing except an occasional draught of soda water. On the third day of the voyage the steward was very anxious to bring the ship's surgeon to look at Mr. Saltram, but against this John Saltram resolutely set his face. "For pity's sake, don't bore me with any more doctors," he cried fretfully. "I have had enough of that kind of thing. The man can do nothing for me. I am knocked up with over-exertion and excitement, that's all. My strength will come back to me sooner or later if I lie quietly here." The steward gave way for the time being upon this appeal, and the surgeon was not summoned. But Mr. Saltram's strength seemed very slow to return to him. He could not sleep. He could only lie there listening to all the noises of the ship, the perpetual creaking and rattling, the tramping of footsteps above his head, and tortured by his impatience to be astir again. He would not stand upon punctilio this time, he told himself. He would go straight to the door of Marian's cabin, and stand there until she came out to him. Was she not his wife, his very own, powerless to hold him at bay in this manner? His strength did not come back to him, that wakeful prostration in which the brain was always busy, while the aching body lay still, did not appear to be a curative process. In the course of that third night of the voyage John Saltram was delirious, much to the alarm of his fellow passenger, the single sharer of his cabin, a nervous elderly gentleman, who objected to his illness altogether as an outrage upon himself, and was indignantly desirous to know whether it was contagious. So the doctor was brought to the sick man early next morning, whether he would or not, and went through the usual investigations, and promised to administer the usual sedatives, and assured the anxious passenger that Mr. Saltram's complaint was nowise infectious. "He has evidently been suffering from serious illness lately, and has been overexerting himself," said the doctor. "That seems very clear. We shall contrive to bring him round in a few days. I dare say, though, he certainly has got into a very low state." The doctor said this rather gravely, on which the passenger again became disturbed of aspect. A death on board ship must needs be such an unpleasant business, and he really had not bargained for anything of that kind. What was the use of paying first-class fare on board a first-class vessel, if one were subject to annoyance of this sort? In the steerage of an overcrowded emigrant ship such a thing might be a matter of course, where a mere natural incident of the voyage, but on board the Oronoco it was most unlooked for. "He's not going to die, is he?" asked the passenger, with an injured air. "Oh dear, no, I should hope not. I have no apprehension of that sort," replied the surgeon promptly. He would no doubt have said the same thing up to within an hour or so of the patient's decease. "There is an extreme debility, that is all," he went on quite cheerfully; "and if we can induce him to take plenty of nourishment, we shall get on very well, I dare say." After this, the nervous passenger was profoundly interested in the amount of refreshment consumed by the patient, and questioned the steward about him in a most sympathetic air. John Saltram, otherwise John Holbrook, was not destined to die upon this outward voyage. He was very eager to be well, or at least to be at liberty to move about again; and perhaps this impatient desire of his helped in some measure to bring about his recovery. The will, physiologists tell us, has a great deal to do with these things. The voyage was a prosperous one. The good ship steamed gaily across the Atlantic through the bleak spring weather, and there was plenty of eating and drinking and joviality and flirtation on board her, while John Saltram lay upon his back, very helpless, languishing to be astir once more. During these long dreary days and nights he had contrived to send several messages to the lady in the state cabin, feeble pencil scrawls, imploring her to come to him, telling her that he was very ill, at death's door almost, and desired nothing so much as to see her, if only for a moment. But the answer, by word of mouth of the steward or stewardess always, was unfailingly to the same effect. The lady in number 7 refused to hold any communication with the sick gentleman. "She's a hard one," the steward remarked to the stewardess, when they talked the matter over in a comfortable manner during the progress of a snug little supper in the steward's cabin. "She must be an out-and-out, hard-hearted one to stand out against him like that, if he is her husband. And I suppose he is. I told her to-day, when I took his message, how bad he was, and that it was a chance if he ever went ashore alive. But she was walking up and down the deck with her father 10 minutes afterwards, laughing and talking like anything. I suppose he's been a bad lot, Mrs. Peterson, and deserves no better from her. But still, it does seem hard to see him lying there, and his wife so near him, and yet refusing to go see him." "I have no common patience with her," said the stewardess with acrimony. "The cold-hearted creature! Flaunting about like that, with a sick husband in a stone's throw of her. Suppose he is to blame, Mr. Martin, whatever his faults may have been, it isn't the time for a wife to remember them." To this Mr. Martin responded dubiously, remarking that there were some carryings on upon the part of husbands which was difficult for a wife not to remember. The good ship sped on, unhindered by adverse winds or foul weather, and was within 24 hours of her destination when John Saltram was at last able to crawl out of the cabin, where he had lain for some 8 or 9 days crippled and helpless. The first purpose which he set himself to accomplish was an interview with Marian's father. He wanted to grapple his enemy somehow, to ascertain the nature of the game that was being played against him. He had kept himself very quiet for this purpose, wishing to take Percival Nowell by surprise; and on this last day but one of the voyage, when he was able for the first time to rise from his berth, no one but the steward and the surgeon knew that he intended so to rise. He had taken the steward in some measure into his confidence, and that official, after helping him to dress, left him seated in the cabin, while he went to ascertain the whereabouts of Mr. Nowell. Mr. Martin, the steward, came back after about 5 minutes. "He is in the saloon, sir, reading, quite alone. You couldn't have a better opportunity of speaking to him." "That's a good fellow. Then I'll go at once." "You'd better take my arm, sir. You're as weak as a baby, and the ship lurches a good deal to-day." "I'm not very strong, certainly. I begin to think I shall never be strong again. Do you know, Martin, that I was once stroke in a University 8. Not much vigour in my biceps now, eh?" It was only a few paces from one cabin to the other, but Mr. Saltram could scarcely have gone so far without the steward's supporting arm. He was a feeble-looking figure, with a white wan face, as he tottered along the narrow passage between the tables, making his way to that end of the salon where Percival Nowell lounged luxuriously, with his legs stretched at full length upon the sofa, and a book in his hand. "Mr. Nowell, I believe," said the sick man, as the other looked up at him with consummate coolness. Whatever his feelings might be with regard to his daughter's husband, he had had ample time to prepare himself for an encounter with him. "Yes, my name is Nowell, but I really have not the honour to—" "You don't know me," answered John Saltram. "No, but it is time you did so. I am your daughter's husband, John Holbrook." "Indeed, I have heard that she has been persecuted by the messages of some person calling himself her husband. You are that person, I presume?" "I have tried to persuade my wife to see me. Yes, and I mean to see her before this vessel arrives in port." "But if the lady in question refuses to have anything to say to you?" "We shall soon put that to the test. I have been too ill to stir ever since I came on board, or you would have heard of me before this, Mr. Nowell. Now that I can move about once more, I shall find a way to assert my claims, you may be sure. But in the first place, I want to know by what right you stole my wife away from her home, by what right you brought her on this voyage." "Before I answer that question, Mr. Holbrook, as you choose to call yourself, I'll ask you another. By what right do you call yourself my daughter's husband? What evidence have you to produce to prove that you are not a barefaced impostor? You don't carry your marriage certificate about with you, I dare say, and in the absence of some kind of documentary evidence, what is to convince me that you are what you pretend to be, my daughter's husband? In the evidence of your daughter's own senses, place me face to face with her. She will not deny my identity." But how, if my daughter declines to see you, as she does most positively? She has suffered enough at your hands, and is only too glad to be released from you." "She has suffered! She is glad to be released! Why, you most consummate scoundrel," cried John Saltram, "there never was an unkind word spoken between my wife and me. She was the best, most devoted of women, and nothing but the vilest treachery could have separated us. I know not what villainous slander you have made her believe, or by what means you lured her away from me. But I know that a few words between us would let in light upon your plot. You had better make the best of a bad position, Mr. Nowell. As my wife's father, you know, you are pretty sure to escape. Whatever my inclination might be, my regard for her would make me indulgent to you. You'll find candour avail you best in this case, depend upon it. Your daughter has inherited a fortune, and you want to put your hand upon it altogether. It would be wiser to moderate your desires, and be content with a fair share of the inheritance. Your daughter is not the woman to treat you ungenerously, nor am I the man to create any hindrance to her generosity." "I can make no bargain with you, sir," replied Mr. Nowell, with the same cool audacity of manner that had distinguished himself throughout the interview; "nor am I prepared to admit your claim to the position you assume. But if my daughter is your wife, she left you of her own free will, under no coercion of mine, and she must return to you in the same manner, or you must put the machinery of law in force to compel her. And that, I flatter myself, in a free country like America, will be a rather difficult business." It was hard for John Saltram to hear any man talk like this, and not be able to knock him down. But in his present condition, Marian's husband could not have grappled with a child, and he knew it. "You are an outrageous scoundrel," he said between his set teeth, tortured by that most ardent desire to dash his clenched fist into Mr. Nowell's handsome, dissolute looking face. "You're a most consummate villain, and you know it." "Hard words mean so little," returned Mr. Nowell coolly, "and go for so little. That kind of language before witnesses would be actionable, but upon my word it would be a mere child's play on my part to notice it, especially to a man in your condition. You'd better claim your wife from the captain, and see what he will say to you. I have told him that there is some semi-lunatic on board, who pretends to be Mrs. Holbrook's husband, so he'll be quite prepared to hear your statement." John Saltram left the saloon in silence. It was worse than useless talking to this man, who presumed upon his helpless state, and openly defied him. His next effort must be to see Marian. This he found impossible, for the time being at any rate. Stateroom number 7 was an apartment a little bigger than a rabbit hutch, opening out of a larger cabin, and in that cabin there reposed a ponderous matron who had suffered from seasickness throughout the voyage, and who would in no wise permit a masculine intruder to invade the scene of her retirement. The idea of any blockade of Marian's door was therefore futile. He must needs wait as patiently as he might, till she appeared of her own free will. He could not have to wait very long, something less than a day and a night, the steward had told him, and would bring them to the end of the voyage. Mr. Saltram went on deck, still assisted by the friendly steward, and seated himself in a sheltered corner of the vessel, hoping that the sea breeze might bring him back some remnant of his lost strength. The ship's surgeon had advised him to get a little fresh air as soon as he felt himself able to bear it, so he sat in his obscure nook, very helpless and very feeble, meditating upon what he should do when the final moment came and he had to claim his wife. He had no idea of making his wrongs known to the captain, unless as a last desperate resource. He could not bring himself to make Marian the subject of a vulgar squabble. No, it was to herself alone he would appeal. It was in the natural instinct of her own heart that he would trust. Very long and weary seemed the remaining hours of that joyless voyage. Mr. Saltram was fain to go back to his cabin after an hour on deck, and there to lie and await the morrow. He had need to husband his strength for the coming encounter. The steward told him in the evening that Mrs. Holbrook had not dined in the saloon that day as usual. She had kept her cabin closely, and complained of illness. The morning dawned at last, after what had seemed an endless night to John Saltram, lying awake in his narrow berth, a bleak blusterous morning, with the cold grey light staring in the porthole, like an unfriendly face. There was no promise in such a daybreak. It was only light and nothing more. John Saltram, having duly deliberated the matter during the long hours of that weary night, had decided that his wisest course was to lie perdu until the last moment, the very moment of landing, and then to come bodily forward and make his claim. It was useless to waste his strength in any futile endeavour to baffle so hardy a scoundrel as Percival Nowell. At the last, when Marian was leaving the ship, it would be time for him to assert his right as her husband, and to defy the wretch who had beguiled her away from him. Having once arrived at this decision, he was able to await the issue of events with some degree of tranquillity. He had no doubt, even now, of his wife's affection for him, no fear as to the ultimate triumph of her love over all lies and artifices of that scheming scoundrel, her father. It was nearly 3 o'clock in the afternoon when the steward came to tell him that they were on the point of arriving at their destination. The wharf where they were to land was within sight. The man had promised to give him due warning of this event, and John Saltram had therefore contrived to keep himself quiet amidst all the feverish impatience and confusion of mind prevailing amongst the other passengers. He was rewarded for his prudence, for when he rose to go on deck, he found himself stronger than he had felt yet. He went up the companion ladder, took his place close to the spot at which the passengers must all leave the vessel, and waited. New York was very near. The day had been cold and showery, but the sun was shining now, and the whole scene looked bright and gay. Every one seemed in high spirits, as if the new world they were about to touch contained for them a certainty of Elysium. It was such a delicious relief to arrive at the great lively Yankee city, after the tedium of a 10 days' voyage, pleasant and easy as the transit had been. John Saltram looked eagerly among the faces of the crowd, but neither Percival Nowell nor his daughter were to be seen amongst them. Presently the vessel touched the wharf, and the travellers began to move towards the gangway. He watched them one by one breathlessly. At the very last Mr. Nowell stepped quickly forward, with a veiled figure on his arm. She was closely veiled, and her face quite hidden by the thick black lace, and she was clinging with something of a frightened air to her companion's arm. John Saltram sprang up from his post of observation, and confronted the two before they could leave the vessel. "Marian," he said, in a slow, decided tone, "let go that man's arm. You will leave this vessel with me, and no one else." "Stand out of the way, fellow," cried Percival Nowell. "My daughter can have nothing to say to you." "Marian, for God's sake obey me. There is the vilest treachery in this man's conduct. Let go his arm. My love, my darling, come with me." There was a passionate appeal in his tone, but it produced no answer. "Marian," he cried, still interposing himself between these two and the passage to the landing wharf, "Marian, I will have some answer." "You have had your answer, sir," said Percival Nowell, trying to push him aside. "This lady does not know you. Do you want to make a scene, and render yourself ridiculous to every one here? There are plenty of lunatic asylums in New York that will accommodate you, if you are determined to make yourself eligible for them." "Marian," repeated John Saltram, without vouchsafing the faintest notice of his speech, "Marian, speak to me." And then, as there came no answer from that shrinking, clinging figure, with a sudden spring forward, that brought him quite close to her, John Saltram tore the veil away from the hidden face. "This must be some impostor," he said. "This is not my wife." He was right. The creature clinging to Percival Nowell's arm was a pretty woman enough, with rather red hair and a common face. She was about Marian's height, and that was the only likeness between them. The spectators of this brief fracas crowded around the actors in it, seeing nothing but the insult offered to a lady, and highly indignant with John Saltram. And amidst their murmurs Percival Nowell pushed his way to the shore, with the woman still clinging to his arm. End of chapter 41. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. Chapter 42 of Fenton's Quest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Fenton's Quest by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 42. The Pleasures of Wyncombe.
That shrill, anguish-stricken cry which Ellen Whitelaw had heard on the night of the stranger's visit to Wyncombe Farm haunted her afterwards with a wearisome persistence. She could not forget that wild unearthly sound. She could not help continually trying to find some solution for the mystery, until her brain was tired with the perpetual effort. Ponder upon this matter as she might, she could find no reasonable explanation of the enigma. And in spite of her common sense, a quality which she possessed a very fair share, she was fain to believe that at last this grim bare-looking old house was haunted, and that agonized shriek she and Mrs. Tadman had heard that night was only the ghost sound of some crying wrung from a bleeding heart in days gone by, the echo of an anguish that had been in the far past. She even went so far as to ask her husband one day if he had ever heard that the house was haunted, and whether there was any record of crime or wrong that had been done in it in the past. Mr. Whitelaw seemed scarcely to relish the question, but after one of his meditative pauses laughed his wife's inquiry to scorn, and told her that there were no ghosts at Wyncombe, except the ghosts of dead rats that had ravaged the granaries, and certainly they seemed to rise from their graves in spite of poison and traps, cats and ferrets, and that. As to anything that had been done in the house in days gone by, he had never heard tell that his ancestors had ever done anything but eat, drink, and sleep, and save money from year's end to year's end, and a hard time they had of it to pay their way and put something by, in the face of all difficulties that surrounded the path of a farmer. If Ellen Whitelaw's life had been as the lives of happier women, full of small daily cares and all-engrossing domestic interests, the memory of that unearthly scream would no doubt have faded out of her mind ere long, instead of remaining, as it did, a source of constant perplexity to her. But there was no interest, no single charm in her life. There was nothing in the world left for her to care for. The fertile flats around Wyncombe Farmhouse bounded her universe. Day by day she rose to perform the same monotonous duties, sustained by no lofty aim, cheered by neither friendship nor affection. For she could not teach herself to feel anything warmer than toleration for her daily companion, Mrs. Tadman, only working laboriously because existence was more endurable to her when she was busy than when she was idle. It was scarcely strange, then, that she brooded upon the memory of that night when the nameless stranger had come to Wyncombe, and that she tried to put the fact of his coming and that other incident of the cry together, and to make something out of the two events by that means. But put them together as she might, she was no nearer any solution of the mystery. That her husband and the stranger could have failed to hear that piercing shriek seemed almost impossible, yet both had denied hearing it. The story of the stranger having knocked his shin and cried out in doing so, appeared like a feeble attempt to account for that wild cry. Vain and hopeless were all her endeavours to arrive at any reasonable explanation, and her attempts to get anything like an opinion out of Mrs. Tadman were utterly useless. Mr. Whitelaw's cousin was still inclined to take a gloomy view of the stranger's visit, in spite of her kinsman's assurance that the transaction between himself and the unknown was a profitable one. Horse racing, if not parting with the farm, Mrs. Tadman opined, was at the bottom of the business. And when did horse racing ever fail to lead to ruin sooner or later? It was only a question of time. Ellen sighed, remembering how her father had squandered his employer's money on the racecourse, and how, for that folly of his, she had been doomed to become Stephen Whitelaw's wife. But there did not seem to her to be anything of the horsey element in her husband's composition. He was never away from home, except to attend to his business at market, and she had never seen him spelling over the sporting papers, as her father had been wont to do, night after night, with a perplexed brow and an anxious face, making calculations upon the margin of the print every now and then with the stump of a lead pencil, and chewing the end of it meditatively in the intervals of his lection. Although Mrs. Whitelaw did not, like Mrs. Tadman, associate the idea of the stranger's visit with any apprehension of her husband's impending ruin, she could not deny that some kind of change had arisen in him since that event. He had always drunk a good deal, in his slow quiet manner, which impressed people unacquainted with his habits with the notion of his sobriety, even when he was steadily emptying the bottle before him. But he drank more now, and sat longer over his drink, and there was an aspect of trouble and uneasiness about him at times which fairly puzzled his wife. Of course, the most natural solution for all of this was the one offered by the dismally prophetic Tadman. Stephen Whitelaw had been speculating or gambling, and his affairs were in disorder. He was not a man to be affected by anything but the most sordid considerations, one would suppose. Say that he had lost money, and there you had a key to the whole. He got into a habit of sitting up at night, after the rest of the household had gone to bed. He had done this more or less from the time of his marriage, and Mrs. Tadman told Ellen that the habit was one which had arisen within the last few months. He would always see to the fastenings of the house with his own eyes, Mrs. Tadman said, but up to last autumn he used to go upstairs with me and the servants. It's a new thing for him to sit up drinking his glass of grog in the parlour by himself. The new habit seemed to grow upon Mr. Whitelaw more rapidly after that visit of the strangers. He took to sitting up till midnight, an awful hour in a farmhouse, and Ellen generally found the spirit bottle empty in the morning. Night after night he went to bed sodden with drink. Once, when his kinswoman made some feeble remonstrance with him about his change in his habits, he told her savagely to hold her tongue. He could afford to drink as much as he pleased. He wasn't likely to come upon her to pay for what he took. As for his wife, she unhappily cared nothing what he did. He could not become more obnoxious to her than he had been from the first hour of her acquaintance with him, let him do what he would. Little by little, finding no other explanation possible, Mrs. Whitelaw grew to believe quite firmly in the supernatural nature of that unforgotten cry. She remembered the unexplainable footstep which she heard in the padlocked room in the early dusk of that New Year's Day, when Mrs. Tadman and she explored the old house, and she associated these two sounds in her mind as of the like ghostly character. From this time forward she shrank with a nervous terror from that darksome passage leading to the padlocked door at the end of the house. She never had any occasion to go in this direction. The rooms in this wing were low, dark, and small, and had been unused for years. It was scarcely a wonder if rats had congregated behind the worm-eaten wainscot, to scare nervous listeners with their weird scratchings and scramblings. But no one could convince Ellen Whitelaw that the sounds she had heard on New Year's Day were produced by anything so earthly as a rat. With all that willingness to believe in a romantic impossibility, rather than in a commonplace improbability so natural to the human mind, she was more ready to conceive the existence of a ghost than her own sense of hearing might have been less powerful than her fancy. About the footstep she was quite as positive as she was about the scream, and in the last instance she had the evidence of Mrs. Tadman's senses to support her. She was surprised one day to find, when the household drudge, Mary Holden, had been cleaning the passage and rooms in that deserted wing, a task very seldom performed, that the girl had the same aversion to that part of the house which she felt herself, but of which she had never spoken in the presence of the servants. "If it wasn't for Mrs. Tadman driving and worrying after me all the time I am at work, I don't think I could stay there, Mum," Martha told her mistress. "It isn't often I like to be fidgeted and followed, but anything's better than being alone in that unked place." "It's rather dark and dreary, certainly, Martha," Ellen answered, with an admirable assumption of indifference; "but as we haven't any of us got to live there, that doesn't much matter." "It isn't that, Mum. I wouldn't mind the darkness and the dreariness, and I'm sure such a place for spiders I never did see in my life. There was one as I took down with my broom to-day, and scrunched, as big as a small crab. But it's worse than that. The place is haunted." "Who told you that?" "Sarah Batts." "Sarah Batts? Why, how should she know anything about it? She hasn't been here so long as you, and she came straight from the workhouse." "I think master must have told her, Mum." "Your master would never have said anything so foolish. I know that he doesn't believe in ghosts. And he keeps all his garden seeds in the locked room at the end of the passage, so he must go there sometimes himself." "Oh, yes, Mum, I know that master goes in there. I've seen him go that way at night with a candle." "Well, you silly girl, he wouldn't use the room if he thought it was haunted, would he? There are plenty more empty rooms in the house." "I don't know about that, I'm sure, Mum. But anyhow, I know Sarah Batts told me that the passage was haunted. 'Don't you never go in there, Martha,' she says, 'unless you want to have your blood froze.'
I've heard things there that have frozen mine. And I never should go, mum, if it wasn't for Mrs. Tadman's worrying and driving about the place being cleaned once in a way. And Sarah Batts is right, mum, however she may have got to know it, for I have heard things." "What things?" "Moaning and groaning like, as if someone was in pain, but all very low, and I could never make out where it came from. As to the place being haunted, I have no more doubt about it than about my catechism." "But, Martha, you ought to know it's very silly and wicked to believe such things," Ellen Whitelaw said, feeling it her duty to lecture the girl a little, and yet half inclined to believe her. "The moanings and groanings, as you call them, were only sounds made by the wind, I daresay." "Oh dear no, mum," Martha answered, shaking her head in a decided manner. "The wind never made noises such as I heard. But I don't want to make you nervous, mum, only I'd sooner lose a month's wages than stay for an hour alone in the west wing." It was strange, certainly, a matter of no importance perhaps, this idle belief of the servants, these sounds which harmed no one, and yet all these circumstances worried and perplexed Ellen Whitelaw. Having so little else to think about, she brooded upon them incessantly, and was gradually getting into a low nervous way. If she complained, which she did very rarely, there was no one to sympathise with her. Mrs. Tadman had so many ailments of her own, such complicated maladies, such deeply rooted disorders, that she could scarcely be expected to give much attention to the trivial sufferings of another person. "Ah, my dear," she would exclaim with a groan, if Ellen ventured to complain of a racking headache, "when you've lived as long as I have, and gone through what I've gone through, and have got such a liver as I've got, you'll know what bad health means. But at your age, with your constitution, it's nothing more than fancy." And then Mrs. Tadman would branch off into a graphic description of her own maladies, to which Ellen was fain to listen, patiently, wondering vaguely as she listened whether the lapse of years would render her as wearisome a person as Mrs. Tadman. She had no sympathy from anyone. Her father came to Wyncomb Farm once a week or so, and sat drinking and smoking with Mr. Whitelaw, but Ellen never saw him alone. He seemed carefully to avoid the chance of being alone with her, guiltily conscious on his part in the contriving of her marriage, and fearing to hear some complaint about her lot. He pretended to take it for granted that her fate was entirely happy, congratulated her frequently upon her prosperity, and reminded her continually that it was a fine thing to be the sole mistress of the house she lived in, instead of a mere servant, as he himself was, and as she had been at the Grange, labouring for the profit of other people. Up to this time Mr. Carley had had some reason to be disappointed with the result of his daughter's marriage, so far as his own prosperity was affected thereby. Not a sixpence beyond that one advance of the £200 had the bailiff been able to extort from his son-in-law. It was the price that Mr. Whitelaw had paid for his wife, and he meant to pay no more. He told William Carley as much one day when the question of money matters was pushed rather too far, told him in the plainest language. But it was hard, but that £200 had saved the bailiff from imminent destruction. He was obliged to be satisfied with this advantage and to bide his time. "I'll have it out with the mean hound sooner or later," he muttered to himself as he walked homewards, after a social evening with the master of Wyncomb. One evening Mr. Carley brought his daughter a letter. It was from Gilbert Fenton, who was quite unaware of Ellen's marriage, and had written to her at the Grange. This letter afforded her the only pleasure she had known since fate had united her to Stephen Whitelaw. It told her that Marian Holbrook was living and in all probability safe, though by no means in good hands. She had sailed to America with her father, but her husband was in hot pursuit of her, and her husband was faithful. "I have schooled myself to forgive him," Gilbert went on to say, "for I know that he loves her, and that must needs condone my wrongs. I look forward anxiously to their return from America, and hope for a happy reunion amongst us all, when your warm friendship shall not be forgotten. I am waiting impatiently for news from New York, and will write you again directly I hear anything definite. We have suffered the torments of suspense for a long weary time, but I trust and believe that the sky is clearing." This was not much, but it was more than enough to relieve Ellen Carley's mind of a heavy load. Her dear young lady, as she called Marian, was not dead. not lying at the bottom of that cruel river, at which Ellen had often looked with a shuddering horror of late, thinking of what might be. She was safe, and would no doubt be happy. This was something, amid the wreck of her own fortunes. Ellen Whitelaw was unselfish enough to rejoice in this. Her husband asked to see Mr. Fenton's letter, which he spelt over with his usual deliberate air, and which seemed to interest him more than Ellen would have supposed likely, knowing as she did how deeply he had resented Marian's encouragement of Frank Randall's courtship. "So she's gone to America with her father, has she?" he said, when he had perused the document twice. "I shouldn't have thought anybody could have persuaded her to leave that precious husband of hers. And she's gone off to America, and he after her. That's a rather queer start, ain't it, Nell?" Mrs. Whitelaw did not care to discuss the business with her husband. There was something in his tone, a kind of veiled malice, which made her angry. "I don't suppose you care whether she's alive or dead," she said impatiently, "so you needn't trouble yourself to talk about her." "Needn't I? Oh, she's too grand a person to be talked about of by such as me, is she? Never mind, Nell, don't be cross. And when Mrs. Holbrook comes back to England, you shall go and see her." "I will," answered Ellen, "if I have to walk to London to do it." "Oh, but you shan't walk, you shall go by rail. I'll spare you the money for that, for once in a way, though I'm not over fond of wasting money." Day by day Mr. Whitelaw's habits grew more secluded and morose. It was not to be supposed that he was troubled by those finer feelings which might have made the misery of a better man; but even in his dull nature there may have been some dim sense that his marriage was a failure and a mistake, that in having his own way in this matter he had in no wise secured his own happiness. He could not complain of his wife's conduct in any one respect. She was obedient to his will in all things, providing for his comfort with scrupulous regularity, industrious, indefatigable even. As a housekeeper and a partner in his fortunes, no man could have desired a better wife. Yet dimly, in that sluggish soul, there was the consciousness that he had married a woman who hated him, that he had bought her with a price. And being a man prone to think the worst of his fellow creatures, Mr. Whitelaw believed that, sooner or later, his wife meant to have her revenge upon him somehow. She was waiting for his death, perhaps, calculating that, being so much her senior, and a hard-working man, he would die soon enough to leave her a young widow. And then, of course, she would marry Frank Randall, and all the money which he, Stephen, had amassed by the sacrifice of every pleasure in life would enrich that supercilious young coxcomb. It was hard to think of, and Stephen pondered upon the expediency of letting Wyncomb Farm and sinking all his savings into the purchase of an annuity. He could not bring himself to contemplate selling the house and lands that belonged to his race for so many generations. He clung to the estate, not from any romantic reverence for the past, not from any sentimental associations connected with those who had gone before him, but from the mere force of habit, which rendered this grim ugly old house and these flat shelterless fields dearer to him than all the rest of the universe. He was a man to whom to part with anything was agony, and if he loved anything in the world, he loved Wyncomb. The possession of the place had given him importance for 20 years past. He could not fancy himself unconnected with Wyncomb. His labours had improved the estate too. He could not endure to think how some lucky purchaser might profit by his prudence and sagacity. There had been some fine old oaks on the land when he inherited it, all mercilessly stubbed up at the beginning of his reign. There had been tall straggling hedgerows, all of tangle, with blackberry bushes, ferns and dog roses, hazel and sloe trees, all done away with by his order. No, he could never bring himself to sell Wyncomb, nor was the purchase of annuity a transaction which he was inclined to accomplish. It was a pleasing notion, certainly, that idea of concentrating all his hoarded money upon the remaining years of his life, retiring from the toils of agriculture, and giving himself up for the rest of his days to an existence of luxurious idleness. But on the other hand, it would be a bitter thing to surrender his fondly loved money for the poor return of an income, to deprive himself of all opportunity of speculating and increasing his store. So the annuity scheme lay dormant in his brain, as it were, for the time being. It was something to have in reserve, and to carry out any day that his wife gave him fair cause to doubt her fidelity. In the meantime he went on living his lonely sulky kind of life, drinking a great deal more than was good for him in his own churlish manner, and laughing to scorn any attempt at remonstrance from his wife or Mrs. Tadman. Some few times Ellen had endeavoured to awaken him to the evil consequences that must needs ensue from his intemperate habits, feeling that it would be a sin on her part to suffer him to go on without some effort to check him, but her gently spoken warnings had been worse than useless. End of chapter 42. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. Chapter 34 of Fenton's Quest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Fenton's Quest by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 43. Mr. Whitelaw makes an end to the mystery. Mrs. Whitelaw had been married about 2 months. It was bright May weather, bright but not yet warm, and whatever prettiness Wyncombe Farm was capable of assuming had been put on with the fresh spring of green of the fields and the young leaves of the poplars. There were even a few handy flowers in the vegetable garden behind the house, humble perennials planted by dead and gone Whitelaws, which had bloomed year after year in spite of Stephen Whitelaw's utilitarian principles. It was a market day, the household work was finished, and Ellen was sitting with Mrs. Tadman in the parlour, where those two spent so many weary hours of their lives, the tedium whereof was relieved only by the woman's homely resource, needlework. Even if Mrs. Whitelaw had been fond of reading, and she only cared moderately for that form of occupation, she could hardly have found intellectual diversion of that kind at Wyncombe, where a family Bible, a few volumes of the Annual Register, which had belonged to some half dozen indifferent owners before they came from a stall in Malsham Market to the house of Whitelaw, a grim-looking old quarto upon domestic medicine, and a cookery book formed the entire library. When the duties of the day were done, and the local weekly newspaper had been read, an intellectual refreshment which might be fairly exhausted in 10 minutes, there remained nothing to beguile the hours but the perpetual stitch, stitch, stitch of an industrial disposed sempstress; and the two women used to sit throughout the long afternoons with their work baskets before them, talking a little now and then of the most commonplace matters, but for the greater part of the time silent. Sometimes, when the heavy burden of Mrs. Tadman's society and the clicking of needles and snipping of scissors grew almost unendurable, Ellen would run out of the house for a brief airing in the garden, and walk briskly to and fro along the narrow pathway between the potatoes and cabbages, thinking of her dismal life, and of the old days at the Grange when she had been full of gaiety and hope. There was not perhaps much outward difference in the two lives. In her father's house she had worked as hard as she worked now, but she had been free in those days, and the unknown future all before her, with its chances of happiness. Now she felt like some captive who paces the narrow bounds of his prison yard, without hope of release or respite except in death. This particular spring day had begun brightly. The morning had been sunny and even warm, but now, as the afternoon wore away, there were dark clouds, with a rising wind and a sharp gusty shower every now and then. Ellen took a solitary turn in the garden between the showers. It was market day. Stephen Whitelaw was not expected home till tea time, and the meal was to be eaten at a later hour than usual. The rain increased as the time for the farmer's return drew nearer. He had gone out in the morning without his overcoat, Mrs. Tadman remembered, and was likely to get wet through on his way home, unless he should have borrowed some extra covering at Malsham. His temper, which of late had been generally at its worst, would hardly be improved by this annoyance. There was a very substantial meal waiting for him, a ponderous joint of cold roast beef, a dish of ham and eggs prepared in the kitchen, with an agreeable frizzling sound, a pile of hot butter cakes kept hot upon the oven top. But there was no fire in the parlour, and the room looked a little cheerless in spite of the well spread table. They had discontinued fires for about a fortnight at Mr. Whitelaw's command.
He didn't want to be ruined by his coal merchant's bill if it was a chilly spring, he told his household, and at his own bidding the fireplace had been polished and garnished for the summer. But this evening was colder than any evening lately, by reason of that blusterous rising wind, which blew the raindrops against the window panes as hard as a rattle, as if they had been hailstones. And Mr. Whitelaw, coming in presently, disconsolate and dripping, was by no means inclined to abide by his own decision about the fires. "Why haven't you got a fire here?" he demanded savagely. "It was your own wish, Stephen," answered Mrs. Tadman. "My own fiddlesticks! Of course I don't care to see my wood and coals burning to waste when the sun was shining enough to melt anyone. But when a man comes home wet to the skin, he doesn't want to come into a room like an ice house. Call the girl. Tell her to light a blazing fire while I go change my clothes. Let her bring plenty of wood, and put a couple of logs on top of the coals. I'm frozen to the very bones driving home in the rain." Mrs. Tadman gave a plaintive sigh as she departed to obey her kinsman. "That's just like Stephen," she said. "If it was you or me that wanted a fire, we might die of a cold before we got leave to light one. But he never grudges anything for his own comfort." Martha came and lighted a fire under Mrs. Tadman's direction. The lady was inclined to look somewhat uneasily upon the operation, for the grate had been used constantly throughout a long winter, and the chimney had not been swept once since last spring, whereby Mrs. Tadman was conscious of a great accumulation of soot about the massive old brickwork and ponderous beams that spanned the wide chimney. She had sent for the Malsham sweep some weeks ago, but that necessary individual had not been able to come on the particular day she wished, and the matter had been since then neglected. She remembered this now with a guilty feeling, more especially as Stephen had demanded a blazing fire, with flaring pine logs piled halfway up the chimney. He came back to the parlour presently, arrayed in an old suit of clothes which he kept for such occasions, an old green coat with basket buttons, and a pair of plaid trousers of an exploded shape and pattern, and looking more like a pinched and pallid scarecrow than a well-to-do farmer. Mrs. Tadman had only carried out his commands in a modified degree, and he immediately ordered the servant to put a couple of logs on the fire, and then drew the table close up to the hearth, and sat down to his tea with some appearance of satisfaction. He had had a rather good day at market, he condescended to tell his wife during the progress of the meal. Prices were rising. His old hay was selling at a rate which promised well for the new crops. Turnips were in brisk demand. Mangold inquired for. Altogether, Mr. Whitelaw confessed himself very well satisfied with the aspect of affairs. After tea he spent his evening luxuriantly, sitting close to the fire, with his slippered feet upon the fender, and drinking hot rum and water as a preventive of impending cure of incipient cold. The rum and water being a novelty, something out of the usual order of his drink, appeared to have an enlivening effect upon him. He talked more than usual, and even proposed a game of cribbage with Mrs. Tadman, a condescension which moved that matron to tears, reminding her, she said, of old times when they had been so comfortable together before he had taken to spend his evenings at the Grange. "Not that I mean any unkindness to you, Ellen," the doleful Tadman added apologetically, "for you've been a good friend to me, and if there's one merit I can lay claim to, it's a grateful heart. But of course, when a man marries, he never is the same to his relations as when he was single. It isn't in human nature that he should be." Here Mrs. Tadman's amiable kinsman requested her to hold her jaw, and to bring the board if she was going to play, or to say as much if she wasn't. Urged by this gentle reminder, Mrs. Tadman immediately produced a somewhat dingy looking pack of cards, and a queer little old-fashioned cribbage board. The game lasted for about an hour or so, and at the end of which time the farmer threw himself back in his chair with a yawn, and pronounced that he had had enough of it. The old 8-day clock in the lobby struck 10 soon after this, and the two women rose to retire, leaving Stephen to his night's libations, and not sorry to escape out of the room, which he had converted into a kind of oven or Turkish bath by means of the roaring fire he had insisted upon keeping all that evening. He was left, therefore, with his bottle of rum about half emptied, to finish his night's entertainment after his own fashion. Mrs. Tadman ventured a mild warning about the fire when she wished him good night,
But as she did not dare to hint that there may have been any neglect in the chimney sweeping, her counsel went for very little. Mr. Whitelaw threw another pine log directly the two women had left him, and addressed himself to the consumption of a fresh glass of rum and water. "There's nothing like being on the safe side," he muttered to himself with an air of profound wisdom. "I don't want to be laid up with the rheumatics, if I can help it." He finished the contents of his glass and went softly out of the room, carrying a candle with him. He was absent about 10 minutes, and then came back to resume his comfortable seat by the fire, and mixed himself another glass of grog with the air of a man who was likely to finish the bottle. While he sat drinking, in his slow, sensual way, his young wife slept peacefully enough in one of the rooms above him. Early rising and industrious habits will bring sleep, even when the heart is hopeless and the mind weary. Mrs. Whitelaw slept a tranquil dreamless sleep to-night, while Mrs. Tadman snored with a healthy regularity in a room on the opposite side of the passage. There was a faint glimmer of dawn in the sky, a cold wet dawn, when Ellen was awakened suddenly by a sound that bewildered and alarmed her. It was almost like the report of a pistol, she thought, as she sprang out of bed, pale and trembling. It was not a pistol shot, however, only a handful of gravel thrown sharply against her window. "Stephen!" she cried, half awake and very much frightened. "What was that?" But to her surprise she found that her husband was not in the room. While she sat on the edge of her bed, hurrying some of her clothes on, half mechanically, and wondering what that startling sound could have been, a sudden glow of red light shone at her window, and at the same moment her senses, which had only been half awakened before, told her that there was an atmosphere of smoke in the room. She rushed to the door, forgetting that to open it was perhaps to admit death, and flung it open. Yes, the passage was full of smoke, and there was a strange crackling noise below. There could be little doubt as to what had happened. The house was on fire. She remembered how repeatedly Mrs. Tadman had declared that Stephen would inevitably set the place on fire some night or other, and how little weight she had attached to the dismal prophecy. But the matron's fears had not been groundless, it seemed. The threatening calamity had come. "Stephen!" she cried, with all her might, and then flew to Mrs. Tadman's door and knocked violently. She waited for no answer, but rushed on to the room where the two women servants slept together, and called them loudly to get up for their lives. The house was on fire. There were still the men in the story above to be wakened, and the smoke was every moment growing thicker. She mounted a few steps of the staircase, and called with all her strength. It was very near time for stirring. They must hear her, surely. Suddenly she remembered an old disused alarm bell which hung in the roof. She had seen the frayed rope belonging to it hanging in an angle of the passage. She flew to this, and pulled vigorously till a shrill peal rang out above, and once having accomplished this, she went on, reckless of her own safety, thinking only how many there were to be saved in that house. At this time there was no sign of her husband, and a dull horror came over her with the thought that he might be perishing miserably below. There could be no doubt that the fire came from downstairs. That crackling noise had increased, and every now and then came a sound like a breaking of glass. The red glow shining in at the front windows grew deeper and brighter. The fire had begun in the parlour, of course, where they had left Stephen Whitelaw basking in the warmth of his resinous pine logs. Ellen was still ringing the bell when she heard a man's footsteps coming along the passage towards her. It was not her husband, but one of the farm servants from the upper story, an honest, broad-shouldered fellow, as strong as Hercules. "Lord a mercy, mum, be that you?" he cried, as he recognised the half-dressed figure clinging to the bell-rope. "Let me get ye out of this. The old place'll burn like so much tinder." Before she could object, he had taken her up in his arms as easily as if she had been a child, and was carrying her towards the principal staircase. Here they were stopped. The flames and smoke were mounting from the lobby below. The man turned immediately, wasting no time by indecision, and ran to the stairs leading down to the kitchen. In this direction all was safe. There was smoke, but in a very modified degree. "Robert," Ellen cried eagerly, when they had reached the kitchen, where all was quiet, "for God's sake, go and see what has become of your master. We left him drinking in the parlour last night. I've called to him again and again, but there's no answer."
"Don't you take on, mum. Master's all right, I dare say. There'll be the gals and Mrs. Tadman coming downstairs. They'll take care of you, while I go back and look after him. You've no call to be frightened. If the fire should come this way, you've only got to open yon door and get out into the yard. You're safe here." The women huddled together in the kitchen by this time, half dressed, shivering, and frightened out of their wits. Ellen Whitelaw was the only one among them who displayed anything like calmness. The men were all astir. One had run across the fields to Malsham to summon the fire engine. Another was gone to remove some animals stabled near the house. The noise of burning wood was rapidly increasing. The smoke came creeping back under the kitchen door presently, and 5 minutes after he had left them, the farm servant came back to say that he could find no traces of his master. The parlour was in flames. If he had been surprised by the fire in his sleep, it must needs be all over with him. The man urged his mistress to get out of the house at once. The fire was gaining ground rapidly, and it was not likely that anything he or the other men could do would stop its progress. The women left the kitchen immediately upon his warning, by a door leading to the yard. It was broad daylight by this time, a chilly sunless morning, and a high wind sweeping across the fields and fanning the flames, which now licked the front wall of Wyncombe Farmhouse. The total destruction of the place seemed inevitable, unless help from Malsham came very quickly. The farm servants were running to and fro with buckets of water from the yard, and flinging their contents in at the shattered windows of the front rooms, but this was a small means of checking the destruction. The house was old, built for the most part of wood, and there seemed little hope for it. Ellen and the other women went round to the front of the house and stood there, dismal figures in their scanty raiment, with woollen petticoats pinned across their shoulders, and disordered hair blown about their faces by the damp wind. They stood grouped together in utter helplessness, looking at the work of ruin with a half stupid air, almost like the animals who had been hustled from one place of shelter to another, and were evidently lost in wonder as to the cause of their removal. But presently, as the awful scene before them grew more familiar, the instincts of self-interest arose in each breast. Mrs. Tadman piteously bewailed the loss of her entire wardrobe, and some mysterious pocket-book by which she described plaintively as her little all. She dwelt dolefully upon the merits of each particular article, most especially upon a French merino dress she had bought for Stephen's wedding, which would have lasted her a lifetime, and a Paisley shawl, the gift of her deceased husband, which had been in her possession 20 years, and had not so much as a thin place in it. Nor was the disconsolate matron the only one who lamented her losses. Sarah Batts, with clasped hands and distracted aspect, wept for the destruction of her box. "There was money in it," she cried. "Money! Oh, don't you think the men could get to my room and save it?" "Money!" exclaimed Mrs. Tadman sharply, aroused from the contemplation of her own woes by this avowal. "You must be cleverer than I took you for, Sarah Batts, to be able to save money, and yet be always bedizened with some new bit of finery, as you have been." "It was give to me," Sarah answered indignantly, "by them as had a right to give it." "For no good, I should think," replied Mrs. Tadman. "What should anybody give you money for?" "Never you mind, it was mine. Oh dear, if one of the men could only get my box for me!" She ran to intercept one of the farm labourers, armed with his bucket, and tried to bribe him by the promise of 5 shillings as a reward for the rescue of her treasures. But the man only threatened to heave the bucket of water at her if she got in his way, and Mrs. Batts was obliged to abandon this hope. The fire made rapid progress meanwhile, unchecked by that ineffectual splashing of water. It had begun in the eastern end of the building, the end most remote from those disused rooms in the ivy-covered west wing. But the wind was blowing from northeast, and the flames were spreading rapidly towards that western angle. There was little chance that any part of the house could be saved. Ellen Whitelaw was looking at the work of ruin, with a sense of utter helplessness, hearing the selfish lamentations of Mrs. Tadman and Sarah Batts like voices in a dream. She was suddenly aroused from this state of torpor by a loud groan, which sounded not very far off. It came from behind her, from the direction of the poplars. She flew to the spot, and on the ground beneath one of them she found a helpless figure lying prostrate, with an awful smoke-blackened face, a figure and face which for some moments she did not recognize as her husband's. She knew him at last, however, and knelt down beside him. He was groaning in an agonized manner, and evidently been fearfully burnt before he made his escape. "Stephen," she cried, "oh, thank God you are here! I thought you were shut up in that burning house. I called with all my might, and the men searched for you." "It isn't much to be thankful for," gasped the farmer. "I don't suppose there's an hour's life in me. I'm scorched from head to foot, and one arm's helpless. I woke up all of a sudden, and found the room in a blaze. The flames had burst out of the great beam that goes across the chimney piece. The place was all on fire, so that I could not reach the door anyhow, and before I could get out of the window I was burnt like this. You'd have been burnt alive in your bed but for me. I threw up a handful of gravel at your window. It must have woke you, didn't it?" Yes, that was the sound that woke me. It seemed like a pistol going off. You saved my life, Stephen. It was very good of you to remember me." "Yes, there's men in my place who wouldn't have thought of anybody but themselves." "Can I do anything to ease you, Stephen?" asked his wife. She seated herself on the grass beside him, and had taken his head on her lap, supporting him gently. She was shocked to see the change the fire had made in his face, which was all blistered and distorted. "No, nothing, till they come to carry me away somewhere. I'm all one burning pain." He closed his eyes, and he seemed to sink into a kind of stupor. Ellen called to one of the men. They might carry him to some place of shelter surely, at once, where a doctor could be summoned, and something done for his relief. There was a humble practitioner resident at Crosber, that is to say, about 2 miles from Wyncombe. One of the farm servants might take a horse and gallop across the fields to fetch this man. Robert Dunn, the bailiff, heard her cries presently, and came to her. He was very much shocked by his master's condition, and at once agreed to the necessity of summoning a surgeon. He proposed that they should carry Stephen Whitelaw to some stables, which lay at a safe distance from the burning house, and make up some kind of bed for him there. He ran back to dispatch one of the men to Crosber, and returned immediately with another to remove his master. But when they tried to raise the injured man between them, he cried out to them to let him alone. They were murdering him. Let him lie where he was, he could not be moved. So he was allowed to lie there, with his head on his wife's lap, and his tortured body covered by a coat, which one of the men brought him. His eyes closed again, and for some time he lay without the slightest motion. The fire was gaining ground every instant, and there was yet no sign of the engine from Malsham. But Ellen Whitelaw scarcely heeded the work of destruction. She was thinking only of the helpless, stricken creature lying with his head upon her lap, thinking of him perhaps in this hour of his extremity with all the more compassion, because he had always been obnoxious to her. She prayed for the rapid arrival of the surgeon, who surely must be able to give some relief to her husband's suffering, she thought. It seemed dreadful for him to be lying like this, with no attempt made to lessen his agony. After a long interval he lifted his scorched eyelids slowly, and looked at her with a strange dim glaze. "The west wing," he muttered, "is that burnt?" "No, Stephen, not yet, but there's little hope they'll save any part of the house." "They must save that, the rest don't matter. I'm insured heavily. But they must save the west wing." His wife concluded from this that he had kept some of his money in one of those western rooms. The seed room, perhaps, that mysterious padlocked chamber, where she had heard the footstep. And yet she had heard him say again and again that he never kept any unnecessary shilling in the house, and that every pound he had was out at interest. But such falsehoods and contradictions are common enough amongst men of miserly habits, and Stephen Whitelaw could hardly be so anxious about those western rooms unless something of value were hidden away there. He closed his eyes again, and lay groaning faintly for some time, then opened them suddenly with a frightened look, and asked in the same tone, "The west wing, is the west wing afire yet?" "The wind blows that way, Stephen, and the flames are spreading. I don't think they could save it, not if the engine were to come this minute." "But I tell you they must," cried Stephen Whitelaw. "If they don't, it'll be murder, cold-blooded murder. Oh, my God, I never thought there was so much harm in this business, and it paid me well, but it's weighed me down like a load of lead, and made me drink more to drown thought. But if it should come to this, don't you understand? Don't sit staring at me like that. If the fire gets to the west wing, it will be murder. There's someone there, someone locked up, that won't be able to stir unless they get her out." "Someone locked up in the west wing? Are you mad, Stephen?" "It's the truth. I wouldn't do it again. No, not for twice the money. Let them get her out somehow. They can do it if they look sharp." That unforgotten footstep and equally unforgotten scream flashed into Mrs. Whitelaw's mind with these words of her husband's. Someone shut up there. Yes, there was the solution of the mystery that had puzzled and tormented her so long. That cry of anguish was no supernatural echo of past suffering, but the despairing shriek of some victim of modern cruelty. A poor relation of Stephen's, perhaps, a helpless, mindless creature, whose infirmities had been thus hidden from the world. Such things have been too cruelly common in our fair free country. Ellen laid her husband's head gently down upon the grass and sprang to her feet. "In which room?" she cried. But there was no answer. The man lay with closed eyes, dying perhaps, but she could do nothing for him till medical help came. The rescue of that unknown captive was a more urgent duty. She was running toward the burning house, when she heard a horse galloping on the road leading from the gate. She stopped, hoping that this was the arrival of the doctor, but a familiar voice called to her, and in another minute her father had dismounted and was close at her side. "Thank God you're safe, lass!" he exclaimed, with some warmer touch of paternal feeling than he was accustomed to exhibit. "Our men saw the fire when they were going to their work, and I came across directly. Where's Steph?" "Under the trees yonder, very much hurt. I'm afraid fatally. But there's nothing we can do for him till the doctor comes. There's someone still in great danger, father. For God's sake, help us save her. Someone shut up yonder, in a room at the end of the house." "Someone shut up? One of the servants, do you mean?" No, someone who has been kept shut up there, hidden ever so long. Stephen told me just now. Oh, father, for pity's sake, try to save her." "Nonsense, lass! Your husband's brain must have been wandering. Who should be shut up there, and you live in the house and not know it? Why should Stephen hide anyone in this house? What motive could he have had for such a thing? It isn't possible. I tell you, father, it's true. There was no mistaking Stephen's words just now, and besides that, I've heard noises that night have told me so much. Only I thought the house was haunted. I tell you there's someone who will be burned alive if we're not quick, and every moment's precious. Won't you try to save her?" "Of course I will, only I don't want to risk my life for a fancy. Is there a ladder anywhere?" Yes, the men have ladders." "And where's this room you say the woman is shut up?" "At the corner of the house," answered Ellen, pointing. "There is a door at the end of the passage, but no window looking this way, and there's only one, that's over the wood yard." "Then it would be easiest to get in that way?" No, father. The wood's all piled up above the window. It would take such a time to move it." "Never mind that. Anything's better than the risk of going to yonder house. Besides, the room's locked, you say. Have you got the key?" "No, but I could get it from Stephen, I daresay." "We won't wait for you to try. We'll begin at the wood yard. Take Robert Dunn with you, father. He's a good, brave fellow." "Yes, I'll take Dunn." The bailiff hurried away to the wood yard, accompanied by Dunn and another man carrying a tall ladder. The farm servants had ceased their futile efforts at quenching the fire by this time. It was a labour too hopeless to continue. The flames had spread to the west wing. The ivy was already crackling, as the blaze crept over it. Happily that shut-up room was at the extreme end of the building, the point to which the flames must come last. And here, just at the moment when the work of devastation was almost accomplished, came in Malsham fire engine rattling along gaily through the dewy morning, and the Malsham Amateur Fire Brigade, a very juvenile corps as yet, eager to cover itself with laurels, but more careful in the adjustment of its costume than was quite consistent with the desperate nature of its duty. Here came the brigade, in time to do something at any rate, and the engine soon began to play briskly upon the western wing. Ellen Whitelaw was in the wood yard, watching the work going on there with intense anxiety. The removal of the woodpile seemed a slow business, well as the three men performed their work, flinging down great crushing piles of wood one after another without a moment's pause. They were now joined by the Malsham fire escape men, who had got wind of someone to be rescued from this part of the house, and were eager to exhibit the capabilities of a new fire escape, started with much hubbub and glorification, after an awful fire had ravished Malsham's High Street, and half a dozen lives had been wasted because the old fire escape was out of order and useless. "We don't want the fire escape," cried Mr. Carley, as the tall machine was wheeled into the yard. "The room we want to get in isn't 10 feet from the ground. You can give us a hand with this wood if you like, that's all we want." The men clambered on to the wood pile. It was getting visibly lower by this time, and the top of the window was to be seen. Ellen watched with breathless anxiety, forgetting that her husband might be dying under the poplars. He was not alone there; she had sent Mrs. Tadman to watch him. Only a few minutes more and the window was cleared. A pale face could be dimly seen peering out through the dusty glass. William Carley tried to open the lattice, but it was secured tightly within. One of the firemen leapt forward upon his failure, and shattered every pane and every inch of the leaden frame with a couple of blows from his axe, and then the bailiff clambered into the room. He was hidden from those below about 5 minutes, and then emerged from the window somehow or other, carrying a burden, and came struggling across the wood to the ladder, by which he and the rest had mounted. The burden which he carried was a woman's figure, with the face hidden by his large woollen neckerchief. Ellen gave a cry of horror. The woman must surely be dead, or why should he have taken such pains to cover her face? He brought his burden down the ladder very carefully, and gave the lifeless figure into Ellen's arms. "Help me carry her away yonder, while Robert gets the cart ready," he said to his daughter. "She's fainted." And then he added in a whisper, "For God's sake, don't let anyone see her face. It's Mrs. Holbrook." Chapter 43. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. Chapter 44 of Fenton's Quest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Fenton's Quest by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 44. After the Fire. Yes, it was Marian. She whom Gilbert Fenton had sought so long and patiently, without doubt and anguish in his heart. She whose double John Saltram had followed across the Atlantic, had been within easy reach of them all the time. Hidden away in that dreary old farmhouse, the innocent victim of Percival Nowell's treachery, and Stephen Whitelaw's greed of gain. The whole story was told by and by, when the master of Wyncombe Farm lay dying. William Carley and his daughter took her to the Grange as soon as the farmer's spring cart was ready to convey her thither. It was all done very quickly, and none of the farm servants saw her face. Even if they had done so, it was more than doubtful that they would have recognised her, so pale a shadow of her former self had she become during that long dreary imprisonment. The face, wan and wasted, with a strange sharpened look about the features, which was like the aspect of death. All the brightness and colour vanished out of the soft brown hair, an ashen pallor upon her beauty, that made her seem like a creature risen from the grave. They lifted her into the cart, still insensible, and seated her there, wrapped in an old horse cloth, with her head resting on Mrs. Whitelaw's shoulder, and so they drove away slowly. It was only when they had gone some little distance from the farm that the fresh morning air revived her, and she opened her eyes and looked about her, wildly at first, and with a faint shuddering sigh. Then, after a few moments, full consciousness came back to her, and a sudden cry of rapture broke from the pale lips. "O God!" she exclaimed, "am I set free?" "Yes, dear Mrs. Holbrook, you are free, never again to go back to that cruel place. Oh, to think that you should be used so, and I so near!" Marian lifted her head from Ellen's shoulder and recognised her with a second cry of delight. "Ellen, is it you? Then I am safe. I must be safe with you." "Safe! Yes, dear. I would die sooner than any harm should come to you again. Who could have brought this cruelty about? Who could have shut you up in that room?" "My father," Marian answered with a shudder. "He wanted my money, I suppose, and instead of killing me, he shut me up in that place." She said no more just then, being too weak to say much; and Ellen, who was employed in soothing and comforting her, did not want her to talk. It was afterwards, when she had been established in her old rooms at the Grange, and had taken a little breakfast, that she told Ellen something more about her captivity. "Oh, Ellen, if I were to tell you what I have suffered! But no, there are no words can tell that. It's not that they ill used me. The girl who waited on me brought me good food, and even tried to make me comfortable in her rough way. But to sit there day after day, Ellen, alone, with only a dim light from the top of the window above the woodstack, to sit there wondering about my husband, whether he was searching for me still, and would ever find me, or whether, as was more likely, he had given me up for dead. Think of me, Ellen, if you can, sitting there for weeks and months in my despair, trying to reckon the days, sometimes by the aid of some old newspaper which the girl brought me now and then, at other times losing count of them altogether. Dear Mrs. Holbrook, I can't understand it even yet. Tell me how it all came about, how they ever lured you into that place." "It was easy enough, Ellen. I wasn't conscious when they took me there. The story is very short. You remember that day when you left the Grange, how happy I was, looking forward to my husband's return, and thinking of the good news I had to tell him. We were to be rich, and our lives free and peaceful henceforward. And I had seen him suffer so much for the want of money. It was the morning after you left when the post brought me a letter from my father, a letter with the Malsham postmark. I had seen him in town, as you know, and was scarcely surprised that he should write to me. But I was surprised to find him so near me, and the contents of the letter were very perplexing. My father entreated me to meet him on the riverside pathway, between Malsham station and this house. He had been informed of my habits, he said, and that I was accustomed to walk there. That was curious, when, so far as I knew, he had never been near this place, but I hardly thought about the strangeness of it then. He begged me so earnestly to see him. It was a matter of life or death, he said. What could I do, Nelly? He was my father, and I felt that I owed him some duty. I could not refuse to see him. And if he had some personal objection to coming here, it seemed a small thing for me to take the trouble to go and meet him. I could but hear what he had to say. "I wish to heaven I had been here," exclaimed Ellen. "You shouldn't have gone alone, if I had known anything about it." "I think if you had been here I should have told you about the letter, for it puzzled me a good deal, and I knew how well I could trust you. But you were away, and my father's request was so urgent, the hour was named, I could do nothing but accede to it. So I went, leaving no message for you or my husband, feeling so sure of my return within an hour or two." "And you found your father waiting for you?" "Yes, on the river bank, within a short distance of Mr. Whitelaw's house. He began congratulating me on the change in my prospects. I was a rich woman, he said. And then he went on to vilify my husband in such hateful words, Ellen, telling me that I had married a notorious scoundrel, profligate, and that he could produce ample evidence of what he affirmed, and all this with a pretended pity for my weakness and ignorance of the world. I laughed at his shameful slanders to scorn, and told him that I knew my husband too thoroughly to be alarmed for even a moment by such groundless charges. He still affected to compassionate me as the weakest and most credulous of women, and then came to a proposal which he said he had travelled to Hampshire on purpose to make to me. It was, that I should leave my husband, and place myself under his protection, that I should go to America with him when he returned there, and so preserve my fortune from the clutches of a villain. My fortune? I said. Yes, I see that it is that alone you are thinking of. How can you suppose me so blind as not to understand that? You had better be candid with me, and say frankly what you want. I have no doubt my husband will allow me to make any reasonable sacrifice in your favour. What did he say to that? He laughed bitterly at my offer. Your husband, he said. I'm not likely to see the colour of my father's money if you are to be governed by him. You do him a great wrong, I answered. I am sure that he will act generously, and I shall be governed by him." "He was very angry, I suppose?" "No doubt of it. But for some time he contrived to suppress all appearance of anger, and urged me to believe his statements about my husband, and to accept his offer of home and protection with him. I cannot tell you how plausible his words were, with an appearance of affection and interest in my welfare he put on. Then, finding me firm, he changed his tone, and there were hidden threats mixed with his entreaties. It would be a bad thing for me if I refused to go with him, he said. I would have cause to repent my folly for the rest of my life. He said a great deal, using every argument it is possible to imagine, and there was always the same threatening undertone. He could not move me in the least, as you may fancy, Nell. I told him that nothing upon the earth would induce me to leave my husband, or to think ill of him, and in this manner we walked up and down for nearly 2 hours, till I began to feel very tired and faint. My father saw this, and when we came within sight of Wyncombe Farmhouse, proposed that I should go in and rest, and take a glass of milk or some kind of refreshment. I was surprised at this proposal, and asked him if he knew the people of the house. He said yes, he knew something of Mr. Whitelaw. He had met him the night before in the coffee room of the inn at Malsham. Then your father had slept at Malsham the night before? Evidently. His letter to me had been posted at Malsham, you know. I asked him how long he had been in this part of the country, and he rather evaded the question. Not long, he said, and he had come down here only to see me. At first I refused to go into Mr. Whitelaw's house, being only anxious to get home as quickly as possible. But my father seemed offended by this. I wanted to get rid of him, he said, although this was likely to be our last interview, the very last time in his life that he would ever see me, perhaps. I could not surely grudge him half an hour more of my company. I could scarcely go on refusing after this, and I really felt so tired and faint that I doubted my capability of walking back to this house without resting. So I said yes, and we went into Wyncombe Farmhouse. The door was opened by a girl when my father knocked. There was no one at home, she told him, but we were quite welcome to sit down in the parlour. She would bring me a glass of fresh milk and a slice of bread and butter. The house had a strange empty look, I thought. There was none of the life or bustle one expects to see at a farm. All was silent as the grave. The gloom and quietness of the place chilled me somehow. There was a fire burning in the parlour, and my father made me sit down very close to it, and I think the heat increased that faintness which I had felt when I came into the house. Again and again he urged his first demand, seeming as if he would wear down all opposition by persistence. I was quite firm, but the effect of all this argument was very wearisome, and I began to feel really ill. I think I must have been on the point of fainting, when the door was opened suddenly, and Mr. Whitelaw came in. The next moment, while the room was spinning round before my eyes, and that dreadful giddiness that comes before a dead faint was growing worse, my father snatched me up in his arms, and threw a handkerchief over my face. I had just sense enough to know that there was chloroform upon it, and that was all. When I opened my eyes again, I was lying on a narrow bed in a dimly lighted room, with a small fire burning in a rusty grate in one corner, and some tea things with a plate of cold meat on a table near it. There was a scrap of paper on this table, with a few lines scrawled up on it in pencil, in my father's hand. "You have had your choice, either to share a prosperous life with me, or to be shut up like a madwoman. You had better make yourself as comfortable as you can, since you have no hope of escape till it suits my purposes to have you set free. Good care will be taken of you. You must have been a fool to suppose that I would submit to the injustice of J.N.'s will." For a long time I sat like some stupid bewildered creature, going over these words again and again, as if I had no power to understand them. It was very long before I could believe that my father meant to shut me up in that room for an indefinite time, for the rest of my life perhaps. But little by little I came to believe this, and to feel nothing but blank despair. Oh, Nelly, I dare not dwell upon that time. I suffered too much. God has been very merciful to me in sparing my mind, for there were times when I believe I was quite mad. I could pray sometimes, but not always. I have spent whole days in prayer, almost as if I fancied that I could weary out my God with supplications." "And Stephen, did you see him?" "Yes, now and then, once in several days, in a week perhaps. He used to come like the master of a madhouse visiting his patients, to see that I was comfortable, he said. At first I used to appeal to him to set me free, kneeling at his feet, promising any sacrifice of my fortune for him or for my father, if they would release me. But it was no use. He was as hard as a rock. And at last I felt it was useless, and used to see him come and go with hopeless apathy. No, Ellen, there are no words can describe what I suffered. I appealed to the girl who waited on me daily, but who came only once a day, and always after dark. I might as well have appealed to the four walls of my room. The girl was utterly stolid. She brought me everything I was likely to want from day to day, and gave me ample means of replenishing my fire, and told me that I ought to make myself comfortable. I had a much better life than any one in the workhouse, she said, and I must be very wicked if I complained. I believe she really thought I was a harmless madwoman, and that her master had the right to shut me up in that room. One night, after I'd been there for a time that seemed like eternity, my father came." "What?" cried Ellen Whitelaw. "The stranger, I understand. That man was your father. He came to see you that night, and as he was leaving you, you gave that dreadful shriek we heard downstairs. Oh, if I had known the truth, if I had only known!" "You heard me, Ellen? You were there?" Marian exclaimed, surprised. She was as yet entirely ignorant of Ellen's marriage, and had been too much bewildered by the suddenness of her escape to wonder how the bailiff's daughter had happened to be so near at hand in that hour of deadly peril. "Yes, yes, dear Mrs. Holbrook, I was there, and I did not help you. But never mind that now. Tell me the rest of your story. Tell me how your father acted that night." "He was with me alone for about 10 minutes. He came in to give me a last chance, he said. If I liked to leave my husband for ever and go to America with him, I might do so. But before he let me out of that place, he must have my solemn oath that I would make no attempt to see my husband, that I would never again communicate with any one I had known up to that time, that I would begin a new life with him, my father, for my sole protector. I had had some experience of the result of opposing him, he said, and now he expected to find me reasonable. You can imagine my answer, Ellen. I would do anything, sacrifice anything, except my fidelity to my husband. Heaven knows I would have given 20 years of my life to escape from that dismal place, with the mere chance of being able to get back to my husband. But I would not take a false oath. I could not perjure myself, as that man would have made me perjure myself, in order to win my release. I knelt at his feet and clung about him, beseeching him with all the power I had to set me free, but he was harder than iron. Just at the end, when he opened the door, and was leaving me, telling me that I had lost my chance, and would never see him again, I clung about him with one wild desperate cry. He flung me back into the room violently, and shut the door in my face. I fancied afterwards that that cry must have been heard, and that, if there had been any creature in the house inclined to help me, there would have come an end to my sufferings. But the time passed, and there was no change, only the long dreary days, the wretched sleepless nights. This was all. There were details of her sufferings which Marian told her faithful friend by and by, when her mind was calmer, and they had leisure for a tranquil talk. But the story was all told, and Marian lay down to rest in the familiar room, unspeakably grateful to God for her rescue, and only eager that her husband should be informed of her safety. She had not yet been told that he had crossed the Atlantic in search of her, deluded by a false scent. Ellen feared to tell her this at first, and she had taken it for granted that John Saltram was still in London. It was easy to defer any explanation just yet, on account of Marian's weakness. The exertion of telling the brief story of her sufferings had left her prostrate, and she was fain to obey her friendly nurse. "We will talk about everything and arrange everything by and by, dear Mrs. Holbrook," Ellen said resolutely. "But for the present you must rest, and you must take everything that I bring you, and be very good." And with that she kissed and left her, to perform another less agreeable duty, the duty of attendance by her husband's sick bed. Chapter 44. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. Chapter 45 of Fenton's Quest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Fenton's Quest by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 45. Mr. Whitelaw Makes His Will. They had carried Stephen Whitelaw to the Grange, and he lay a helpless creature, beyond hope of recovery, in one of the roomy old-fashioned bedchambers. The humble crossbar surgeon had done his best, and had done it skilfully, being a man of a large experience amongst a lowly class of sufferers, and to the aid of the crossbar surgeon had come a more prosperous practitioner from Malsham, who had driven over in his own phaeton. But between them both they could make nothing of Stephen Whitelaw. His race was run. He had been severely burnt, and if his actual injuries were not enough to kill him, there was little chance that he could survive the shock which his system had received. He might linger a little, might hold out longer than expected, but his life was a question of hours. The doomed man had seemed from the first to have a conviction of the truth, and appeared in no manner surprised when, in answer to his question, the Malsham doctor admitted that his case was fatal, and suggested that if he had anything to do in the adjustment of his affairs, he could scarcely do it too soon. At this Mr. Whitelaw groaned aloud. If he could in any manner have adjusted his affairs so as to take his money with him, the suggestion might have seemed sensible enough. But that being impracticable, it was the merest futility. He had never made a will. It cost him too much anguish to give away his money even on paper. And now it was virtually necessary that he should do so, or else perhaps his wealth would, by some occult process, be seized upon by the Crown, a power which he had been accustomed to regard in the abstract with an antagonistic feeling as being the root of the Queen's taxes. To leave all to his wife, with some slight pension to Mrs. Tadman, seemed the most obvious course. He had married for love, and the wife of his choice had been very dutiful and submissive. What more could he have demanded from her? Why should he grudge her her inheritance of his wealth? Well, he would not have grudged it to her, perhaps, since some one must have it, if it had not been for that aggravating conviction that she would marry again, and that the man she preferred to him would riot in the possession of his hardly earned riches. She would marry Frank Randall, and between them they would mismanage and ultimately ruin the farm. He remembered the cost of the manure he had put upon his fields that year, and regretted that useless outlay. It was a hard thing to have enriched his land only that others might profit by the produce. "And if I've laid down a yard of drain pipe since last year, I've laid down a dozen mile. There's not a bit of swampy ground or a patch of sour grass on the farm," he thought bitterly. He lay for some hours, deliberating as what he should do. Death was near, but not so very close to him just yet. He had time to think. No, come what might, he would not leave the bulk of his property to fall into the keeping of Frank Randall. He remembered that there were charitable institutions to which a man, not wishing to enrich an ungrateful race, might bequeath his money and obtain some credit for himself thereby, which no man could expect from his own relations. There was an infirmary at Malsham, rather a juvenile institution as yet, in aid whereof Mr. Whitelaw had often been plagued for subscriptions, reluctantly doling out half a guinea now and then, more often refusing to contribute anything. He had never thought of this place in his life before, but the image of it came into his mind now, as he had seen it on market days for the last 4 years. A brand new red brick building in Malsham High Street. He thought how his name would look, cut in large letters on a stone tablet on the face of that edifice. It would be something to get for his money, a very poor and paltry something, compared with the delight of possession, but just a little better than nothing. He lay for some time pondering upon this, with that image of the stone tablet before his eyes, setting forth that new wing of this institution had been erected at the desire of the late Stephen Whitelaw, Esquire, of Wyncombe Farm, who had bequeathed the sum of money to the infirmary for that purpose, whereby 2 new wards had, in memory of that respected benefactor, been entitled to the Whitelaw wards, or something to the like effect. He composed a great many visions of the inscription as he lay there, tolerably easy to his bodily feelings, and chiefly anxious concerning the disposal of the money. But, being unaccustomed to the task of composition, he found it more difficult than he could have supported to set forth his own glory in a concise form of words. But the tablet would be there, of course, the very centre of the keystone of the building, as it were. Indeed, Mr. Whitelaw resolved to make his bequest contingent upon the fulfilment of this desire. Later in the evening he told William Carley that he had made up his mind about his will, and would be glad to see Mr. Pivott, of Malsham, rival solicitor to Mr. Randall, of the same town, as soon as that gentleman could be summoned to his bedside. The bailiff seemed surprised at this request. "Why, surely, Steph, you can't want a lawyer mixed up in this business," he said. "Those sort of chaps only live by making work for one another. You know how to make your will well enough, old fellow, without any attorneys aforesaids and hereafters. Half a sheet of paper and a couple of sentences would do it, I should think. The fewer words the better." "I'd rather have Pivott, and do it in a regular manner," Mr. Whitelaw answered quietly. "I remember in a forgery case that was in the papers the other day, how the judge said of the deceased testator, that, being a lawyer, he was too wise to make his own will. Yes, I'd rather see Pivott, if you'll send for him, Carley. It's always best to be on the safe side. I don't want my money wasted in a chancery suit when I'm lying in my grave." William Carley tried to argue the matter with his son-in-law, but the attempt was quite useless. Mr. Whitelaw had always been the most obstinate of men, and lying on his bed, maimed and helpless, was no more to be moved from his resolve than if he had been a Roman gladiator who had just trained himself for an encounter with lions. So the bailiff was compelled to obey him, unwillingly enough, and dispatched one of the men to Malsham in quest of Mr. Pivott, the attorney. The practitioner came to the Grange as fast as his horse could carry him. Every one in Malsham knew by this time that Stephen Whitelaw was a doomed man, and Mr. Pivott felt that this was a matter of life and death. He was an eminently respectable man, plump and dapper, with a rosy, smooth-shaven face, and an air of honesty that made the law seem quite a pleasant thing. He was speedily seated by Mr. Whitelaw's bed, with a pair of candles and writing materials upon a little table before him, ready to obey his client's behests, and with the self-possessed aspect of a man whom a last will and testament involving the disposal of $1,000,000 or so would have been only an everyday piece of practice. William Carley had shown himself very civil and obliging in providing for the lawyer's comfort, and having done so, now took up his stand by the fireplace, evidently intending to remain as a spectator of the business. But an uneasy glance which the patient cast from time to time in the direction of his father-in-law convinced Mr. Pivott that he wanted that gentleman to be got rid of before business began. "I think, Mr. Carley, it would be as well for our poor friend here and I to be alone," he said in his most courteous accents. "Fiddlesticks!" exclaimed the bailiff contemptuously. "It isn't likely that Stephen can have any secrets from his wife's father. I'm in nobody's way, I'm sure, and I'm not going to put my spoke in the wheel, let him leave his money how he may." "Very likely not, my dear sir. Indeed, I am sure you would respect our old friend's wishes, even if they were to take a form unpleasing to yourself, which is far from likely. But still it may be as well for Mr. Whitelaw and myself to be alone. In cases of this kind the patient is apt to be nervous, and the business is done more expeditiously if there is no third party present. So, my dear Mr. Carley, if you have no objection—" "Steph," said the bailiff abruptly, "do you want me out of the room? Say the word if you do." The patient writhed, hesitated, and then replied with some confusion, "If it's all the same to you, William Carley, I think I'd rather be alone with Mr. Pivott." Here the polite attorney, having opened the door with his own hands, bowed the bailiff out, and to his extreme mortification, William Carley found himself on the outside of his son-in-law's room, before he had any time to make any farther remonstrance. He went downstairs and paced the wainscoted parlour in a very savage frame of mind. "There's some kind of devil's work hatching up there," he muttered to himself. "Why should he want me out of the room? He wouldn't if he was going to leave all his money to Ellen, as he ought to leave it. Who else is there to get it? Not that old Mother Tadman, surely. She's an artful old Herodian, and if my girl had not been a fool, she'd have got rid of her out of hand when she married. Sure to goodness she can never stand between Stephen and his wife. And who else is there?" "No one that I know of. No one. Stephen wouldn't have kept any secret all these years from the folks he's lived amongst. It isn't likely. He must leave it all to his wife, except 100 or so, perhaps, to Mother Tadman, and it was nothing but his natural closeness that made him want me out of the way." At this stage of his reflections, Mr. Carley opened a cupboard near the fireplace and brought therefrom a case bottle, from the contents of which he found farther solace. It was about half an hour after this that he was summoned by a call from the lawyer, who was standing on the board landing place at the top of the stairs with a candle in his hand, when the bailiff emerged from the parlour. "If you'll step up here and bring one of your men with you, I shall be obliged, Mr. Carley," the attorney said, looking over the banisters. "I want you to witness your son-in-law's will." Mr. Carley's spirits rose a little at this. He was not much versed in the ways of lawyers, and had a notion that Mr. Pivott would read the will to him, perhaps, before he signed it. It flashed upon him presently that a legatee could not benefit by a will from which he had witnessed. It was obvious, therefore, that Stephen did not mean him to have anything. Well, he had scarcely expected anything, and if his daughter inherited all, it would be pretty much the same thing. She would act generously, of course. He went into the kitchen, where the head man, who had been retained on the premises to act as special messenger in this time of need, was sitting in the chimney corner smoking a comfortable pipe after his walk to and from Malsham. "You're wanted upstairs a minute, Joe," he said, and the two went clumping up the wide old oaken staircase. The witnessing of the will was a very brief business. Mr. Pivott did not offer to throw any light upon its contents, nor was the bailiff, sharp-sighted as he might be, able to seize upon so much as one paragraph or line of the document during the process of attaching his signature thereto. When the ceremony was concluded, Stephen Whitelaw sank back upon his pillow with an air of satisfaction. "I don't think I could have done any better," he murmured. "It's a hard thing for a man of my age to leave everything behind him, but I don't see that I could have done better." "You have done that, my dear sir, which might afford comfort to any deathbed," said the lawyer solemnly. He folded the will and put it into his pocket. "Our friend desires me to take charge of this document," he said to William Carley. "You will have no reason to complain, on your daughter's account, when you become familiar with its contents. She has been fairly treated, I may say very fairly treated." The bailiff did not much relish the tone of this assurance. Fair treatment might mean very little. "I hope she has been well treated," he answered in a surly manner. "She's been a good wife to Stephen Whitelaw, and would continue so to be if he was to live 20 years longer. When a pretty young woman marries a man twice her age, she's a right to expect some handsome treatment, Mr. Pivott. It can't be too handsome for justice, in my opinion." The solicitor gave a little gentle sigh. "As an interested party, Mr. Carley," he said, "your opinion is not as valuable as it might be under other circumstances. However, I don't think your daughter will complain, and I'm sure the world will applaud what our poor friend has done, of his own accord. Mind, Mr. Carley, wholly and solely of his own spontaneous desire. It is a thing that I should only have been too proud to suggest, but the responsibility of such a suggestion is one which I could never have taken upon myself. It would have been out of my province, indeed. You will be kind enough to remember this by and by, my dear sir." The bailiff was puzzled, and showed Mr. Pivott to the door with a moody countenance. "I thought there was some devil's work," he muttered to himself as he watched the lawyer mount his stiff brown cob and ride away into the night. "But what does it all mean? What has Stephen Whitelaw done with his money? We shall know pretty soon anyhow. He can't last long." End of chapter 45. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. Chapter 46 of Fenton's Quest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Fenton's Quest by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 46. Ellen Regains Her Liberty. Stephen Whitelaw lingered for 2 days and 2 nights, and at the expiration of that time departed this life, making a very decent end of it, and troubled by no thought that his existence had been an unworthy one. Before he died he told his wife something of how he had been tempted into the doing of that foul deed whereof Marian Saltram had been the victim. Those two were alone together the day before he died, when Stephen, of his own free will, made the following statement. "It was Mrs. Holbrook's father, you see," he said, in a plausible tone, "that put it to me how he might want his daughter taken care of for a time. It might be a short time, or it might be rather a longish time, according to how circumstances should work out. We'd met once before at King's Arms at Malsham, where Mr. Nowell was staying, and where I went in of an evening, once in a way, after market, and he'd made pretty free with me, and asked me a good many questions about myself, and told me a good bit about himself in a friendly way. He told me how his daughter had gone against him, and was likely to go against him, and how some property that ought in common justice to have been left to him, had been left to her. He was going to give her a fair chance, he said, if she liked to leave her husband, who was a scheming scoundrel, and obey him. She might have a happy home with him, if she was reasonable. If not, he should use his authority as a father. He came to see me at Wyncombe the next day, dropped in unawares like, when Mother Tadman was out of the way. Not that I had asked him, you see. He seemed to be quite taken with the place, and made me show him all over the house. Then he took a glass of something, and sat down and talked a bit, and went away, without having said a word about his daughter. But before he went he made me a promise that I'd go see him at the King's Arms that night. Well, you see now, as he seemed to have taken a fancy to me, as you may say, had told me he could put me up to making more of my money, and had altogether been uncommonly pleasant, I didn't dare say no, and I went. I was rather taken aback at the King's Arms when they showed me to a private room, because I'd met Mr. Nowell before in the Commercial. However, there he was, sitting in front of a blazing fire, with a couple of decanters of wine upon the table. He was very civil, couldn't have been more friendly, and we talked and talked. He was always harping on his daughter, till at last he came out with what he wanted. Would I give her a house room for a bit, just to keep her out of the way of her husband and such like designing people, supposing she should turn obstinate and refuse to go abroad with him? "You have a rare old roomy place," he said. "I saw some rooms upstairs at the end of that long passage which don't seem to have been used for years. You might keep my lady in one of those, and that fine husband of hers would be as puzzled where to find her as if she was in the centre of Africa. It would be a very easy thing to do," he said, "and it would be only friendly in you to do it." "Oh, Stephen," cried his wife reproachfully, "how could you ever consent to such a wicked thing?" "I don't know about the wickedness of it," Mr. Whitelaw responded, with a rather sullen air. "A daughter is bound to obey her father, isn't she? And if she don't, I should think he had the power to do what he liked with her. That's how I should look at it, if I was a father. It's all very well to talk, you see, Nell, but you don't know the arguments such a man as that can bring to bear. I didn't want to do it. I was against it from the first. It was a dangerous business, and might bring me into trouble. But that man bore down upon me to that extent that he had made me promise anything. And when I went home that night, it was with the understanding that I was to fit up a room. There was a double door to be put up to shut out sound, and a deal more, ready for Mrs. Holbrook, in case her father wanted to get her out of the way for a bit." "He promised to pay you, of course," Ellen said, not quite able to conceal the contempt and aversion which this confession of her husband's inspired. "Well, yes, a man doesn't put himself in jeopardy like that for nothing. He was to give me a certain sum of money down the first night that Mrs. Holbrook slept in my house, and another sum of money before he went to America, and an annual sum for continuing to take care of her, if he wanted to keep her quiet permanently, as he might. Altogether it would have been a very profitable business, he told me, and I ought to consider myself uncommonly lucky to get such a chance. As to the kindness or unkindness of the matter, it was better than shutting her up in a lunatic asylum, he said, and he might have to do that, if I refused to take her. She was very weak in her head, he said, and the doctors would throw no difficulty in his way if he wanted to put her into a madhouse." "But you must have known that it was a lie," exclaimed Ellen indignantly. "You had seen and talked to her. You must have known that Mrs. Holbrook was as sane as you or I." "I couldn't be supposed to know better than her own father," answered Mr. Whitelaw, in an injured tone. "He had a right to know best. However, it's no use arguing about it now. He had such a power over me that I couldn't go against him, so I gave in, and Mrs. Holbrook came to Wyncombe. She was to be treated kindly and made comfortable, her father said, and that was agreed between us, and she has been treated kindly and made comfortable. I had to trust someone to wait upon her, and when Mr. Nowell saw the two girls, he chose Sarah Batts. That girl will do anything for money, he said. She's stupid, but she's wise enough to know her own interest, and she'll hold her tongue. So I trusted Sarah Batts, and I had to pay her pretty stiffly to keep the secret. But she was a rare one to do the work, and she went about it as quiet as a mouse. Not even Mother Tadman ever suspected her. "It was a wicked piece of business, wicked from first to last," said Ellen. "I can't bear to hear about it." And then, remembering that the sinner was so near his end, and that this voluntary confession of his was in some manner a sign of repentance, she felt some compunction, and spoke to him in a softer tone. "Still, I'm grateful to you for telling me the truth at last, Stephen," she said, "and thank God there's no harm done that need last for ever. Thank God that dear young lady did not lose her life, shut up a prisoner in that miserable room, as she might have done." "She had her victuals regular," observed Mr. Whitelaw, "and the best." "Eating and drinking won't keep anyone alive if their heart's breaking," said Ellen. "But thank heaven her sufferings have come to an end now, and I trust God will give your share in them, Stephen." And then, sitting by his bedside through the long hours of that night, she tried in very simple words to awaken him to a sense of his condition. It was not an easy business to let any glimmer of spiritual light upon the darkness of that sordid mind. There did arise, perhaps, in this last extremity, some dim sense of remorse in the breast of Mr. Whitelaw, some vague consciousness that in one act of his life, and in the whole tenor of his life, he had not exactly shaped his conduct according to that model which the parson had held up for his imitation in certain rather prosy sermons, indifferently heard, on the rare occasions of his attendance at the parish church. But the terrors the world might come to hold for him seemed very faint and shapeless, compared with the things from which he was to be taken. He thought of his untimely death as a hardship, an injustice almost. When his wife entreated him to see the vicar of Crosber before he died, he refused at first, asking what good the vicar's talk could do him. "If he could keep me alive as long as till next July, to see how those turnips answer with the new dressing, I'd see him fast enough," he said peevishly. "But he can't, and I don't want to hear his preaching." "But it would be a comfort for you, surely, Stephen, to have him talk to you a little about the goodness and mercy of God. He won't tell you hard things, I'm sure of that." "No, I suppose he'll try and make believe that death's uncommon pleasant," answered Mr. Whitelaw with a bitter laugh. "As if it could be pleasant to any man to leave such a place as Wyncombe, after doing as much for the land and spending as much labour and money upon it as I have done. It's like nurses telling children that a dose of physic's pleasant; they wouldn't like to have to take it themselves." And then, by and by, when his last day had dawned, and he felt himself growing weaker, Mr. Whitelaw expressed himself willing to comply with his wife's request. "If it's any satisfaction to you, Nell, I'll see the parson," he said. "His talk can't do me much harm anyhow." Whereupon the rector of Crosber and Haileybury was sent for, and came swiftly to perform his duty to the dying man. He was closeted with Mr. Whitelaw for some time, and did his best to awaken Christian feelings in the farmer's breast, but it was doubtful if his pious effects resulted in much. The soul of Stephen Whitelaw was in his barns and granaries, with his pigs and cattle. He could not so much as conceive the idea of a world in which there should be no such thing as sale and profit. His end came quietly enough at last, and Ellen was free. Her time of bondage had been very brief, yet she felt herself 20 years older than she had seemed before that interval of misery began. When the will was read by Mr. Pivott on the day of Stephen Whitelaw's funeral, it was found that the farmer had left his wife $200 a year, derivable from real estate. Mrs. Rebecca Tadman, his cousin, he bequeathed an annuity of £40, the said annuity to revert to Ellen upon Mrs. Tadman's death, should Ellen survive. The remaining portion of his real estate he bequeathed to one John James Harris, a distant cousin who owned a farm in Wiltshire, with whom Stephen Whitelaw had spent some years of his boyhood, and from whom he had learned the science of agriculture. It was less from any love the testator bore John James Harris than from a morbid jealousy of his probable successor Frank Randall, that the Wiltshire farmer had been named as residuary legatee. If Stephen Whitelaw could have left his estate to the infirmary, he would have so left it. His personal estate, consisting of divers investments in railway shares and other kinds of stock, all of a very safe kind, was to be realized, and the entire proceeds devoted to the erection of an additional wing for the extension of Malsham Infirmary, and his gift was to be recorded on a stone tablet in a conspicuous position on the front of that building. This, which was an absolute condition attached to the bequest, had been set forth with great minuteness by the lawyer, at the special desire of his client. Mr. Carley's expression of opinion after hearing this will read needed not be recorded here. It was forcible to say the least of it, and Mr. Pivott, the Malsham solicitor, protested against such language as an outrage upon the finer feelings of our nature. "Some degree of disappointment is perhaps excusable upon your part, my dear sir," said the lawyer, who wished to keep the widow for his client, and had therefore no desire to offend her father; "but I am sure that in your calmer moments you will admit that the work to which your son-in-law has devoted the bulk of his accumulations is a noble one. For ages to come the sick and suffering among our townsfolk will bless the name of Whitelaw. There's a touching reflection for you, Mr. Carley. And really now, your amiable daughter, with an income of 200 per annum, to say nothing of that reversion which must fall into her by and by on Mrs. Tadman's decease, is left in a very fair position. I should not have consented to draw up that will, sir, if I had considered it an unjust one." "Then there's a wide difference between your notion of justice and mine," growled the bailiff, who thereupon relapsed into grim silence, feeling that complaint was useless. He could no more alter the conditions of Mr. Whitelaw's will than he could bring Mr. Whitelaw back to life, and that last operation was one which he was by no means eager to perform. Ellen felt herself no disappointment. She fancied, indeed, that her husband, whom she had never deceived by any pretence of affection, had behaved with sufficient generosity towards her. 200 a year seemed a large income to her. It would give her perfect independence, and the power to help others if need were. Chapter 46. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. Chapter 47 of Fenton's Quest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Fenton's Quest by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 24. Closing Scenes. It was not until the day of her husband's funeral that Ellen Whitelaw wrote to Mr. Fenton to tell him what had happened. She knew that her letter was likely to bring him post haste to the Grange, and she wished his coming to be deferred until that last dismal day was over. Nor was she sorry that there should be some little pause, a brief interval of ignorance and tranquillity, in Marian's life, before she heard of her husband's useless voyage across the Atlantic. She was in sad need of rest of mind and body, and even in those few days gained considerable strength by the aid of Mrs. Whitelaw's tender nursing. She had not left her room during the time that death was in the darkened house, and it was only on the morning after the funeral that she came downstairs for the first time. Her appearance had improved wonderfully in that interval of a little more than a week. Her eyes had lost their dim weary look, the deathly pallor of her complexion had given place to a faint bloom. But grateful as she was for her own deliverance, she was full of anxiety about her husband. Ellen Whitelaw's vague assurances that all would be well, that he would soon be restored to her, were not enough to set her mind at ease. Ellen had not the courage to tell her the truth. It was better that Gilbert Fenton should do that, she thought. He who knew all the circumstances of Mr. Holbrook's journey, and the probabilities as to his return, would be so much better able to comfort and reassure his wife. "He will come to-day, I have no doubt," Ellen said to herself on the morning after her husband's funeral. She told Marian how she had written to Mr. Fenton on the day before, in order to avoid the agitation of a surprise, should he appear at the Grange without warning to announce his coming. Nor was she mistaken as to the probability of his speedy arrival. It was not long after noon when there came a loud peal of the bell that rang so rarely. Ellen ran herself to the gate to admit the visitor. She had told him of her husband's death in her last letter, and her widow's weeds were no surprise to him. He was pale but very calm. "Is she well?" he asked eagerly. "Yes, sir. She is as well as one could look for her to be, poor dear, after what she has gone through. But she is much changed since last you saw her. You must prepare yourself for that, sir. And she is very anxious about her husband. I don't know how she'll take it when she hears that he has gone to America." "Yes, that is a bad business, Mrs. Whitelaw," Gilbert answered gravely. "He was not in a fit state to travel, unfortunately. He was only just recovering from a severe illness, and was as weak as a child." Oh, dear, but you won't tell Mrs. Holbrook that, sir?" "I won't tell her more than I can help. Of course I don't want to alarm her, but I am bound to tell her some portion of the truth. You did your husband a great wrong, you see, Mrs. Whitelaw, when you suspected him of some share in this vile business. He has shown himself really devoted to her. I thank God that it has proved so. And now tell me more about this affair. Your letter explains so little." "I will tell you all, sir." They walked in the garden about a quarter of an hour before Gilbert went into the house. Eager as he was to see Marian, he was still more anxious to hear the full particulars of that foul plot which she had been made the victim. Ellen Whitelaw told him the story very plainly, making no attempt to conceal her husband's guilty part in the business; and the story being finished, she took him straight to the parlour where he had seen Marian for the first time after her marriage. It was a warm bright day, and all three windows were open. Marian was sitting by one of them, with some scrap of work lying forgotten in her lap. She started up from her seat as Gilbert went into the room, and hastened forward to meet him. "How good of you to come!" she cried. "And you have brought me news of my husband? I am sure of that." "Yes, dear Mrs. Holbrook. Mrs. Saltram, may I not call you by that name now? I know all, and I have forgiven all." "Then you know how deeply he sinned against you, and how much he valued your friendship. He would never have played so false a part but for that. He could not bear to think of being estranged from you." "We are not estranged. I have tried to be angry with him, but there are some old ties that a man cannot break. He has used me very ill, Marian, but he is still my friend." His voice broke a little as he uttered the old familiar name. Yes, she was changed, cruelly changed, by that ordeal of 6 months' suffering. The brightness of her beauty had quite faded, but there was something in the altered face that touched him more deeply than the old magic. She was dearer to him, perhaps, in this hour than she had ever been yet. Dearer to him, and yet divided from him utterly, now that he professed himself her husband's friend as well as her own. Friendship, brotherly affection, those chastened sentiments which he had fancied had superseded all warmer feelings, where were they now? By the passionate beating of his heart, by his eager longing to clasp that faded form to his breast. He knew that he loved her as dearly as on the day when she promised to be his wife, that he must love her with the same measure till the end of his existence. "Thank God for that," Marian said gently. "Thank God you are still friends. But why did he not come with you to-day? You have told him about me, I suppose?" "Not yet, Marian. I have not been able to do that, nor would he come with me to-day. He has left England on a false scent." Then he told her in a few words the story of John Saltram's voyage to New York, making very light of the matter and speaking cheerily of his early return. "He will come back at once, of course, when he finds how he has been deceived," Gilbert said. Marian was cruelly distressed by this disappointment. She tried to bear the blow bravely, and listened with a gentle patience to Gilbert's reassuring arguments, but it was a hard thing to bear. "He will be back soon, you say," she said; "but soon is such a vague word, and you have not told me when he went." Gilbert told her the date of John Saltram's departure. She began immediately to question him as to the usual length of the voyage, and to calculate the time he had had for his going and return. Taking the average length of the voyage as 10 days, and allowing 10 days for delay in New York, a month would give ample time for the 2 journeys, and John Saltram had been away for more than a month. Gilbert could see that Marian was quick to take alarm on discovering this. "My dear Mrs. Saltram, be reasonable," he said gently. "Finding such a cheat upon him, your husband would naturally be anxious to bring your father to some kind of reckoning, to extort from him the real secret of your fate. He would no doubt stay in New York to do this, and we cannot tell how difficult the business might prove, or how long it would occupy him." "But if he had been detained like that, he surely would have written to you," said Marian, "and you have heard nothing from him since he left England." "Unhappily, nothing. But he is not the best correspondent in the world, you know." "Yes, yes, I know that. Yet, in such a case as this, he would surely have written if he were well." Her eyes met Gilbert's as she said this. She stopped abruptly, dismayed by something in his face. "You are hiding some misfortune from me," she cried. "I can see it in your face. You have had bad news of him." "Upon my honour, no. He was not in very strong health when he left England, that is all; and like yourself, I am naturally anxious." He had not meant to admit even as much as this just yet, but having said this, he found himself compelled to say more. Marian questioned him so closely, that she finally extorted from him the whole history of John Saltram's illness. After that, it was quite in vain to attempt consolation. She was very gentle, very patient, troubling him with no vain wailings and lamentations, but he could see that her heart was almost broken. He left her at the end of a few hours to return to London, promising to go on to Liverpool the next day in order to be on the spot to await her husband's return, and to send her the earliest possible tidings of it. "Your friendship for us has given you nothing but trouble and pain," she said; "but if you will do this for me, I shall be grateful to you for the rest of my life." There was no occasion for that journey to Liverpool. When he arrived in London that night, Gilbert Fenton found a letter waiting for him at his Wigmore Street lodgings, a letter with the New York postmark, but not addressed in his friend's hand. He tore it open hurriedly, just a little alarmed by this fact. His first feeling was one of relief. There were 3 separate sheets of paper in the envelope, and the first which he took up was in John Saltram's hand, a hurried, eager letter, dated some weeks before. "My dear Gilbert," he wrote, "I have been duped. This man Nowell is a most consummate scoundrel. The woman with him is not Marian, but some girl whom he has picked up to represent her, his wife perhaps, or something worse. I was very ill on the voyage out, and only discovered the trick at the last. Since then I have traced the scoundrel to his quarters, and have had an interview with him, a rather stormy one, as you may suppose. But the long and short of it is that he defies me. He tells me that my wife is in England and safe, but will admit no more. I have consulted a lawyer here, but it seems I can do nothing against him, or nothing that will not involve a more complicated and protracted business than I have time or patience for. I don't want this wretch to go scot-free. It is evident that he has hatched this plot in order to get possession of his daughter's money, and I have little doubt the lawyer meddler is in it. But of course my first duty, as well as my most ardent desire, is to find Marian, and for this purpose I shall come back to England by the first steamer that will convey me, leaving Mr. Nowell's punishment to the chances of the future. My dear girl's property, as well as herself, will be best protected by my presence in England." There was a pause here, and the next paragraph was dated 2 days after. "If I have strength to come, I shall return by the next steamer. But the fact is, my dear Gilbert, I am very ill. I have been completely prostrate since writing the above, and a doctor here tells me I must not think of the voyage yet awhile. But I shan't allow his opinion to govern me. If I can crawl to the steamer which starts in 3 days hence, I shall come." Then there was another break, and again the writer went on in a weak and more strangling hand, without any date this time. "My dear Gil, it's nearly a week since I wrote the last lines, and I have been in bed ever since. I am afraid there's no hope for me. In plain words, I believe I am dying. To you I leave the duty I am not allowed to perform. Marian is living in England. I believe that scoundrelly father of hers told me the truth when he declared that. You will not rest till you find her, I know, and you will protect her fortune from that wretch. God bless you, faithful old friend. Heaven knows how I yearn for the sight of your honest face, lying here among strangers, to be buried in a foreign land. See that my wife pays Mrs. Branston the money I borrowed to come here, and tell her that I was grateful to her, and thought of her on my dying bed. To my wife I send no message. She knows that I loved her, but how dear she has been to me in this bitter time of separation she can never know. You will find a bulky manuscript at my chambers, in the bottom drawer on the right side of my desk. It is my life of Swift, unfinished as my own life. If, after reading it, you should think it worth publishing as a fragment, with my name to it, I should wish you to arrange its publication. I should be glad to leave my name upon something." In a stranger's hand, and upon another sheet of paper, Gilbert read the end of his friend's history. "Sir, I regret to inform you that your friend Mr. Saltram expired at 11 o'clock last night, Wednesday, May the 2nd, after an illness of a fortnight's duration, throughout which I gave him my best attention as his medical adviser. He will be buried in the Cypress Hill Cemetery on Long Island at his own request, and he has left sufficient funds for the necessary expenses and the payment of his hotel bill, as well as my own small claim against him. Any surplus which may be left I shall forward to you, when these payments have been made. I enclose a detailed account of the case for your satisfaction, and have the honour to be, sir, yours very obediently, Silas Warren, M.D., 113 16th Street, New York, May 3rd, 1860. That was all, and Gilbert had to carry these tidings to Marian. For a time he was almost paralysed by the blow. He had loved this man as a brother. If he had ever doubted the strength of his attachment to John Saltram, he knew it now. But the worst of all was, that one bitter fact, Marian must be told, and by him. He went to the Grange the next day. Again and again upon that miserable journey he acted over the scene which was to take place when he came to the end of it, in spite of himself, as it were, going over the words he was to say, while Marian's face rose before him like a picture. How was he to tell her? Would not the very fact of this desolation coming to her from his lips be sufficient to make him hateful to her in all the days to come? More than once upon that journey he was tempted to turn back, and to leave his dismal news to be told in a letter. But when the fatal moment did at last arrive, the event in no manner realized the picture of his imagination. Time was not given to him to speak those solemn preliminary words by which he had intended to prepare the victim for her death blow. His presence there, his presence alone, were all sufficient to prepare her for some calamity. "You have come back to me, and without him!" she exclaimed. "Tell me what has happened. Tell me at once." He had no time to defer the stroke. His face told her so much. In a few moments, before his broken words could shape themselves into coherence, she knew all. There were some things that can never be forgotten. Never, to his dying day, can Gilbert Fenton forget the quiet agony he had to witness then. She was very ill for a long time after that day, in danger of death. All that she had suffered during her confinement at Wyncombe seemed to fall upon her now with a double weight. Only the supreme devotion of those who cared for her could have carried her through that weary time. But the day did at last come when the peril was pronounced a thing of the past, and the feeble submissive patient might be carried away from the Grange, from the scene of her brief married life and of her bitter widowhood. She went with Ellen Whitelaw to Ventnor. It was late in August before she was able to bear this journey, and in this mild refuge for invalids she remained throughout the winter. Even during that trying time, when it seemed more than doubtful whether she could live to profit by her grandfather's bequest, her interests had been carefully watched by Gilbert Fenton. It was tolerably evident to his mind that Mr. Medler had been a tacit accomplice in Percival Nowell's fraud, or, at any rate, that he had enabled the pretended Mrs. Holbrook to obtain a large sum of ready money with greater ease than she could have done had he, as executor, been scrupulously careful to obtain her identification from some more trustworthy person than he knew Percival Nowell to be. Whether these suspicions of Gilbert's were correct, whether the lawyer had been actually deceived, or had willingly lent himself to the furtherance of Nowell's design, must remain unascertained, as well as the amount of profit which Mr. Medler may have secured to himself by the transaction. The law held him liable for the whole of the moneys thus paid over in fraud or error, but the law could do very little against a man whose sole earthly possessions appeared to be compromised by the worm-eaten desks and shabby chairs and tables in his dingy offices. The poor consolation remained of making an attempt to get him struck off the rolls, but when the city firm of solicitors in whose hands Gilbert had placed Mrs. Saltram's affairs suggested this, Marian herself entreated that the man might have the benefit of the doubt as to his complicity with her father, and that no effort should be made to bring legal ruin upon him. "There has been enough misery caused by this money already," she said. Let the matter rest. I am richer than I care to be as it is." Of course Mr. Medler was not allowed to retain his position as executor. The Court of Chancery was appealed to in the usual manner, and intervened for the future protection of Mrs. Saltram's interests. About Nowell's conduct there was, of course, no doubt; but after wasting a good deal of money and trouble in his pursuit, Gilbert was fain to abandon all hope of catching him in the wide regions of the New World. It was ascertained that the woman who had accompanied him in the Orinocoas, his daughter, was actually his wife. A girl from whom he had met at some low London dancing rooms, and married within a fortnight of his introduction to her. It is possible that prudence as well as attachment may have something to do with this alliance. Mr. Nowell knew that, once united to him in the bonds of holy matrimony, the accomplice of his fraud would have no power to give evidence against him. The amount which he had contrived to secure to himself by this plot amounted in all to something under £4,000, and out of this it may fairly be supposed that Mr. Medler claimed a considerable percentage. The only information that Gilbert Fenton could ever obtain from America was of a shabby swindler arrested in a gambling house in one of the more remote western cities, whose description corresponded pretty closely with that of Marian's father. There comes a time for the healing of all griefs. The cruel wound closes at last, though the scar and the memory of the bitter stroke may remain for ever. There came a time, some years after John Saltram's death, when Gilbert Fenton had his reward. And if the woman he won for his wife in these latter days was not quite the fresh young beauty he had wooed under the walnut trees in Captain Sedgewick's garden, she was still infinitely more beautiful than all other women in his eyes. She was still the dearest and the best and brightest and purest of all earthly creatures for him. In that happy time, that perfect summer of harvest of his life, all his fondest dreams have been realized. He has the home he so often pictured, the children whose airy voices sounded in his dreams, the dear face always near him, and sweeter than all, the knowledge that he is loved almost as he loves. The bitter apprenticeship has been served, and the full reward has been granted. For Ellen Whitelaw, too, has come the period of compensation, and the farmer's worst fears have been realized as to Frank Randall's participation in that money he loved so well. The income grudgingly left to his wife by Stephen has enabled Mr. Randall to begin business as a solicitor upon his own account, in a small town near London, with every apparent prospect of success. Ellen's home is within easy reach of the riverside villa occupied by Mr. and Mrs. Fenton, so she is able to see her dear Marian as often as she likes. Nor is there any guest at the villa more welcome than this faithful friend. The half-written memoir of Jonathan Swift was published, and reviewers had no compunction in praising the dead, were quick to recognize the touch of a master hand, the trenchant style of a powerful thinker. For the public, the book is of no great value. It is merely a curiosity of literature, but it is the only monument of his own rugged genius which bears the name of John Saltram. Poor little Mrs. Branston has not sacrificed all the joys of life to the manes of her faithless lover. She is now the happy wife of a dashing naval officer, and gives pleasant parties and brings life and light into the great house in Cavendish Square, parties to which Theobald Pallinson comes, and where he shines as a small feeble star when the greater lights are absent, singing his last little song, or reciting his last little poem, for the delight of some small coterie of single ladies not in the first bloom of youth, but parties from which Mrs. Pallinson keeps aloof in a stern spirit of condemnation, informing her chosen familiars that she was never more cruelly deceived than in that misguided ungrateful young woman, Adela Branston. End of chapter 47. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. End of Fenton's Request by Mary Elizabeth Braddon.